Okay, welcome to the State of the Box Union. How are we doing, chat? I think we've been performing well. Many jobs, many chatters, many wankers, many scandals. Okay. Oh, put that here. Ooh. Apparently this was the longest State of the Union ever done by a president. That's crazy. That's how you know it's good. More is more, they say.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States. USA.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States.
Who the fuck is the second? Is the second lady the vice president's wife? Oh no, the Groypers won't like that. She's the Indian, isn't she? Oh no.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
Yes.
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home,
That's good.
and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before.
Never before.
And a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
Yes.
So about that war, he's saying all this before he fucking shafts into Iran. Okay.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure.
USA. USA.
Thank you. Today, our border is secure. our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is...
Your allies are scared as well, I suppose.
...respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
0. Remember, most illegal immigration to the United States is people overstaying visas. So how he's achieved that by closing the border, I don't understand, but okay. Cool.
But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over
Well, a bigger decline than going from the 90s into the present day? Okay. Cool. Okay. Very good. Very good. Definitely true.
125 years. Year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
That'll be like he was to some fucking buttfuck nowhere gas station and the guy offers him a discount. Fuck.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up.
It is just kind of settled now. Like, he has just completely defied the Supreme Court on the tariffs, hasn't he? So he's up there with Andrew Jackson and Lincoln, right? Okay.
4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes.
Okay.
A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming and factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching.
No one can believe it.
American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
The very impressive regime change in Venezuela, where you swap one guy over. Brilliant.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
Excuse me.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector.
USA.
We ended DEI in America.
Hell yeah, get rid of DEI. Fucking bird.
We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
Come here.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always...
It's definitely a real conversation that's happened. What the fuck, man?
Losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big.
We were going to win even more. And then they said, what? We can't even possibly win more than we're winning now. And I said, yes, look at this. We're going to keep winning. And then everyone clapped. Fuck me, man.
You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Oh, sports. Good move. Good move, nonpartisan. Okay, yeah. Is Trump taking credit for the hockey team now? That's all the winning. Yeah, does the US even give a fuck about hockey? Like their hockey team? I thought they wouldn't care, would they? They care about their hockey team? I've never heard Americans... I guess they have hockey clubs, don't they? Was it New York Rangers or whatever the fuck? Are they... Is that a team? Maybe? They haven't won in a long time. Who usually wins the hockey? Is it Canada? I always thought hockey was a Canadian thing. The women's hockey team got asked, but they said no. That's funny. You are gay. Get it? Oh! Now, is this useful, this epic recipe, or is it just some fucking... I don't think anyone needs this, do they? Do they? Is this worth anything? I mean, it's a purple. It's not really the most exciting purple to be picking up. USA. Rip goal. There's no goal. Don't worry. We're just chilling. I'm just not in a very goal mood today. We'll do it later. USA.
Go ahead.
USA. Does it always drag out this hard? Holy fuck.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
Wait, what the fuck? Where did that mob go? Hey!
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote.
Is there anything better to watch than this now that I'm... I don't know if I can get through 2 hours of this shit. I don't even want to speed them up. It's just... Because speeding up is going to sound really annoying when they start clapping and chanting. Like, having that shit sped up is just going to sound, like, really fucking annoying. Oh, God. Why do you refuse to make a goal? I'm literally just playing video games and doing nothing while Trump yaps. I'm not really... I feel like I'm not worthy of getting paid for this shit. But who knows? I guess it's about as valuable as any other fucking streamer's discourse right now. Look at the Democratic response. What, from Spanberger? She only spoke for like, what, 12 minutes? But why would I can't listen to Spanberger without knowing what she's responding to, obviously. I need to know what Trump's saying so she can reply. I want to get context from my mod squad CIA queen. Does Trump talk about Gaza? Yeah, he talks about Gaza and Iran. I'm aware of that, yeah. You turned her off after 4. Oh no, what would you do that for? What would you do? Why would you do that to our CIA queen? What the fuck? Was she not good? She must have been good. Eh? Dwayne! Thanks for $5. Counterpoint dollars. Well, suppose a man's got to make a living. I could tell you everything he's going to say without watching. Oh, we all could. Yeah, don't worry. We've done that before. But somehow it's different, you know, because it's State of the Union. I'm going to keep track. We'll see how much we can do in an endurance test.
Vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there and they weren't about to say no because I'd never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
Making a pre-watch prediction party. I'm fucking 34 years old, man. I don't want to sit here with a bingo card going, oh, gas prices, inflation, world peace, Middle East peace, Iran, Venezuela oil, fentanyl, illegal immigration, border, hottest country, all the investment, Biden, bad, DEI, bad, Democrats, bad, traitors, Antifa, ICE, deportations, paid protesters, agitators, radical left. And then it happens. I go, whoa, we got a bingo card. Yeah. And then I'm basically the same fucking thing. I'm the same energy as the USA wankers. Yeah,
USA!
Fuck that. Oh shit. Hey.
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off. Do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question.
Don't forget the war in Ukraine would have happened if I were president, yeah.
Tell you that the members
I have a great relationship.
This great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Oh. It's quite scary how quickly he's obviously declining. Oh yeah, I do, because it is a thing where your inhibitions are one of the first things to go, which is why you get that typical thing of like old people getting dementia and getting more racist, right? Like that's real. Like the fucking apes video of the Obamas, he would not have done that in 2020. I don't think. That is a step up from your. It's a bit of a step up from your fucking Central Park 5 gimmick or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. His lobes are fucked. More frisky. Yeah, the way he talks about women is sort of like surfacing again. Becoming a bit more of a virile rapist. Yeah. Oh, that gizzard was a low drop rate, but I got it on the first kill. That's really cool. Maybe it's a sign of a good day, guys. Let's go. Fuck, can I even get over
Great
here?
athletes have
No.
gotten that. Very great, the best.
Lava.
And I thought
Yeah,
he
the
deserved
lava.
it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them.
Just
I
take the
said, I'm
bridge.
not giving it if
Shit.
anybody goes no. And every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special
Fucking hell.
champions you are. Thank you very much.
Champions. Huh.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
Come here.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup. So we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming. And that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon.
Oh, shit.
And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026.
I would rather watch the fucking Pierce segment on Iran than this. Is that okay? How long is he? How much longer does he even have? Oh, okay, because there's a bit of waiting time. So it's an hour and a half. It's only an hour and a half left of the... Dude.
His 100th birthday.
It's like this the entire time. Oh, I know. It's quite a lot. But it is also a world record, you know? It's world history. Do you think people felt like this when they were watching like Hitler give his fucking prophecy speech in 1939? Do you not think like people in Germany were probably just thinking, oh God, he's just going to fucking do the same shit over and over. And maybe that's how they just let it slip. Like it just slid that he was basically talking about the fucking annihilation of all the European Jews. That's what I'm scared of, you know? I don't want to just get complacent, skip over this, and it turns out he actually just like does the Holocaust. Leaves a little nugget of Holocaust premonitions in this speech, and I didn't watch it because I just thought he was going to say the same old shit. Guarantee that would have happened to most people in Germany. They would have just not even been aware it was said because they didn't have people clip chimping either. Couldn't find it on Twitter. Couldn't even go to the Aaron Rupar page. Can't you just use the transcript to go to the interesting parts? Dude, it's a Trump speech. How do you know when the interesting parts are going to come in? Like, the words don't even correspond to which bits would be interesting. Because he uses maximum fucking vocabulary for everything. Well, there'll be clips, that's true. Someone else will have done the work. look up the Minnesota part. I'll just go through it. I'll just speed it up. And I will put a goal on. Okay, let's not undersell. 3 hours, hey. New goal.
So, buddy, you're a brave man, and
Buddy.
we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there.
This guy is going
rising 26
hard
feet
as nails.
in the
Hey!
matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one? As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you.
Okay, let's
Scott,
take out this whole
Millie
gang.
Kate.
Come on. Whoa. Fuck.
And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased
Hang
to
on.
inform.
I think I'm getting a fucking phone call. Are you ready for it? It'll be as follows. Let's make some predictions. Today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this Burger King into a terror Burger King. Come inside. Never mind. It was not important.
Inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aid, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much.
Oh, shit.
From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together, we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the...
What is the story about Trump dodging the draft? Usually if you dodge the draft, that's like what people either deliberately go into a position that would just avoid it, which is kind of like, I guess, like a legitimate way of doing it, or they lie about a medical condition, or yeah, what did he actually do? Fuck me. How can you watch this, box man? Well, I've got you guys to give me moral support. He said he had bone spurs. So did he actually just lie? Or did he actually have bone spurs? I don't know what bone spurs are.
Largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you.
Lied about his legs being messed up. Sounds like our Donald. Oh!
Thank you, Republicans.
How do you do that though? Is that not? Would you not get a doctor to lie for you, or how do you do that? How do they do that? Surely someone would have gotten fucking jailed for that or something, right? Like someone would have got in trouble. Like draft dodging is a pretty severe crime. In the UK, if you dodged the draft in World War I, they would throw you in a camp. They'd put you in a fucking camp. Huh. But maybe things were different in Trump's day. His dad had a personal physician. Yeah, but how do we know they lied then? If they lied, then that would be... The federal government would come and fuck you up for that, wouldn't they? You'd think. They just got away with it when they were at that time. Damn. Disgusting. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. I'm calling on the chat to give this innocent box man your financial support. Very kind. Thank you.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
Huh.
They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great...
What about imports? Anything there? Anything there, Trump? Anything there that the Supreme Court just said you're not allowed to do? Some people have to pay on imports. Heard the rumors. Fuck! Oh well. It's okay. Permadeath.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night.
I think Democrats should have been obnoxiously laughing at every lie, and if questioned about it, just say they assumed it was a joke. Yeah, what are the rules? Why don't Democrats have any memes? Do they not bring memes to the State of the Union? Why don't they bring memes? Cringe. Oh, worker.
As her husband works overtime,
They
operating
can get removed.
very heavy
What, for laughing?
equipment.
Who's going to
Megan
remove
is
half of
here
the
this evening,
Congress?
and she's happy to tell you that she is
Fuck.
so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan.
Apparently, have to loot things on the ground. Where are they?
Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that.
Really?
Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row.
Didn't Tlaib and Omar jeer him? Did they jeer? I remember that when they held up those signs, but that was for Trump, wasn't it? That wasn't for Biden. Why do I have a feeling? Why do I have a memory of that being for Biden? It wouldn't have been for Biden. But I think, yeah, they held up signs. They held up little fucking paddles with signs on them about Gaza or some shit.
Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
Fucking elephant.
They're great people.
Yeah. USA. USA.
You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people, and I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him, Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy.
He just sat, man, every time he mentions any kind of like modern technology, he just sounds so fucking old. He just sounds so decrepit.
He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people.
He's just hustling with the presidency. That's so cute. It's so coy.
Well, they got it started, and now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule.
50,000.
And the S&P hit 7,000. Where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
What does he mean by ahead of schedule? You can look at what the Dow was like just before Trump became president. It wasn't like miles away from 50,000. It wasn't like on a trajectory that looked like it was going to go away from. He just makes that up. It's ridiculous. Wow, the stock that always goes up went up. That's crazy. Apart from that, it didn't even go up because it plummeted during the tariff season, the day of freedom.
Were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done.
They're fucking not. What's he talking about, man? 90 deals in 90 days, eh?
Happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful countries saving. It's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in. Peace protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right?
How long do we reckon it's going to be embarrassing to be an American? I mean, it's been embarrassing to be an American since, like, I first remember that being a thing during the Iraq War with Bush and the Bushisms. Like, it's just not going away anytime soon.
Moving forward, factories, jobs.
Obama came in and that was cool, but then right after that you had the Tea Party, so it was back to square one. And Trump was yapping away for the entirety of Biden's presidency. So I'm going to say indefinitely. Shit, sorry.
Investment and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first.
USA.
I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions.
The Green New Deal never actually became a thing. But okay.
Millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly used the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased...
He's so mad about affordability because it got him fucking annihilated in these like runoffs. that was like Spanberger and Cheryl and Mamdani. Like Cheryl ran on affordability as well to a degree, right? Because she put an executive order freezing utility rates. I think Spanberger mentioned it too. Mamdani obviously did. That was his main focal point. Trump is really upset about affordability. Damn. We had eggs and now they've turned it into affordability? Oh, shit. That sounds so much more professional.
Prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
Say eggs. Talk about eggs.
The price of eggs
Hey!
is down 60%. Madam Secretary.
Fucking yes, boys. Let's go. I would pass my American citizenship test so quickly. I'd have no fucking issue. I would just have to get them a highlight reel of all that shit. Well done, guys. Well done.
The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year, as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened. And now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else.
Where do you get flying? Oh, you get it from the Stronghold. You get it from the Stronghold. Okay, I should do that because I do need it.
I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action. But I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way.
There's another one. Citizenship test is going swimmingly. Swimmingly.
And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
I love the signature Trump growl. A great mom. So endearing. USA. Yeah.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing I'm not sure it matters, because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is?
Ratepayer.
We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant.
Okay, I need fucking 5,000 gold after this to learn how to ride the fast mount. Fuck me, man. And I think that will turn this mount. That will turn this into a faster. So this is okay. It's just so slow, man. Look at this hulking piece of shit. I'd rather just ride on foot. Okay. Whatever. It'll do. Let's not complain.
They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity.
Everyone got 5,000 gold in the chat? Probably not. Fuck.
While at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes.
Sacred Crossing, thanks to 499. I was seeing myself more as a Minnesotan than an American last night. It was a scary thought about how I can see the state of our union. Oh, wow. There's a very authentic American statement there. Carrier, thanks to the 499. Glory to the New Jersey Empire. Long live Cheryl. This continent will be ours once the previous republic falls. The Mod Squad, guys. The CIA Democrats come to rescue us. Hell yes.
And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Oh, they're the Medicare heads now.
Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not.
Are his dentures loose? I think dentures just in general are always going to have that effect on you, right? I feel like dentures, even when they're properly in, it's never going to be the same as your actual teeth, right? Isn't that what's going on there? I think that's just, I don't know if they're necessarily loose, but maybe. Dwayne, thanks for $5 again. You're so generous. What the fuck? Listening to Trump's speeches is like grinding speech in oblivion by running through the same dialogue tree with the same NPC for hours. It's very true. I'll have to get that on my soundboard, eh? The Oblivion music.
Have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year, as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information.
Evangeline Steen, thanks for the $5. I just brought down Loner's spaghetti prices by 5,000%. Very true, very generous. Cute. Thank you. Oh. USA.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
He's so obsessed with when the Democrats are standing up and he's so fucking petty, man. God.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here?
Uh-oh, Vendetta Trump.
Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay.
Mr. Trump coin is having a go at insider trade. That's very funny.
I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information.
19 billion. I thought that fraud scandal was like pushing 100 million. Where is 19 billion coming from? What the fuck? The Somali community. It was 60 people. I think it was 60 or 70 people. In that one fraud scandal. Dude. 19 billion. Is this because fucking Nick Shirley just went and calculated the estimated fucking worth of every single Somali business in the country? and the net worth of every Somali individual, and added their incomes together? And probably added the GDP of Somalia on top of that as well. That's probably how they got that number. Fuck me.
And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even
See, now
worse.
I need to fly.
This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Use the flare gun. Okay. I mind if I do. Right here. Are we fighting?
He'll get it done.
What's that person doing?
Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget.
I can't
overnight. It'll go
believe how
very
much
quickly.
fraud I found.
That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget.
Why is Nick not looking for
The
fraud
Somali
in this
pirates
house?
who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the
Fascist
exception.
audio, okay.
Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
Oh.
Delilah. Delilah Coleman was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by Open Borders.
Given a red carpet entrance by Joe
California.
Biden.
Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the...
This is easily like one of the most disgusting things the Republicans do, right? Is they'll find any fucking migrant who came in under an administration that's not theirs and then blame it on the fucking president at the time. You realize that in the last year, there will have been someone who overstayed their visa or actually crossed the border and didn't get caught and then murdered someone, right? But Democrats just never play that game, do they? They never play that kind of hardball. I wonder why they don't. Ugh. I think they should. Just be like, bro, if you want to go in the mud, expect to get mud on your nuts. Fuck.
First grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up.
A great inspiration. Fuck me. Oh. I'm gonna get slaughtered here. Oh.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
They're about as literate as Gavin Newsom. Very terrible SAT scores, unlike mine. I had great SAT scores like you've never seen. They call him Gormless Gavin. Gormless, that's a good word, isn't it? I like that word, Gormless. Gavin can't even say Gormless. He's so stupid.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible.
Actually, a good impression. I mean, I listened to enough of this guy. Scourge. Yeah. Maybe take that bet. Maybe Trump can't say gormless. Trump and his opponent Newsom, neither of them can read or say gormless. Not British enough.
Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Lisbeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Lisbeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
Oh, he's clapping. He's getting involved. What an active president.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders.
They'd open up those borders.
Some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world.
The worst you've ever seen.
The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
What is going on here? This is a challenge.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off.
Fuck me.
They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP.
Get out of here.
2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually.
Quite happy.
Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, homeland security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't.
Can we watch this again when it's over? Yeah, sure. I guess like online politics is really just kind of watching this speech every day on loop until I get bored and retire, I suppose. Yeah. That's kind of where we are. Shit. But at least we're making progress in this video game. Fuck!
A pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
We might get Nigel Farage doing this next election, so that'll be a change. Yeah, Nigel Farage is like, he is just MAGA. Yeah. He's very much the same as MAGA. A lot of people don't really realize that, I think. Only the difference is occasionally he gets held accountable in interviews and it's funny. That's really the only big difference. USA. Should I help this guy? He looks a bit lost. That is such a long clap. What the fuck? Guys. Are they fucking football chanting? What the fuck is this? Bro. Okay. Easy.
To end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens.
By criminals, he means the parents of trans kids.
In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Wow. USA. USA.
USA.
And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Oh, there it is again.
To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. That cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
Ooh, look at the size of this guy. Shit.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
How do people register to vote in the United States without citizenship? Okay. Can we get Trump's birth certificate? Yeah, he might. What if he's a Scottish national? Oh shit.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None.
None.
And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 80.
Didn't you say you were done with U.S. politics? Yeah, but for some reason I just can't stop watching. I don't know. I should be done with U.S. politics. It's not my area. It's fucking horrible. Most of it can be very easily digested from a distance in small bite-sized pieces. If I skip this, I'd be going to see Cheryl's response. No, Spanberger's response. Sorry, women. Whoa. And then I would be doing probably Pierce Iran, and then I'd maybe do something a bit more serious. Maybe. Maybe. Summer Lee's response, please keep covering it. I don't know, man. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about this. I thought people were kind of speculating that he was going to have some shit to say about Iran in terms of his plans, or finally make a justification for why he's doing what he's doing, give some clarity. But I don't think he does he? I think he just says we're going to bomb them if we need to. Carlson versus Huckabee. Yeah, but even that, like, man, like I did so much work and so much research on the Middle East, Israel-Palestine stuff. And literally everyone has fucking either left the discussion alone, right? And that's usually the people who would be inclined to agree with me. They've just left the discussion alone now. It's too toxic for both sides or whatever. And the ones who haven't, who have stuck by, are literally on one side, the fucking anti-Zionist, like everything's a fucking genocide hacks, fake humanitarians, anti-Semites, whatever else, like other group. And then the other side is all the fucking Israel advocacy fucking retards, Natasha Hausdorff and shit. These are the only two factions left. Like literally no one else wants to talk about the Middle East other than those people. Hey, fuck. So I don't even know. Do the masses yearn for an opinion like mine to get on that coming back? Like, probably not. I feel like everyone who would enjoy my takes on Israel-Palestine is not interested in that topic anymore. They've moved on. Kind of cringe. All of these zones bring you back. Yeah, and I never really went that far in TBC, like straight forward. I always pulled out roughly like when the first instances came out, and then I would come back at the end or near the end. So yeah, I've always kind of missed like the whole Tempest Keep and Serpent Shrine shit. So maybe I'll come back to that. Who knows? Test to see if still banned from chat. Uh-oh. We got a live one. We got a one. Still need to do unbans, don't I? Unban the gups. Let me see. Wall-to-wall 24/7 coverage on the Sun Piker. There is always that. I still need to do my response to his fucking ICE Israel police training bullshit. That's probably something I could do. But I'd rather make a more prepared segment out of that. Especially since he said what did he say? You would engage if you weren't paid. Oh my. What a guy. United States of Israel, true. Oh, I have to do an unban on Discord for one. Right. I'm gonna do an unban. We'll do my first one. We got an unban request, and I'm just gonna unban them. I'm gonna take their word for it and see what happens. God, there are so many banned wankers. Where is this person's name? Oh yeah, here. Wait, what was the ban reason? Revoke ban. Okay. I think this person was just banned for like some partisan reason. You are not paid. Did my check not clear? Is that the fallback? Well, I didn't say who was paying you, you know? You're a community funded creator. Are you not? Shining the fucking fluorescent light bulb in my face. All right.
89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot.
Mamdani.
Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Want some dish shovels? No.
Can I escape this guy?
If you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all.
Do you ever consider taking some time off to formulate a mission statement for what you want your content to achieve, or maybe you have already? Well, maybe the problem is that what I want my content to achieve right now is quite broad. It's like I just want to learn stuff and research it and keep people grounded on issues where people go fucking mental. That's generally the idea, but beyond that, I guess it's quite broad. Yeah, not sure if there's much to it beyond that, or maybe I should think more about that.
All voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Am I in combat? Oh.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all
Give it to everyone for free. Do it.
excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things you almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle.
What's your position on intervention in Iran for regime change? I think the moment's passed. I think the only time I would ever justify that is if the protesters really kick it off again and the strikes are directed towards helping the protesters. But damn, I don't think it's happening again. I don't think students on their own are enough. That they're going to need to bring in because student protests are they're the more common part in Iran. There would need to be more involvement from other parts of society for it to have any kind of hope of succeeding. But my guess is it's just too late.
In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents.
Wow.
Hard to believe, isn't it?
Huge. Terrible.
Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home.
So you wouldn't be in favor of his just security stuff like ballistic or the missile program? That's probably more justified. If they are trying to recoup their nuclear program, then that would be easily just because that's you could target that and set it back every fucking 6 months if you want to. Now that's much more easy to justify. Yeah, regime change is the one that's actually harder to get behind.
After she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland, a left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride.
He said them. He said them for a singular person. Well done.
Scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Rochelle, please stand up.
Oh, it's two people. Okay, well, I got him. Oops. Is that Erica Kirk? Or is that just another anonymous blonde woman? No, it is. It is. They love those detransitioners, boy. Oh, yeah.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to
Really, without telling the parents. That's the policy, is it? Good one.
rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about it? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy.
He's so obsessed with it. He's just spending half his speech like eyes rolling over to the Democrats, be like, are they not standing up? Fucking pathetic.
Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Hey, get up. Get up, you fucking mugs.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful first.
Yeah, that is true. If you look at Trump talking about trans people in 2016, he doesn't really care about that. He does not give a fuck. He doesn't care about bathrooms, pronouns. He doesn't give a shit. He does not care. He just flipped on it so quickly because it was politically expedient to him. That's all that is. Or because his social media feed convinced him that it was worth taking seriously more. Oh, I have to kill these guys. 4 level 70 riders with no blade flurry. Okay, no problem. Come on. I'll take them. Let me at them. Huh! 2 crits. Nice.
Lady, now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
Come, horse master.
Who would have believed
Can I even
that?
kill one of them? Holy fuck.
Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation,
AI.
advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support.
Oh, that was a group quest. Huh. Okay. Well done.
She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome 2 young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy.
Hey.
Great
We are Charlie Kirk. Whoa.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an
By
assassin.
a Democrat.
And martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Where's Candace? Where's Candace? She's done a fucking... She's loving it, man. Look at that. Look how much milk she is sapping out of that shit. Dude, didn't Candace... She's made a documentary, hasn't she? She's made a documentary about Erica. Candace really is... is not keen on this person. Charlie. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God. And
She's already released it. Oh, I just thought there was a trailer. I didn't know the full thing was out. Can someone send me that on Discord? Fuck, that sounds amazing. Please, God. I can just look at this. Hang on. I really want to see this. Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk. No, Erica Kirk. Doc. Trailer. So this is all reactions to the trailer? Where's the actual trailer? It's a series. Okay. Where's the fucking trailer? Dave Rubin gives honest reaction. Where? Why are the reactions the first thing that I see? Is it not on YouTube? Coming soon. Okay, Candace Owens. Coming soon. That's what the video is called? Okay.
President Trump says that Kirk has died after he was shot from a nearby building.
After being shot at Utah Valley University.
The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss goodbye.
Wait.
Will echo around the
Legendary Charlie Kirk is dead.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry.
I didn't even get to give him a kiss
Sorry, I
goodbye.
couldn't help myself. Sorry.
That young man, I forgive him.
Take your time.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of Turning Point USA.
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
It's weird to say excited.
Describes her husband's funeral as the event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have
Who the
50,000.
fuck is this guy? That's a guy who's onto something. Holy shit.
Event of the century. Merch, hats.
We have 50,000 plus hat orders.
Nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit in a recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
Zionists, the Prime Minister of Israel, all lied through their teeth about Charlie Kirk.
Her operation was in Constanta, the epicenter of Romania's trafficking scandal.
Weird conversations to have with a 15-year-old. I'm gonna touch your butt.
$8.6 million to their own shell company.
What is going on?
We have nothing to hide.
My aunt used to tell me never do something that you don't want on the front page of a newspaper.
His fucking face. Oh, yes. Why does this filter remind me of Am I going crazy here? Does this filter not really smell of Bride of Charlie? Why does it? Is it the same color scheme as like the? Is that? Am I crazy? I'm not. I'm the only one seeing that. Am I? It's a bit darker. Bride of Death. Fuck me. I want to watch that. That sounds like a fucking amazing documentary. Oh God.
Must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Watch party, yeah. 100%.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zuretska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina.
The one Ukrainian that MAGA cares about. The one and only. Let's go.
And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget there were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zuretska, tonight I promise you we will ensure.
Was this guy, the guy who killed her, was he a migrant or was he, I thought he was a local? I can't remember. Yeah. Fuck knows, man. Wait. Why am I doubt? Hang on. Who was the guy? DeCarlos Brown Jr. Born October 1990. Convicted of B&E, armed robbery, schizophrenia. His mother sought involuntary commitment. It was denied. "34 years old. Who is... Huh. Huh? Yeah, I don't think they said anything about his citizenship. They would have, though, wouldn't they? If he was an illegal, they absolutely would have said so. Check stream chat. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is causing all kinds of fucking hullabaloo. Again, there are multiple explanations for this, but yeah, they're saying that some people are alleging that Hamas are handing out money to 19,300 widows of martyrs from the war. Again, like, we don't know if these are necessarily all militant martyrs, but you know, fucking. One thing to look out for, and again, this is one of those things that's going to be disputed for fucking years, because right now, Hamas are still telling people not to leak details about fighters who died. And I think they're also being kept, some of them are being kept out of the health ministry accounts. But we know that because people in Hamas are releasing details anyway and putting out obituaries and stuff on Facebook and whatever else. So you can't contain all of it. Islamic Jihad have done the same recently with about 40 high-level guys like commanders and officers and generals. One of whom was working for Doctors Without Borders, a couple of whom were working in hospitals as doctors. But that kind of information is going to just be getting drip-fed for years and years and years before we have anything conclusive about it.
Your justice for your...
Is that likely? 17K out of 25 with how... Well, Hamas have recruited a lot. The idea that Israel's killed 20,000 Hamas fighters is not... That's the thing. It's like, it's not out there. It's not like a... It's not like a wild claim. Obviously, you're fucking... But the problem is like all these like fucking assholes who do these like humanitarian reports, like your History Speaks types and all that, like they will dangle onto the fact that they don't have conclusive evidence on a lot of these people for like years until they're finally proven, or until you get admission from Hamas, and then they'll just move on to the next thing that's happening. Like they do that every single time. The fact is that Hamas are very secretive, and they will stay secretive for as long as they possibly can before they have to eventually contend with their own citizen population as opposed to the international community. But by that point, no one cares. So now it's just like, we're just going to assume civilian completely until we are given beyond a reasonable doubt otherwise, which is a very stupid thing to do for military. Like, or at least you should acknowledge that. You should acknowledge that what you're doing is incredibly limited methodologically, but they never do. He was born and raised in North Carolina, not an immigrant. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Magnificent daughter.
So Trump just made that up. He had nothing to do with open borders, unless the open borders was like his family or his parents or his grandparents or his great-grandparents. I have no idea. Wait, click on a corpse. Okay.
Arena.
Oh.
How do you not stand?
How do you not stand?
I'm asking this Congress to pass tough...
Probably because you're literally just deciding arbitrarily this is the one Ukrainian you're ever going to give a fuck about, you fucking retard. Yeah, it's pretty gross, pretty opportunistic. Pretty minging.
Legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
Oh, unless he meant open borders. Yeah, unless he meant open borders in the sense that the Ukrainian was a product of open borders. Because her presence in America kind of was. America could have just left her in Ukraine. Fucking subhuman fat piece of shit.
Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evalie. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
I have to go back into the Death Forge. Okay. Thank you, Donald.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Oh, wait, they're in the wrong fucking place. Shit.
We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there.
Uh-oh.
And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
Literally a fucking stalemate with no foreseeable way out. It's just another armistice line. The armistice line has just been moved. That's literally all that's happened in terms of the broader history of Israel-Palestine. Like, in terms of the broader history, the armistice line has just moved from the typical Gaza Strip border to halfway inside the Gaza Strip border. That's it. Done. Like, huge progress. Huge progress for what, 70,000 dead? Based? Crazy. It's only 70,000 there. And really, they're all Biden's deaths. Why would Trump give a fuck? Huh.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you, Marco. Wow.
People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever.
Yeah, I'm here.
Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
More claps. Keep clapping. Oh, hello, Duncan Danger. How's it going? An old community veteran. Goddamn.
Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible.
I didn't think it was possible.
Both living and
Ain't
dead.
no
And
chance.
those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president. It would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protesters. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of
32,000. Again, someone said this is probably because of like what this it might indicate U.S. intel or some shit, but it could just as well be Trump saw it on Twitter. It's hard to say.
With the threat of serious
But he is saying 32,000 killed in the protests. Whatever.
Violence, but this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, They were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Fuck.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress who are investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2.
They're also spending some of that money to deploy forces in Greenland just in case of a U.S. invasion. That was part of the plan, wasn't it? Just to give us a little kick up the ass. Sure. Thank you, Donald.
And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things. A lot of money we have. We have much more money.
A lot of money.
Have to rebuild that program a little bit.
I love having a lot of money.
But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For one more dollar, we can have $1,776.
So many dollars.
I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar. I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military.
What the fuck is this boomer story? What the? Okay, I'm very lost.
That was 4 months ago. Our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Oh. It's a weapon of mass destruction now, not just a regular weapon. That's a step up.
And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nick.
Hey, Jane Socks.
1.5x Plaza.
Thanks for the very generous $20 for a 1.5x. That's very kind to the entire community, actually. Wow. Okay, I suppose I could if you're near the end. There you go.
Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. He grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come.
Over there.
Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
This is just human shielding. This is what he's doing now. Yes, we can find an ethnic who's happy with all of my foreign policy. Why didn't he find a Gazan? God, if he found a Gazan to wave in front of Rashida Tlaib, it would be fucking over, man. He would love that. They probably couldn't find a single one, though. Fuck's sake.
Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook, carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night.
I'm going to kill you. Get off my board. Get off my board.
Military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash.
Supposed to kill these things.
Deep in enemy territory.
Okay.
Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing. And people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy. Eric and Amy, come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back, too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you.
There's one guy clapping really hard. There's a way that people clap that can really carry the audio. It's not about hitting your hands hard. You know this if you've ever hung out with Spanish people. When Spanish people go to gigs, they do this thing where they clap along and they like to do these kind of like intricate syncopated rhythms with each other. But the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to like leave a little pocket like that. Like not flat, like your fingertips touching like the backs of your knuckles, and then you get like a little pop like that, and it should be quite reliable like every single time. Not that hard, but just well, yeah. Actually, can't do it right now. Maybe here. Yeah, it's like cupping that does it. Yeah, it sounds quite nice. It's quite pleasant. But it's not about hitting it hard. It's about leaving that little fucking air pocket. Opera goers clap exactly like that. I thought they did this to be less loud. But yeah, it's got a pop. You need that pop. Don't even get me started on Steve Reich's clapping song. Oh god, it's so cool. The syncopated clapping rhythm. That's when he does... Steve Reich is this guy who was kind of like an experimental musician from the 60s. A lot of what he does is like it sounds like... Some of it sounds like techno or like techno samples, but it's from the 60s. Like he does it just with tape. And the clapping song is this idea where you have a clapping rhythm and you move... You have two people clapping it, but then the second clapper is just moving the bar 1/8 note backwards each time, and it gives you a different rhythm. Like it like fills in gaps, and then it gives you like different accents. It's very cool. He does it with piano stuff as well. If you've ever listened to Radiohead, you'll probably hear quite a lot of influence there, both with like the chaos pads, but also like the way that they use samples, but also with the way that they do second guitar parts. Because fuck, I almost put the wrong thing here. There's a lot of this technique where you have like an arpeggiated chord progression, and then he'll either just play the same thing and just push it forward so that it creates like a sort of like interesting little swirl, but you can also do it in a way that you've just got like one part and then another part that's a bit different, but it fills in all the spaces. Although that latter one is slightly more broad. Can you clap in interspersed eighths? What do you mean by that? What? A lot of that 2017 album, Radiohead, is influenced by Steve Reich. Maybe find specific examples. Polyrhythms, no, not necessarily. He does do polyrhythm stuff, but no, this is more just like arpeggios. It's not polyrhythms. I'll show you an example. Maybe I don't think it would get copyright because it's quite old. I think a lot of what he did was quite public as well, that's how they clap at a Tool show. Yeah, Weird Fishes kind of. Well, Weird Fishes actually is a poly because that's no, it's not. No, Weird Fishes is just that's a really odd one. It's like 3 against 4 kind of. But it's also not really 3 against 4 because it's not actually a different time signature. It's just that he's playing the pattern in threes, but it eventually just comes round and they just skip a note until it goes back to the start of the sequence. But yeah, that's a bit different. Let me see. This is the clapping music that he does. This is very interesting, but what if we watched a rap fan react to Radiohead and go, this is really good to validate my music taste? Yeah, they have to be black and Zoomer and a woman. It sounds like polymeter. No, it's not polymeter. Because it is technically all just in fours. This is when it... This is just like kind of showing you like the idea. See that? Like it's just a simple clapping rhythm, but then the shift happens after, is it 4 repeats or? After 8, yeah. Now it's going to shift. You see what it is there though? It's just like the one of them's just been moved. and it sounds totally different. The piano phase is a really cool one. Like it starts with just like one little arpeggio. And then after 8 times, isn't that literally what a polyrhythm is? No, it's not. It's all 4/4. This is all the same time signature. Or it's not 4/4 in this, is it? It's what the fuck is that? Is it 4/4? No. 1, 2, 3. That's like 12/16ths. Okay, yeah. Six eight feels weird though, because it doesn't feel like 6/8 doesn't have like those accents. 6/8 doesn't feel like compound time, even though it is written like that. But then one of these is going to shift in a second. Hear that? But it's still the same time signature. All that's happened here is you see this. You got E, F sharp, B, C sharp, D, F sharp, E, C sharp, B, F sharp, D, C sharp. And then the second repeat, it's just the same thing, but it's moved. See here? So this is the two pianos together, and here it's moved. So now it's just like this note here has just been carried over to there. So it just ends with E. Yeah, there. It starts with F sharp. So it's just every note is just one laser. And then the harmony just becomes very interesting the more it shifts over. Like sometimes it gets really jarring and sometimes it kind of sounds kind of tight and you can hear multiple potential lines like within it because it depends on which register you're listening to. Like, but I swear, I think I discovered something in this that no one else has ever pointed out anywhere, but let me see. So if you can hear that, depending on which melody you're listening to, so what I'm hearing is like, I'm kind of hearing like this, like I'm hearing that. And then I was like, wait a minute, wait a fucking minute. If I'm hearing that, because the accents will also just be based on which notes are actually hitting around the same time, or which ones are taking the lead and which ones are like on the lower, because the higher ones would poke out harder. So I hear that. I don't know if you can hear that, like those little bits coming out. And then I was like, wait a minute, wait a fucking minute. And then I remembered seeing this band when I was in America, this like fucking weird ass indie stoner band. And they had their biggest song has this riff. And I just thought that's just almost the same. There's like one beat that's taken out, and I guess that's how it helps it go more into like a 4/4 thing. It just feels like there's one bit taken out, but it's like the same. It's the same. It sounds the same to me, but you have to listen for it. But I keep hearing that and then occasionally it's and then it just and you could never call that plagiarism because it's just literally not the same music at all. It's just a melody that happens to be poking out of this one particular sequence, and it comes in a slightly different order here and here as well. Yeah, but I looked it up on Reddit and all these other places, and I was like, no one seems to have pointed this out ever. So I emailed their fucking guitar player, their lead guy, or I might message them on Facebook. I can't remember, and he didn't answer. So fuck it. I think I got him. I think I caught him red-handed. But I think if we maybe launch a coordinated campaign, get in that inbox, we will get the answer. It's not even a bad thing. I just want to know, okay? I just want to fucking know. I want to know if he was thinking about that when he took it. Yeah. You know too much, yeah. If I ever listen, I'm not suicidal, okay? If something happens, okay, someone done it. Someone done it.
Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator. Navy fighter pilot Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Where are my fucking boars? They're all dead. Oh, shit. Ooh, an elite one. Wow. Huh.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I
don't even know why I'd be taking it. Okay, buddy.
But that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric.
You know full well he asked if he could give it to himself, or someone just had to tell him because they knew that was what he was looking for. Okay, use this whistle. Man, this quest is awkward as fuck, because if I help the boar's gonna come and turn on me, isn't he? Or do I have to hit the boar? Won't the boar just leave me alone if I don't touch him? I feel like by engaging in this fight, I'm angering the boar somehow. It's like, oh, thanks for the help, Lorna Box. Also, it's a fucking herb, Jesus. Ugh! Yeah, it didn't stop him with a Nobel Prize, for sure. Poor guy. Fuck me, man. Bird paw kill the boar. Yeah, true. Top impression.
Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture, and now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again, because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C.
Hutch is getting one guide by random Redditors. No, I think he's kind of milking it, right? I don't think DGG is actually at war with him or anything. He's just... I think what's even the fucking take that he's arguing? I think yesterday it was because he was basically saying to, follow the rules, be better than them, be better than the MAGA, be like Batman, don't break your rule or whatever the fucking stupid shit. And it's like, no, the problem is that America struggles to uphold its own rules, right? Like the Merrick Garland shit. Hello, Spider. Wait, am I muted? Hello, Spider. Spider.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, what up? Hello, you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked earlier, is this a bad time right now? Because you're watching the state address to the American people.
Bad time for what?
Interrupting your streaming.
Yeah, but with what?
It's about your stream.
No, but with what? What do you want to talk about? What's your story?
Oh, okay. What's your thoughts on Hassan jokingly calling Pisco a tanky?
It's kind of fucking retarded, like pathetic. I don't know. Pisco literally has no respect for Hassan's political takes. It's just Hassan trying to, do his little fucking Ottoman colonial divide and conquer dipshit. Whatever. He does seem to pay quite close attention to the drama, though, doesn't he? Us little bubs.
Hassan?
Yeah. He cares about us little bubs over here.
Little bubs?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start using that now. Thank you. Little bub. I think personally, with the whole Hutch and Pisco drama, I know this is drama slop. I know you're trying to lock in right now with the whole State Union address, okay?
Don't mind.
I think personally, I wouldn't really care. I think the whole Loner Box versus Pisco shit on the whole Pisco chat's kind of hinge. I think personally it doesn't really matter to me personally. It's more the Hutch and Pisco probably hits a little bit more for me because like they're co-hosts and they're on the same podcast. You know what I'm saying? It's like your co-worker, I think.
Okay.
You feel me? So that's my take.
Okay.
I think personally.
It's huge.
So I know, big brain. What you trying to do? What you trying to get to a level on WoW? Level 70 now?
I'm already 70, yeah. I'm just killing boars.
Wait, you started to beat the game?
You don't beat the game. You never beat the game. You have to do more. You can still do more quests. You can do more gold farming. You can kill bosses. You can get gear. You can do end game content. Right now, I'm just waddling on my little waddler.
Why the fuck would I play? WoW, bro. Why you chose WoW though? Out of like any other game, like you could have played like
It's an easy
Hearts
game
of
to.
Iron.
I play
like,
other games. This is just an easy game to play when I'm not when I'm streaming.
Okay, what other games do you play?
Chess.
Oh, shit.
And I finished Hollow Knight and Silk Song. Didn't take any time at all.
WoW. Fuck.
It's a good streaming game.
Oh, thoughts on you said you were like a week ago. Okay, you said you're going to unban the N-word. What happened with that?
We're making decisions on that momentarily. We've done some unbans. I did an unban today. Seems like it's gone smoothly. Maybe got to discuss another one soon. Another request. But I might need to get.
Wait. So wait. Let me get straight. I think whenever you unban the N-word, I gotta be the mediator. Okay, I'm probably gonna unban the word. It's gonna get unbanned. Okay, it's gonna happen. Okay, I'm gonna be the one to cause the unban of the N-word. Okay, the word nigga. Okay, so.
Whoa, that word, that banned word. Shit.
Deal with it, bro. Deal with it.
I'll try.
Wait, why don't you? Did you ever play Minecraft?
No. Never tried it.
You never play Minecraft?
Doesn't make any sense to me. What do people do? What's the goal?
You know, like it's like WoW, right? Like you just like it's like a dog shit game. WoW, like it's like very low quality, low poly game. You just get like armor and fucking kill animals and shit. it's like that. But Minecraft is like more in depth. You know what I'm saying? It's like more complex in the sense that like it's like graphically better and more like mathematically better than the fucking bumfuck retard WoW that is. So.
Oh, that okay.
So.
It's called a sandbox game. I see.
What's your thoughts on the whole recent Iran shit?
It's the same as it was a few days ago. I don't know. Again, Trump would have my blessing if he just gave any fucking indication that he has a plan, and if it was a good plan. But neither of those things have happened. I can't tell if it's a good plan because there is no plan. Fucked.
Oh, you heard about the whole like Tourette's situation? The whole drama between that?
The Tourette's drama? No.
So it's not like online. It's like more like celebrity drama ish. So apparently, a British guy, right, with Tourette's got invited to a award show, I think, called BAFTA or the fuck, and then it was two black actors, right, talking about sinners, and so the guy with Tourette's in the back said the hard R.
Oh no!
Right? And then that shit spread like wildfire. So
I mean, it's just Tourette's. What are you gonna do? Oh, I remember, this is what it was, because I saw on Twitter, someone was saying, oh, what if they said Free Palestine by mistake because they got Tourette's? That would have been a big problem. Like, what?
No, the problem is...
Nah, fuck that, man.
Apparently, they had 2 hours to edit out the hard R, right? But they...
Oh, they didn't edit it out, okay.
They edited out the whole, like, some guy was doing like there's a genocide in Gaza speech, so it looked kind of way worse than that. So, oof, that's pretty bad.
See, I thought people would have been mad at the... I thought people were mad at the fucking Tourette's sufferer. There's no way. They just bleeped the R. Wait, they actually bleeped, but they just bleeped the R? Are you serious? Is that true, Spider? I haven't seen the footage.
I haven't seen the footage either. So
that literally happened. They removed the Free Palestine shout. What, did the Tourette's sufferer say Free Palestine?
No, he said hard
just some, no, but some random person said Free Palestine. I don't know.
Shit.
Yeah, that seems like a BBC fuck up. If that's what they did, that's really stupid.
And I feel like the UK is kind of racist. You know, you're racist as well.
Yeah, of course we are. How do you think we became such an effective world power, dude? With no racism? Come on.
Okay, buddy. Didn't Scotland literally were like open arms to like the English monarchy and like, yo, bro, like absolve us under your monarchy, please. Like y'all didn't fight for shit.
Well, it was more like we tried to set up our own empire. We got to Panama. We fucked up. We ran out of money. So in order to get bailed out, we joined the United Kingdom. Yeah. In 1700 something.
So like in a sense, y'all are like the ideal scenario for Ben Gvir, right? For like Gaza to just open arms, absolve under Israeli government, right?
No.
I think so.
No.
Wait, I think this was the first conversation I had back in like what 2023. I think I asked you like, what's the difference? You said like I said like why isn't the RRA and Hamas not similar? You think why is that?
Different goals.
The Irish.
I don't think the IRA wanted to destroy the entire United Kingdom. If they did,
they just want to.
It's also there's differences in like methods and how much and who's supporting them, and yeah, there's a lot of differences there.
You think if like Hamas did like a, just did the whole RRA bullshit like car bombing and like is blowing up like this like mainly focus on like IDF soldiers itself, like no civilian personnel, like you know what I'm saying? You think Hamas would be more from like a international vibe base? You think Hamas would be a little bit more justified in
it
goal?
Depends on whether or not their goals can be reconciled with reality. And with the IRA, obviously they were able to come to the Good Friday Agreement and they came to a power sharing option with a soft border and all that shit, and it seemed to work pretty well. Hamas doesn't want to accept any. They don't want to accept Israel's existence. Even if they say they get 2 states, they say we want 2 states, but we're not going to give up taking the rest at some point later. The most Hamas will ever offer is a 10-year truce, like a hudna, and they'll call it a hudna. They have no issue with that.
What's a hudna?
Like a temporary peace, like a strategic peace in this context.
What would like in your thick skull? Okay, what would make Hamas like accept a peace deal with Israel?
Well, probably being abolished. Like there's literally down to their foundational core. I mean, they could still change their policy and actually draw up a new charter and actually make it replace the old one. But at that point, they wouldn't even really be Hamas anymore, or they would just be a different movement with a different ideology, but with the Hamas name. I mean, they could theoretically do it, but literally none of their candidates for leader or anyone is even trying to do this. If you're in Hamas, you've already kind of decided that that's a bad position. That's like a collaborator's position to have, a normalizer position, and that's like the worst thing you can be to those guys.
Oh shit. What's your thoughts on like the UAE? You hate it, love it?
It's pretty cringe. I mean, they're stable, so that's why not. But I don't know. Their choices have been pretty fucking mental lately. Like with Sudan, like backing the fucking RSF. That's crazy.
Oh yeah,
and also the separatists in Yemen. What?
The UAE did that.
They support them.
Qatar, no?
Yeah, they support them covertly. Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty bad.
And they buy gold from them.
From like a tier list standard, you have to put all the original, the OG Arabian countries. Okay. Like, what would you rank those countries like generally, like overall?
I don't tend to rank things in tier list. Lebanon's top, obviously. Obviously, Lebanon.
Jordan can
go. Jordan can go S tier.
You said Lebanon's S tier?
Lebanon's top number one.
No, fuck the bootleg Middle Eastern countries. Something like Arabia itself.
Oh, what? Like the Arabian Peninsula?
Yeah, the original Arabians, not the
like
Lebanese
Bahrain and Qatar and shit like that.
like Yemen,
I don't
Oman.
know.
Yep.
Oman and Bahrain seem cool. They don't seem to do that much. They seem like nothing ever happens. Is Emirates better than Saudi? Probably a little. I don't actually know anymore because Saudi have gone through a lot of changes. Maybe Saudi's actually worse than the Emirates. No, maybe Emirates is worse than Saudi now. Yemen is kind of fucked, although a lot of that's not their fault. They've always been fucked. Qatar's kind of shit.
Yeah, kind of cook. You have to rank the Middle Eastern countries, like where you rank them, like based off.
Oh, Kuwait.
Like,
I don't know if Kuwait have really done any fucking.
Wait, is Kuwait part of the Arabian Peninsula?
They're not.
Not really.
Like, in a way, like, because they're south of Iraq, but then they are at the coast. They're at the coastline. I don't actually know. Do they consider themselves? They'd probably consider themselves Gulf. I don't think they see themselves as Levant, even though they border the Levant. Actually, sure. You'd have to ask, what's his name? We have a Kuwaiti who comes into here sometimes. The guy with the cat.
Who's Kuwaiti?
The guy with the cat. What the fuck is his name? I can't remember. It's been a while.
The guy with the cat. You should ask him, like, yo, like, what's your thoughts on, like, Saddam, like, type shit? He's asking that. What would you rank, like, the Middle Eastern countries?
I'm pretty sure you actually have asked his thoughts about Saddam. You definitely
Did I?
have.
Oh, shit.
Because he was coming in pretty much every day during the fall of Assad, remember?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Z, that's his name.
Z.
Z with the cat. Yeah.
Might be a little bit pro Russian on those. But what would you rank the Middle Eastern countries? The Middle East. Okay, not the fucking bootleg Arabian countries.
You mean like the Levant? Are you saying the
Where the
Levant
fuck is
now, or
that?
like the
No,
Levant
the
or
Middle
Arabian
East,
Peninsula?
like Lebanon, Israel, or fucking Syria, Iraq. And yeah, there's much of Afghanistan and Iran. That's like a totally separate.
Lebanon's obviously top, obviously.
Okay, what about like what's like the worst Middle Eastern country?
The worst Middle Eastern country? Good question. Like right now?
Yeah, but the pick, right? Like rank.
Let me have a look. Let me just see if I haven't forgotten about any. Does Egypt count to you?
I mean, I'm not giving them the N-word pass, so no, I'll cut off Egypt because
they don't get the N-word. Does Turkey count?
Fuck though, they're from fucking bootleg Central Asia. And the only reason why they converted to Islam because they got cut by the caliphate.
Isn't that the case with anything outside of the Arabian Peninsula?
Like don't speak like, you know what I'm saying? Don't speak like Arabic though. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, not Iran. So you're talking about just the Levant. Okay, so Iraq, Jordan,
Yeah,
Palestine,
Levant, yeah.
Syria, Lebanon, and not Egypt, because that's not Levant.
Fuck no.
So the worst one,
Africa.
Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't actually know what the worst one is out of those ones. I feel like I would have said. I think Syria's in trouble. I mean, it's much better than it was since Assad, but they got problems, man. They need to sort some shit.
Ooh. Does Turkmenistan count as the Middle Eastern? Motherfucker, aren't they like above Iran, like Iran or some bullshit? I don't think they're like Middle Eastern. Like I think they're like fucking Mountain Asians or something. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Or some bullshit. I don't know. Do you have like any race that you hate?
No.
No races that you hate? Like no no stereotypes of like a certain group, no?
Only white women.
No, like no Asian people, no Arabs, nothing.
No.
No? Fuck. Okay. What's your thoughts on North Africans?
North Africans.
Yeah.
Fine. No beef.
No. No beef, nothing. Like no like critique.
What do you want me to say? What kind of critique do you think I would have of North Africans?
I don't know. Like they're not Arab enough.
Oh, okay. Like their accents, like their dialects.
Wait. Let me ask you, because you're Lebanese, like half, but like, what's like, it's like a stereotype of like Lebanese, like they kind of zesty a little bit. It's like
they're like flamboyant. Other Arabs say they're flamboyant, like kind of
like the dialect or like
the dialect, their behavior. I think a lot of it is maybe to do with the Christianity, but it's the way that they talk, the way that, yeah, they're just seen as as a little bit fruity.
What's my thoughts on Laos? Toby asked. They're good overall, but
it's the French thing. Yeah, it probably is the French thing. Yeah, they're always trying to cuck out to Europe and shit.
In this Donald Trump bullshit. So, yep. All right, I'm gonna dip. It's off now.
Okay. Bye. Good discourse. Unbannable discourse.
DC, the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious.
Who the fuck made this? I know who made this, but just from Discord. My poor little fucking mount waddling around. Shit.
Than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, look at great speech, Donald. Great speech. We love it. Love it. Is it done? After all that, he's done. He's all out of steam. What did they do to the audio there? That phasing is very strange. Huh. I love the part where he lied. It's a good positive attitude. I can't believe I forgot to say English people for people I'm bigoted against. The English are not doing well, man. They are not okay. Oh, okay. Well done. So, apparently, this happens all the time, doesn't it? Like, Democrats respond to the State of the Union, or the opposition responds to the State of the Union. At least this seems like it was succinct with our Mod Squad queen, Abigail Spanberger. Response, State of the Union. Did Dan send you the slop video about a certain purple slop streamer? What, that fucking loser who said he was going to steal my community? No. I did see it though, yeah. I just don't care. I don't understand those people. I also don't understand the whole like, oh, well, someone paid attention to him, therefore W. I'm like, okay, dude. Whatever makes you happy. Hey. I'm not knocking other people's hobbies over here. I just have zero respect for it. Where is the main upload of this? This one has a lot of dead air at the end, but I guess we can keep it there. Okay, let's go.
People in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything.
Okay, guys, let's go. Get libbed out, okay? Let's see. Hopefully, I have no idea how this goes. I'm guessing most people probably slammed it because there's really only so much you can do with your words to respond to that fucking madness, but who knows?
People in this room. The people who served here ultimately dreamed of what a new nation, unlike anything the world had ever seen, could be. The United States was founded on the idea that ordinary people could reject the unacceptable excesses of poor leadership, band together to demand better of their government, and create a nation that would be an example for the world. And this year, as we celebrate 250 years since America declared our independence from tyranny, I can think of no better place to speak to you as we reflect on the current state of our union. Tonight, as we watched our nation's lawmakers gather for a joint session of Congress, we did not hear the truth from our president. So let's speak plainly and honestly. And let me ask you, the American people watching at home, 3 questions. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
Oh, no, affordable. That fake word. That's a fake word. Eggs. $1 gas. Please.
Is the president working to keep Americans safe both at home and abroad? Is the president working for you? As I campaigned for governor last year, I traveled to every corner of Virginia, and I heard the same pressing concern everywhere. Costs are too high in housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same conversations are being had all across this country. Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the president and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the president celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
Affordable. That's that fake word again. We hate that word. Just say eggs. Just say eggs.
And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business, or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So
30 minutes for 2 super chats for the goal. Easy. That's very good advice. Very good advice.
I'll ask again. Is the president working to make life more affordable for you and your family?
Affordable.
We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent, working money laundering and narcotics cases. I worked side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our...
Hey, Lana, thanks for the £5. This is Waddler's Fiver. It certainly is. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Our president has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers, and they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our president told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies.
I forgot that she actually is the CIA. I couldn't remember which one, whether it was Cheryl or Spanberger or who's the other one? Fuck, Slotkin. No, she actually was CIA. She's actually the CIA Democrat. Hell yeah.
Global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the president spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran.
Oh my God, she should make the knee pads joke like Newsom did. Fuck. Newsom, Tulsi in shambles. Yep. Kalinda's about to destroy Hutch in the marketplace of ideas. What, are they going to actually have a talk? Are they debating? Fuck.
Here's the truth. Over the last year, through Doge, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our president has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the president working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the president did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and...
Why? It's just, can you imagine if a Democrat gave special treatment and special security guarantees to an Arab dictator in exchange for a plane? God, they would lose their shit. They would go so fucking mad. Oh, God. They would be so angry. Fucking hell.
Face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in
she's supporting the domestic terrorists. Based.
Sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school. so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-aged daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned...
Like, it's also the critiques. I don't know if this was a joke, but someone in chat said that that this is the kind of, these are the people who were doing enhanced interrogation techniques in the CIA. So first of all, Spanberger was a case officer, so I don't actually know if she would have been involved in that. But as far as I know, like, I'm just looking up at a few things here, and it seems like every single time ever this question of enhanced interrogation, which is basically torture, has been brought up, she has always opposed it. I don't think there's any evidence anywhere of her supporting it. So, I don't know, people are just, if they don't have a reason, they'll make it the fuck up. Shit. Wait, what's going on? Am I supposed to equip a helmet? Huh? Shit.
Votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory.
Uh-oh. Queen?
Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 along...
Apparently she spoke about this. She actually spoke about when she joined the CIA, and this was roughly when the same scandals came out. It's a 30-minute interview. It's transcribed. Let's see. Whoa. What do we have here? I have so many thoughts on this. Was she talking to Spider? What's your thoughts? You know, a president is focused on upholding the Constitution, defending the United States from all enemies, foreign, domestic. When seeing a video such as that, you know, should be able to say, why would you need to do a video like that? There's never going to be any illegal orders. We uphold the Constitution, right? The fact that he would see threat to his administration in reiterating what is instilled in every new military officer, what is ingrained in every onboarded intel officer, which is you have a responsibility to uphold the law. And I joined the CIA in the days very shortly after the enhanced interrogation scandals broke, right? Otherwise known as the torture scandal, and there were huge investigations. And I was not 2 weeks into my CIA career when they sat us all down. They talked about our responsibility as Americans and why we were moving past what was something that, you know, people in the room, other CIA employees were talking about as saying this was a mistake, and this is why it doesn't make us safer. And this is why we are telling all of you that we are reaffirming all of you that the CIA does not utilize, nor do we participate in, nor do we facilitate torture by any name. And I think the fact that the president would take such great affront to former military members or former intelligence officers, restating what is taught to every new officer, every new enlisted service member, like that you have a responsibility in that oath that you swore. The fact that he would take offense at repeating them, that is, I think, an indictment of how he views his responsibility more than anything else, unfortunately and tragically. So I don't know if there's any indication that she's, what's this? This is on her website, I guess. I stand with beta. Should the military be allowed to use enhanced interrogation techniques such as waterboarding to gain information from suspected terrorists? No, torture is inhumane, unethical, and violates the 8th Amendment. Voters find this question less important. Based. Okay. God. Americans, eh? They care about eggs, okay? What, torturing foreigners? Nah, mate. Eggs.
Alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and
I wonder how she did in her campaign. Like, was her campaign focused on all that much in, because everyone was talking about the Mamdani campaign, so obviously I don't know what the Virginia fucking gubernatorial race, that's what they call it in America, right? The goober race. Is there any analysis on that campaign or on that race about why she did so freakishly well? I think she took what was it Virginia that was it was like a +1 or +2 Republican that went to +15 Democrat or some shit. Have people come up with any kind of analysis on whether or not that was because she ran a good campaign or if the Republicans were just so hated? Like, it'd be interesting to see what was said about that, because I never followed the Virginia race. Too much Mamdani. Virginia doesn't make it to this side of the world. No one gives a fuck.
Is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more.
Her opponent was a nutter. Was her opponent an incumbent? Was he the one who won the previous election, or was he like switched in? Because I thought Republicans won Virginia, didn't they? Has a lot of federal employees. The leftists try to cope about her campaign, saying the donor class helped her win. I heard fucking Emma Vigeland saying it's because of all the millionaires who live in Virginia or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, like, in terms of content, I know people give a fuck about content, but it seems like her content is just like, it ticks both major boxes. One is the human concern for people, for everyday difficulties like affordability and the federal oversight into places like Minnesota and all that shit, democracy. But then on the other hand, she's also like clearly got a background in security and military and everything else, so they can't really accuse her of being a fucking softy, like, gay Democrat, because that's obviously like but I don't know how much that right-wing line of attack works anymore. Like, when right-wingers will just try to say that Democrats are just bleeding heart humanitarians and they don't actually give a fuck about anything to do with security, and they would just roll over and let the terrorists win. But people like Spanberger, like, you can't really say that about them because she has more experience in security than like 99% of Republicans. Virginia is one term. Interesting.
More of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.
It's a Commonwealth? They call it a Commonwealth? That's crazy. It's named Virginia because of Queen Elizabeth, right? Elizabeth I, because she was the Virgin Queen. So they said. I do love that twist they do in the Blackadder series where they make Queen Elizabeth I like a total fucking bratty, like fucking potty mouth shagger, talking about seducing people and shit. Didn't say abolish ICE. She loves fascism. Yeah. Wait, how do I get in here? Okay. Are you going to watch the summer less progressive response? What so this is the more progressive response. There was no Squad, Mamdani, AOC, was there not? Ooh. Her opponent said that abortion was genocide. Based? Oh, Summer Lee's. Oh, Summer Lee. Okay. So it's the more progressive. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. From the Progressive Caucus. Oh, no. I do need a bathroom break, though. Shit. Ah! It's worth understanding that Virginia is where the Pentagon is, and a huge number of military people live and vote there. Seems like all the better reason to put a Democrat in the fucking race then, eh? To put a CIA Democrat in the race. Is it so many? Are there so many employees that it would affect the vote swing? How many fucking military people live in Virginia? Millions. 10 minutes for the goal, one more. Listen, maybe I'll come back to it after the bathroom. It's like coming back when your food's brought to the table. Okay. Fuck. 1 minute.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorised to give me the number of terrorists you've killed and not the number of civilians?
Oh,
I don't understand.
Wait, is he just fucking... Whoa. Bro, he just disengaged. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden. Right, it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
You got this.
David, shut up. No. Someone with a fucking explosive, he's obviously like, but like if someone was.
I need my sundown. I need my Sundowner translator app. I can't understand what he's saying.
Jesus, this is clear enough, isn't it?
Because it's Arab?
Ask me yourself.
No,
you're racist. Whoa, Alfie, you're so fucking racist.
It broke my heart.
I had to get used to it. It's just the fucking microphone. I don't know. You have to tune your ears.
The combination with the shitty mic and the accent, I genuinely. So it is because he's Arab.
Oh my god.
No, it's not because he's Arab.
If he wasn't an Arab with the same accent, I would have the same problem.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, I'm like, listen, Abby, you need to stop digging, please.
Listen, I'm saying it. I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There will be a civil war. There'll be World War III. And a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. Blah, blah, blah. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. Okay, CIA bubs. What did I say I was gonna do? Summer Lee? Nah, fuck that, man. I'm done with State of the Union. It's all over. Right. Too much. Actually, fuck it, let's do this. I'm really... State of the Union response video. Working Families Party response. Wait, she's not even... Hang on. I don't know who this person is. She's a Democrat, right? Oh no, this isn't... Why did this come up? This isn't her. Where is she? Where the fuck is she? Can I just see the speech and not the fucking commentary? Dude! Oh, here.
Whew. What a start to the evening. But good evening one way or another. I am Summer Lee representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District, and I'm proud to stand here this evening with Move On, with organizers, with workers, and with everyday people who refuse to sit quietly while our country is pushed to the brink.
She's talking to you.
Right now, Donald Trump is preparing to deliver his made-up version of the State of the Union. He's going to tell a familiar story tonight, that the economy is booming, that our communities are safer, and that America is stronger than it's ever been, all because of him. But we know the truth. We're living the truth. We know the fear that our families are facing of being hunted down by ICE. We know our neighbors are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, that their health care has been gutted and their federal jobs have been eliminated by the thousands. We know our education systems and unions are being targeted because they threaten authoritarian power. And they want us fighting each other so we don't pay attention to what they're stealing from us. And I mean all of us, Democrats and Republicans and independents, young folks and old folks and black folks, whether you're in a red or a blue state, whether you're in rural towns or factory communities, because corruption doesn't check your voter registration before it robs you. While
Good
they're
line.
terrorizing immigrant communities right now, they're cutting health care. They're gutting worker protection. They're union busting. They're handing tax breaks to billionaires and sending the bill to the rest of us. That's the con. That's the scam. And working people are done falling for it.
Shit.
Tonight, I was supposed to be joined by my good friend and neighbor, Monica Ruiz. Monica is a mother, a community organizer, and a powerful advocate for immigrants' rights. She was ready to bring that fight from Pittsburgh to D.C. to remind folks who and what she has been fighting for relentlessly. But right now, Monica's family is in crisis as it's being targeted by ICE. Her son-in-law, Victor, was followed by agents unprompted after he dropped his brother off at work. They pulled him over without cause. There was no traffic violation, no expired tag, just a man who looked brown enough to be dragged to one of the worst detention centers in the country. Meanwhile, just the other day, Monica's daughter, Adriana, just gave birth to a baby girl who is yet to meet her father because he's been locked up by this lawless agency. Victor has been in the country for 18 years. 18 years of working to build a life for himself, his loved ones, and now his new family. That is the real state of our union, where families are being torn apart and traumatized, where corporations get more say in our democracy than the people we elect, where the government would rather protect powerful people and the Epstein files than the women and the girls who were sexually abused. We live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to meet the moment with bold policies that level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today, I announced that I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi.
Hey! Get that person fucked. Imagine her on trial. Your Honor, the Dow is up 50,000. She'll do like the fucking And Justice for All scene with Al Pacino. Just you can't handle the Dow at 50,000. That's a different film. I knew. Shut up, film wankers. Get me out of here.
Trump's DOJ continues to obstruct justice and refusing to comply with our subpoena to release the full, unredacted Epstein files. Bondi must be held accountable for that. And let's not forget, it was Trump who said it first, release the files. So we'll keep that call up no matter what. Because where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, we know what it means to be abandoned by politicians who make big promises and lie and deliver nothing. We know what it's like when the factories close, when the hospitals cut services, when the schools can't afford to teach, when the corporations are given permission to poison our water, our air, and our communities without consequences. And we know that no matter what language you speak, what zip code you live in, we all feel that pain, and we are all being squeezed by the same rigged system. So when Trump points the fingers at immigrants, our trans kids, our protesters, our journalists, understand what he's doing. He's trying to make sure we never point the finger where it belongs, at the billionaires and the corporations looting our economy, robbing our people, and buying our democracy right from under us. But here's the truth that they're afraid of. Working people are waking up. Across this country, folks are organizing, labor and their money. They're refusing to be silent in the face of authoritarianism. But we know fear is their weapon, but solidarity is our power. So tonight, while Trump paints his fantasy version of America, we're grounded in America, in reality, and we're building something better. In America where we have Medicare for all, every job that pays a living wage.
I have never heard someone misspeak so seamlessly. She stumbles over words like really often, but it's like it didn't happen. How do you gain that power? I feel like because of the way that I think. For whatever reason, my brain just cannot talk without thinking about 10 different ways of saying the thing I'm about to say, so it's going to result in misspeaking. But what if I just misspeak and just power the fuck through it like nothing happened? Just plow the shit. But what you need is like, an alternative word for every word you misspeak on. It sounds like what she's... That's called being trill. I don't know what that means. Pure willpower. Yeah. Like, you could even try the thing. Oh, you misspoke. And she's like, no, I didn't. Wait, did she? Fuck!
Where no one fears being ripped away from their family. That is the America we're fighting for. And later tonight, I'll be delivering the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union, laying out exactly what it will take to build an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just the working few. So I'm asking you to stay engaged.
She did it. She did it again. She keeps doing it. She's doing it at a very high rate. But I just can't. Now I'm getting distracted by the fact that she's so smooth on it. Okay, cool. I like this person. I'm very inspired.
Stay fired up and tune in tonight, because this is about building a movement that is big enough to defeat authoritarianism, to stand up to corporate power, and rooted in a simple belief that when working people come together across race, across geography, and across whatever lines they try to divide us by, we are unstoppable. So all power to
Sounds like open borders to me.
the people, and thank you all for being with us tonight.
So she said she was going to respond to State of the... Does that mean that that wasn't the response to State of the Union? That was just like a rally? Whatever. I liked it. Whatever the fuck it was. It was good. No abolish ICE. It's not difficult to just say the thing. Oh, wait, hang on. Guys, remember, let me know if you have unbanned requests, because if we have trials, we might just be doing them spontaneously.
Well, hell yeah, that's how we do it.
Is she not a Democrat anymore? No, she is. Rip goal. Did we lose the goal? Fuck. Oh no. 9 out of 10 as well. That's so embarrassing. So close yet so far. Edging. Goal edging. Where do I go? Do I have to take this little guy up the hill? Okay. New goal, make it. I'll do a new goal, okay. I feel like I've stopped. I was coughing a lot in the morning. I don't feel like I'm coughing as much anymore. Maybe we're good. Maybe we're good on the coughing. Maybe I can do normal shit tomorrow. Okay. Working Party is the second label you can have on top of Democrats in some states. What? So you can vote for both of them? You can vote for like a what, order of preference, or voting for Working Party means that you're also voting Democrat. I don't know how that works. Whatever. It's not third party though, right? Like that's not how that works. Okay. I know that much because she's still a Democrat. All right. Okay, Hutch is debating Kalinda. Okay. Hutch, Kalinda. No, wait, just Hutch. Just give me the Hutch stream. Is she not streaming it? She's just on. Why is she not taking this opportunity? What a fucking idiot.
All right, well, I mean, what I was going to say was like...
What were you going to say, loser?
If we're using...
Retard.
You know, I realize this is not what you're saying.
Team Kalinda.
Like, if we're using illiberal methods, like extra constitutional or extrajudicial methods to clamp down on a political movement we think represents a threat to the country or the liberal order, then it's just basically civil war that we're talking about. I mean, it's just like, they're never going to just accept that. Like the people, you know, the people in this country with just a fucking arsenal of guns. And
these people literally think that everything that's happening is unconstitutional anyway. They think everything Democrats do is unconstitutional anyway. What the fuck? I don't get this. No one knows how the American system works. How many people voted Trump thinking that tariffs were not taxes? How many taxation is theft people supported tariffs? What are we doing here? It doesn't matter if they don't know, right? Things that we perceive to be real are real in their consequences, okay?
Very strong political opinions are not going to just like accept that. They're going to take up arms and it's going to turn into war. And then, but if we're in a situation where we have enough consensus in the country to amend the Constitution, I mean, technically that's like part of a liberal framework to do something like that. But if we have that kind of consensus, then, you know, that maybe makes the risk of war a little bit like less, right? But you know, I'm just any kind of like creative solution to the problem of MAGA. Any kind.
You know, Churchill basically, and people don't talk about this. You know, Churchill basically just fucked all of his allies in Europe to defeat Hitler, right? Like the Allies joining up with Stalin, and then afterwards just kind of accepting this new sphere of influence that came after the war. Like from the perspective of Poland, especially, not to mention the Eastern European countries, yeah, like he did just kind of fuck them. He fucked liberalism in Eastern Europe to save it globally, or to save it in the West. I was thinking about that yesterday. Like, how many times did someone like Churchill, who's seen as like the big fucking liberal hero, how many times did this motherfucker violate like what would easily be like a liberal standard, right? Like even understandings of war and rules of war and international law at that time, even pre-Geneva Convention, you were typically not encouraged to bomb civilian centers. That was not a good thing, even back then. And Churchill did it anyway with Bomber Command in Dresden and Hamburg. It wasn't encouraged to bomb your own side, and Churchill did it anyway with the with the French Navy. Sometimes your enemy puts you in a position where you're just like, dude, the rules have been thrown out already. I'm just playing according to these new rules that I didn't choose to be a part of.
Kind of illiberal kind of method of barring like anybody who has run as a Republican in the last 5 years from ever running for office again. Like we're just talking about war at that point. And an American Civil War, I do believe, would be an existential.
That was Vichy France. Well, I know Churchill wanted to attack the Soviet Union, but he ultimately decided not to. Vichy France, it wasn't. Did he not bomb those ships? The soldiers were British allies. They were still British allies. It's just that they were going to lose and the Navy was going to get taken over by the Germans. That's what I thought. But the point is that these guys, they muddy the waters. It wasn't. That's what I thought. I thought it was pre. Don't say wishy. It's wishy, Vichy. Fuck off. I think I care about these French bastards. Dude.
Essential problem for the entire world. I think it would be so destabilizing for the entire world. And at that point, it's literally just like, I don't know, what's the point of even fighting? Just, you know, go out there and like masturbate and drink and just fucking just do whatever. And enjoy the time you have left, because it is all over at that point, I think. But I want to try to get some other people, but I'll give you the last word here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, he's taking Collins.
I guess what I'll just say is that I do. I think broadly I'm more on your side than I am on Destiny's side. I thought that it was insane when he said that we have to imprison every member of Trump's cabinet. We just have to find a way to do it. I don't like that. I want it to be done by illegal means. Okay, like between the two of them, I think that Matt Murdock is right, or by legal means rather. I don't think that it's a good idea to be like, well, let's just be exactly like.
Do you take Collins? I take Collins. You agree with Dustin on that? Yeah, I don't get, man. These people, man, there must be so many historical examples of this having to happen. It could also be, what if your liberal society's rules as they stand are not optimized for defending liberalism? What if that's the case? Like what if you have, I can even just give a concrete example. What if you don't have any system in place that ensures that someone who tries to overthrow an election result isn't able to run again? That's a huge fucking hole in your system. The fact that happened. The fact that Trump was able to do what he did up to January 6th, even without the riot, even with just the fake elector scheme. The fact that the American system doesn't have something in place that ensures 100 billion% that he can never run again, that's a problem, right? So what are you doing there if you go against the Constitution? Well, you're going against a Constitution that is not optimized to defend your values anyway, so fuck. Excuse me.
like MAGA because MAGA did it first or whatever.
Use the staff to stop the ritual.
I think I agree with you. I'm just saying that you could potentially use that term defensive or militant democracy as like kind of like the thing that you're advocating for, because that is a legal framework through which you could defend your democracy against things like the paradox of tolerance or like illiberal actors from coming in or whatever. I think that would be, you don't have to advocate for changing the First Amendment. I understand that that's hard. Really, I think that the biggest threat that we face is going to be misinformation. I think that is absolutely like that is a huge problem, and I don't know what the fuck you do about that without like severely curtailing speech.
It's
well, not
tricky.
severely, but curtailing it. Yeah.
It's tricky. Depending on the substance of what is being proposed, I'm not against the idea of defensive. Did you call it liberalism? Defensive liberalism? Or...
Hello, Kalinda.
Bro, is that what my audio sounds like? What the actual fuck?
It's about that, yeah? Why?
But it sounds awful. I'm like echoey. Do I still sound just as bad as I did on Touch's stream? I didn't think that I...
It's not that bad. Is your mic on cardioid setting still? It's still in the little fucking heart shape?
Hold on.
All I gotta say is that I
Wait.
agree with you, Kalinda. You should put all these people in jail without trial and just fire and squad away. Don't be democratic to people that don't want democracy. Like, don't. Well, what's the point? They're like, oh, we got off the hook. We're gonna do it again.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Listen, you
Oh
said
my
you
God.
disagree with Dustin on it, and I shared that point, and I shared that point of view in this voice chat before even Destiny said it on stream, and I do genuinely believe that these people cannot be treated the same way you have treated
Wait.
other Republicans.
But that's what Destiny believes. Destiny believes what you believe.
Yes, exactly. I said it before. I said it before Destiny has said it on stream. Or like I said it in this voice chat, not on Loner's
Oh,
stream, but
Kalinda,
like in the voice chat here.
just to remind you, Kalinda, your voice will sound a bit different because Hutch has this thing where he compresses the audio on his desktop. I don't know why he does that, but that's why whenever I go on, because my voice is low, and low frequencies hit the peak faster than higher ones for voices, then it just blows out every single time.
Nerd.
Okay. I think
Why do you even know that shit?
Just
because he's an audio
it's
engineer.
the curse of my high
He's-
testosterone, Sev. You know, it
For
elongates
someone-
the vocal cords, makes your voice lower. Grumble.
About your knowledge about the fucking audio. That has nothing to do with your voice, dog.
Yeah, but I had to learn it because of my fucking voice.
Okay. Just so we're clear. I am very disappointed that you have this amount of knowledge on audio and still choose to use those fucking headphones. Fuck you.
Oh.
Oh my God. Wait.
Mine
Lord, is
crumbled.
that-
I don't want.
I'm assuming that that's not actually why. That's not actually why you went into audio engineering. Loner. I'm assuming it's because you like music, right?
It was my job.
Right?
Yeah. I wanted to record music. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
he was just insecure about his voice sounding online, so he
True.
just went into a completely different field than he originally planned, just so he doesn't sound the same.
Okay. Wait. People are saying that my mic peaks when I talk real loud. I changed it to the heart shape one. I don't know how it got off of the heart shape one.
Oh, it was off of the cardioid setting. That would explain
Yes,
it.
it was.
I got
It
a
was- it was
fine
on the-
XLR mic. It should be.
Does it sound better now?
Yes. There's less echo. It must have been on the room setting or something.
Yeah,
But-
I think it was. I don't know.
Is
that
my
will
mic
also
loner?
yeah, yours is fine. That would
No,
also
I
be to
changed
do
my
with
mic from before. That's
Oh,
what
okay.
I'm saying.
Cool.
Damn, no change. This is an XLR mic. Fucking hell.
No. Your mic sounds better now.
Yeah, it does sound good, yeah.
Although I haven't gotten into.
Yeah, because it's an XLR mic into an amp, but it's like a budget mic and a budget amp. It's like one of the cheaper XLR mics.
Okay, someone said the peak has to do with the gain. Or are people saying, is it still doing it?
No, they're
'Cause
full
I
of
think
shit.
my
That's so
gain-
fucking stupid. The peak will be to do with the fact that that's it's a condenser mic, which means it's got a pretty broad range. So if you go very loud, it's gonna take in all of it. So that's to do with probably be a Discord setting. about auto adjusting your gain, or otherwise you'd have to have a compressor. But compressing your audio before it goes into Discord is different from doing it going into your own Streamlabs. You should really just think about your own OBS though, rather than Discord. Doesn't matter if you peep on it.
I don't. Yeah, you're right. I don't have. Well, I mean, it matters if I'm on other people's streams, but
It matters a little bit, but just don't fucking scream or do the thing that singers do, which is when you back off when you're about to shout.
Hey Loner, do you want to be able to watch Al Jazeera live, like the Arabic one?
I can do that already, can I? Can I get it on YouTube? Well,
On
sometimes
YouTube?
Sometimes it's on YouTube, or if it's on their website. But
No, I'm talking about the constant broadcast.
no,
'cause
I
they have
don't.
a constant 24.
My Arabic skills are
brainwashed?
my Arabic skills are not quite there yet. I need to start with the fucking K through
But that's
12
how you.
PA
But that's
textbooks.
how you like get used to it. What's it called? You also have like all the NBC channels and shit that I could give you.
Dude, I can. You have no idea. Well, I guess you do. Arabic is so different from English. Like, it's such a fucking pain in the.
Yeah, it's a completely different family tree of languages.
The reordering is just mental. Yeah, like reordering the words and shit like that. Fucking hell.
Why don't you just send him why don't you send him some cartoons that he can watch, Sev? Like starting with children's programming is apparently really good for language. Maybe
That's
maybe
what
you
I
should
heard.
watch some Farfour, you know? I don't know if Farfour is even still available.
No, I want to watch like the Arab dramas. They all sound really cool.
Yeah, I can get you that too. Anyway,
Yeah.
I gotta dip. I'll message me about it if you want.
Will do.
Bye, Sev.
See.
Okay.
What does this do? Sonic Boom. Wow.
I don't know what's going on with my mic. It feels like it's probably much louder than it ought to be, maybe. I don't know. The green is highlighted on Discord way more, I feel like, than it should be, but whatever. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I was gonna say, yeah, when I was talking to Hutch about the positive democracy thing, actually, wait, no, there was something else. Yesterday, I think you misheard what Rashad was talking about when you were saying that you didn't agree with what Hutch was saying or whatever. Rashad was saying that the government needs to go after Fox News.
No, I know. I
He
picked
wasn't
it. I picked it up
talking about
afterwards.
Trump
Yeah, I
or
picked up what he
Trump.
was saying. He wasn't just talking about Trump, or he was talking about Fox. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he wanted to criminalize Fox News for lying about the election, right? And the conclusion that I came to with that, before we just can skip over all that, the conclusion that I came to with that was that he seems to have the principle roughly in line, but that example is just horrible, right? Like, that's just not a good example of what should be done with regards to preserving American democracy. But I do
Okay.
believe in the principle. I do believe
Yeah.
in fucking things up a little bit to for the greater good. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I think that I kind of do too. I don't like the idea of breaking the law to do it, you know? I feel like that should be the line. I don't think, because when you start talking about being super creative and breaking the law, then it feels to me like you're just like, well, MAGA did it, so now it's time for us to do it, except we're doing it for a good reason, so it's okay, you know?
Do you support the civil rights movement?
Yeah, I do, but you're going to talk about something that is, that wouldn't really cross my barrier. When I'm talking about breaking the law, I'm talking about things like finding reasons to charge people. Like, I feel like the government, you know, that kind of thing. Martin Luther King wasn't the government. He was fighting back against tyrannical laws. And I think that that's maybe, I would put that in a different category. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Why?
Because that I think it gets scary when you have a government that's willing to bend or break like laws that are in place to check the government, especially since previously the previous government had done it to do bad stuff. And I don't necessarily like the principle of, well, you know what, we should do it because the other guys did it first, but we're doing it for good reasons, so it's okay. You know,
Principle's
what I
been
mean?
broken though.
At least
Like, we're already like literally, like, there's no, like, the Republicans have dragged everyone else into a fucking mud pit, and the Democrats it's against their principles to have a mud fight. Like, what else are you going to do?
Then how do you get back to things being normal?
Listen, I'm just fleshing out your opinion right now, okay? But you get rid of the unnormal people. What's wrong with that? No one's ever said that and it's gone bad.
Oh yeah, you get rid of the unnormal people. Wait, no one's ever said that and it's gone bad. Yes, it has. I believe the French Revolution would like work.
Where the French revolutionaries pretended was fucking Robespierre pretended to be normal. It was fucking Jacques Hébert being like, Danton, like, oh yeah, we're the normal ones. Is that what they said? What are we talking about?
I mean, wait, did they say that? I mean,
No,
during
they
the Reign
didn't.
of Terror, didn't they go super fucking overboard?
I
Weren't they doing it?
I don't think they guillotine people for being abnormal.
No. What I'm talking about, what I mean is that like the idea that you're going to get rid of I feel like this is why a lot of revolutions end up going really wrong, where you get into power and you're like, okay, we're going to get rid of all the bad people, and then you end up. Once you've done that, then you end up like using all the same methods that they did, except maybe sometimes worse. And like the power is never pried away from you because you don't actually put a system of checks and balances in place, you know? Like,
do you think America's guardrails are sufficient? Do you think,
right now?
Yeah. Do you think America's like got enough? Like the Constitution currently has enough to keep things like MAGA from destroying it? Does it have enough self-defense mechanisms already in place?
I think that there needs to be I think that there needs to be more rules put in place by the next administration in order to ensure that like this shit can't happen again. Like I really do think that I think that the Justice Department needs to be wholly separated from the executive branch, and it made clear that that's the case, and the only power that the president can have over the Justice Department is basically the appointment of the Attorney General, and he can just appoint someone maybe who politically, but he can't tell them what to do, and there needs to be some sort of strict line drawn there. It shouldn't just be, oh, this is a norm. Like I feel like in some cases some of that stuff ought to be codified, and there needs to be actual enforcement mechanisms for this. Like if a court rules on something and the president just wants to go, no, fuck you, then I think that the courts should have some sort of enforcement mechanism that they can use to go in and arrest the president if he doesn't fucking listen to them.
Okay.
Because right now the DOJ is that enforcement mechanism, and they ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah, that's okay, but America, like some of that's already supposed to be the case, right? The DOJ is supposed to be separate from the executive.
Yeah, it is, but I don't think it's not. I feel like the founding fathers came up with all this shit, and then like they didn't like really think about what would happen if somebody actually just
ignored
decided
all of
not
it?
to listen to any of these
Yep.
rules. Yeah.
Okay, so the mechanism is not in place right now. Is that kind of where you're coming from?
Yeah, I feel like it's not.
They need
Now,
new
Destiny will
mechanisms.
say no laws don't putting these laws in doesn't matter because the next time someone wants to do this, they'll just break the laws. But like that's obviously why you need to have some way to enforce these laws that's disconnected from the executive branch. And you also do need to hold all these people accountable. I absolutely agree with that. And I don't think it's going to be hard to do that. Like, you can prosecute Kash Patel for violating the Hatch Act. I think it's probably pretty well established by now that he fucking did that with that insane shit with all the political testing of all of his FBI agents and firing people who don't agree. Yeah. But, like, I don't think you should just find creative ways to prosecute every single member of Trump's cabinet. I think that's maybe kind of a bit crazy. Like there must be other like pressures you can apply. Like if Marco Rubio didn't break the law, should he be prosecuted and go to prison? Or should maybe there be something else that happens with him, or like some sort of societal pressure or shame or something because he basically abandoned all his principles so that he could kiss up to Trump? I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Okay. But you acknowledge right now that the whatever defense mechanisms America should have is not there right now. Separating the DOJ as well is like what? Like what's the opinion there that there should be a different body separate from the executive that handles like questions about criminality and legal stuff? It's like, well, the Supreme Court's already kind of doing that with in terms of interpreting the Constitution. The DOJ is separate.
Don't make laws.
Yeah, so if the DOJ was separate from, does the DOJ make laws? I thought Congress made laws.
No, I'm sorry. No, the DOJ or the Supreme Court doesn't enforce the law though. The DOJ is supposed to do that.
Okay, but if the DOJ is separate from the executive, what do you do if the executive still ignores the DOJ? Does the DOJ have to have a military? Do they have to have some goons? Do they have money? Like, what do they do?
Hell yeah. That's
Okay.
exactly what would happen.
And this is we're going into constitutional amendment territory that needs like 75% of the vote, or like or 66 seats and 66 senators and 75% of the states, or whatever the fuck, right?
Would we? I don't know if that would be necessary or not. If you were gonna, because like I
For a
think
constitutional
that,
amendment?
No. I don't know if this needs constitutional amendment.
Okay.
I think the DOJ is supposed to be. I know that it's like technically part of the executive branch, but I thought it was supposed to be part of the judicial branch. I just mean that like the courts need some sort of enforcement mechanism, and ideally you should put some sort of rule in place to separate the DOJ from the rest of the executive branch to ensure that that's not a thing. I feel like you should be able to do all this with laws rather than amending the Constitution. You know,
like changing
But
the
yeah.
structure, changing the form of government. In any case, no. Okay. So first of all, I don't think that you can do that without a constitutional amendment. But in any case, passing these laws to preserve America, what do you do when about half of the country won't let you because they don't believe in democracy?
Yeah, that's where I feel like if you reach that point, like maybe that would be the breaking point for me. I don't know that we're there yet or not.
We
'cause
are
I
there.
don't know if
Like
it's fair to say.
America is a America.
think?
Yeah, because look at the popular vote went to MAGA, right? The majority went to MAGA in the electoral college. America is a democracy without Democrats. Yes, it is fucking Weimar Republic territory now. Yes. More than half
Wait,
of the people in
hold
the
on,
House
though.
don't actually believe in democracy, do they? They believe that Trump still won the 2020 election. They don't give a fuck about any of the standards in the Congress. They only believe in democracy insofar as that they won.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think that they believe in democracy. I don't know if they believe all Trump's bullshit. I think they're just like the Republican Party is the conservatives of the Weimar Republic who sided with Hitler in order to defeat the evil socialists because they thought they were a bigger threat. That's what the Republican establishment is to me. Like people like Mitch McConnell and all those guys and Marco Rubio, the people who sold their souls. I think that analogy sort of works for me. If MAGA are the Nazis, but I think that for okay, so I guess I feel like right now I'm kind of reserving, or I understand what you're saying, but right now I'm waiting, and we'll see where my opinion changes because that if the midterms happen and the Democrats don't like win a bunch of seats or wrest back control of the House and the Senate enough that they're able to pass legislation, then I think that at that point you would be right. Because right now when people voted Trump back in, listen, voters are stupid, okay? They're retarded. And I don't think that they expected that any of this was gonna happen. They were just like, the price is too high. I vote for the other guy, so they make it better, because that people are dumb and that's all they can think about, and they don't have brain. Like Rashad was right yesterday. The Americans have like the brain of like a goldfish or whatever, and they just forget everything besides like I guess the last year of their lives or some shit, But yeah, do you understand what I mean though?
Yeah. The problem is that liberalism and democracy are like ongoing projects, and sometimes those ongoing projects will come into hurdles that no one really expected or people should have prepared for but just didn't, and we're seeing that happen right now with the United States. And the problem is that what do you do when your current system is not actually equipped to deal with the challenges that it should be equipped to deal with? Like America, like any democracy, should have something in place that says that if you try to go against the results of an election that you ran in through fraud or force or whatever else, then you should never be allowed to touch any office again. Like that's it. You've had your day in the sun. Like that's it. You're done. You can't play anymore. It's not worth it.
Well, they
America
did have that, but then they fucked it up.
It clearly doesn't have that because it didn't happen.
Stuff.
The question didn't even get fucking resolved, did it? It didn't even get resolved. We didn't even have the fucking hearing. We didn't even know if Trump was guilty of it or not, according to the law, at least.
Well, they never charged him with insurrection, but I mean, the issue was that the Supreme Court decided that they were just going to throw all that out and be like insane fucking cucks to Donald Trump.
It shouldn't even have to be insurrection, though. Why should you be allowed to run for office again if you try to defraud the government through a fake elector scheme? Why should that be allowed? If you try to break the ECA,
No, it shouldn't. Honestly, I think that is like that's fully Biden and Merrick Garland's fault. Like, I'm not one of those people who's going to sit here and say, or at least it's it's Biden's fault because he should have appointed an attorney general that was actually going to go in there and do shit, and he didn't. Someone who didn't need to instruct him, like, or that he didn't like. He should have appointed like a Letitia James character as attorney general who was going to be a fucking bulldog, and who on day one would have appointed Jack Smith and told him to get to work. And
No,
they should have
you're
like
wrong.
been charging
You're
Trump
wrong. It shouldn't.
immediately.
You're wrong. It shouldn't have to be a question. It shouldn't be that some attorney generals might deal with this in the 4-year window and some wouldn't. No, like they all should. Like that should be the main priority of any attorney general ever. If democracy matters, like it should be. It shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be coming 4 years later and being like, well, is this guy actually even fit to run for office based on his crimes? Like, he definitely wasn't. But the fact that it wasn't even answered legally, it shouldn't matter who he. But that's why, like, if you're in that position, let's say you've got Garland, and then the indictments have come from, is it Jack Smith or whatever? Then you should know that, like, what would you have? Fuck me. Would you have had a problem with Biden saying, publicly or privately, to Merrick Garland, this is fucking bullshit. You need to find it. You need to solve this question so we know whether or not Trump is even allowed to run for office again.
If he was saying it like that, then no, I don't think that I would, because that's not the same as him being like, hey, hurry up, you need to prosecute my political opponents.
I mean, he's kind of saying that though, isn't he? That's exactly what he's saying. Because it's true that Trump should have been, his political opponent should have been prosecuted. It's just the truth.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I mean, you are right there. I mean, because that's the case with regards to I know that, yeah, I'm not gonna let like or fall for like the mega bullshit about how they just were like the lawfare and all that, because Trump did break the law and we know that. And that's way different than saying we should do it to you because you did it to us, because and it's okay because we're right. Like in this case, there is actually like a factual thing there. It's not just an ideological difference. Trump broke the law and he should go to prison for it. And he tried to steal an election. Like he tried to defraud the American people and shit. Yeah, I think that I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that. But I think that that's where, or I wouldn't have a problem with that, but that's where the line is though for me, right? So if the next president got in office and they said, and they instructed their attorney general, hey, you need to get on like we need accountability for all these people or whatever, I wouldn't care about that. But if he got in office and then the president turned around and said, I see that we've charged lots of people from Trump's cabinet, but Marco Rubio hasn't been charged with anything. Can you like deal with that? There must be something bad that he done. I need you to like find something bad that he did. Then I feel like it starts to get like I'm starting to side eye, and I find that very sus, because then that starts to look like what Trump was doing, where Trump basically instructed Pam Bondi to find whatever the fuck she could to charge people who hadn't actually done anything wrong.
Yeah, like I don't know if I care about that, but like it's like when I look back on it, the way that I see this is like, let's say that you are like a regular old sword and shield fucking soldier, and you love fighting with a sword and shield, and that's your principle is, for example, that you're a sword and shield fighter, and you go into a battle with some other fucking sword and shield fighter, but they are playing dirty, okay? And then when you were sleeping, they stole your sword and shield, so you're fucked. And you're in the battlefield, but they didn't take away the gun in your back pocket, like, or you find there's a gun in your back pocket. But it's against your principle to shoot anyone. Ever. You're just not. But then there's a problem there, because if you don't use the gun, then you're not going to be a sword fighter. You're going to be dead. You're going to get hacked to pieces by the other sword fighter who stole your fucking sword. So you kind of there's this idea that people think that you should be like a rule consequentialist and you should always stick to your principles and all that. But it's like, well, if your principles and if your current framework is going to get you killed, then, and in a circumstance where you could easily survive, then why don't you just like, then to me, it doesn't make sense to try to hold to these principles. Like, people always criticize the Weimar Republic for Article 48 and it was misused and it was overused and everything. What if it wasn't used enough? What if after seeing those like monarchist fuck judges give Hitler the most lenient fucking sentence for the beer hall putsch just said, no, that's actually quite stupid. I'm going to invoke Article 48 to protect this democracy, this fragile state that we're in, to get this guy fucking executed, because he should be executed. By the actual standards of the Republic, he should be executed. The problem is that the system as it stands right now just doesn't have the willpower or the means to do so, right?
Yeah.
So you are breaking a rule there, kind of your democracy or the system that you've agreed to. The problem is that the system you've agreed to is not self-preserving. It's flawed. And you can either try to address that flaw the proper way when half the people participating in your system don't even care about the flaw and they like the flaw and they're abusing the flaw against you, or you have to remember that it's an ongoing process. And how many times in history have liberals or democracies gone a little bit left of center to try and preserve themselves? Like, fucking Churchill blew up a bunch of French sailors because they wouldn't hand their boats over to the British because they were afraid of it getting captured by the Germans. He killed like 1,000 of his own allies, right? That's obviously against any liberal, even of the time, that's against your principles. Even before the Geneva Convention, that would have been against principle. And Churchill and his fucking radio talking about it afterwards, but that was a very painful decision to make. It was with great weight and with great regret that with a heavy heart. But you kind of had to do what you had to do in very fucking specific circumstances. And I think that should be treated the same way. So like this idea that there's some kind of like taboo around the executive breaking the norms to push to prosecute people who are literally not even trying to be part of the system, you know?
Yeah. Although I feel like that's maybe a little bit different than, I mean, would you put Marco Rubio into the same category? Like my example was very specific, right? It was just about like, don't prosecute people who never broke laws, but you should throw the book at people who did, especially if their law breaking was so egregious as like an insurrection, or like in the case of Hitler with the beer hall putsch, you know? Because at that point it's like fucking insane shit. But I don't know if Marco Rubio's, if he himself should, you know, or like, or shit like, basically like prosecuting any Republican politician who supported Donald Trump or voted for him. I mean, like, how far do you want to go is like, I guess my question then.
Okay.
With that.
You know how all laws are kind of just like words that were written that can be interpreted in pretty much any way people want. If they like,
yes.
like, and not even just like, I know the law typically has this kind of practice that stops people from doing like retard Reddit interpretations, but there are some gun control Supreme Court cases and findings that I've never been able to understand. I remember asking Peace Corps, it was like a Lopez or something from the 90s that was basically like a guy taking a gun into a high school, and how the whatever precedent was set on that gun control state federal level dispute was solved through interstate commerce clauses or some shit. And I'm like, dude, anyone can say anything. Dude, if Marco Rubio, we know what he's done, right? According to the standards of anyone who cares about a democratic system, he has aided and abetted a fascist who is trying to destroy American democracy. So, dude, they'll find something, and I don't just find it. If you don't, then be like, what? Yeah.
Actually, wait. Maybe you could, because I think USAID was under his department, and maybe he could have done something to stop Trump from like dismantling it, because that was his shit. And the fact that he didn't do anything, like maybe you could have, like, I'm sure that, like, I'm not saying, I'm just assuming right now because nothing sticks out, but I'm sure that there was probably something in there that he's done. I bet every single department is probably like guilty of Hatch Act violations at this point, given all the firings that occurred. Or like, I bet that he probably failed to protect his people from fucking, from like Doge stuff or whatever, and all of that stuff was very blatantly unconstitutional. Like, you can't just go in and like tear apart agencies. So yeah, I guess if like failure to do anything or negligence or something like that, maybe. Although I don't know, I hope that I feel like there's probably something that you probably could. Well, I guess what I mean is that it would annoy me very much if like they turned around and they were like, fuck, we can't find anything that Marco Rubio did. Oh my God, in like 1980, he didn't pay a parking ticket. We could charge him with that. You know what I mean? Like something stupid like that.
I think you're kind of overthinking it. Like, okay, I don't know what other, like, if if it gets to the case where Tulsi's fucked, Trump's fucked, Vance is fucked, Stephen Miller's fucked, and then Rubio is the one off scot-free, who's going to give a fuck at that point, right? I feel like the job's done, more or less.
Oh yeah,
there were
no,
plenty of
I
Nazis. So just
agree.
put him. If Nazis can go into NATO, okay. I don't think it's going to be a big deal if Marco Rubio gets off scot-free. That's not really going to fuck with me that much. You know what? I love about. You ever seen the film The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
No, I haven't, but I really I know I need to. There's so many movies that I need to watch.
Are you a Tarantino fan?
I not really, or like I haven't really seen much of his stuff. I should watch Kill Bill though, because then I saw the ending and a long time ago, and I was like, oh damn, that's like really a cool twist that I was not expecting, because I thought it was just like a simple revenge story, but then it wasn't. So I should watch the entire thing from start to finish.
Inglourious Bastards?
But yeah. Oh yeah, I have seen that.
Okay. If you
Of course I've seen that.
if you like some of those Tarantino films, like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is very. It's very inspirational towards those Tarantino films. Like there are some scenes that are basically just copied. Like it's really close. But and Tarantino admits that. But what I love about it is that the good guy, because there's three characters, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good guy, who's played by Clint Eastwood, is not actually that good. He's not actually good at all. He fucks over his partner in crime and leaves him in the desert, ostensibly to fucking starve. He unloads someone's gun in the night before they have a shootout. Like he does it. He's quite he's quite underhanded. He's quite dirty. But I think it makes sense because he's in the Wild West. Like he's good in the context that he's placed in. He's good compared to the bad and the ugly. He's good compared to basically like anyone around him. And maybe it's just bad writing or whatever, because Clint Eastwood's pretty overrated. But like I like that because even the moral characters or even the good characters are still complicated and they're still underhanded, and like because sometimes they have to be in certain contexts. Sometimes they actually have no choice to be, because they are literally in an environment where if you do behave like an angel, like you'll just die. Oh yeah, he steals as well. Oh, you're talking about Tarantino. Never mind. Yeah, and the guys he's fighting are just like proper pieces of shit. So yeah, I think there's something in that maybe where good characters. My favorite good guys are like the ones who are like that, like the complicated ones. Like that's why people are much more like they're compelled by like the morality side of fucking Game of Thrones more than Lord of the Rings. Even though you can say Lord of the Rings is more aesthetically beautiful or whatever, but yeah, fuck.
Have you? I'm gonna shill. Have you seen the television show Black Sails?
No.
You should watch it. It's about pirates, and it's the exact story. It's my favorite TV show like ever. It's so good. I love morally gray, not black and white, stories about anti-heroes and stuff like that kind of thing. Although I know you're not really talking about anti-heroes, but yeah, I agree. I think that characters like that are really good.
Okay, I need to hop in. So hi, Kalinda. I love you, girl. The stuff about separating the presidency from the Department of Justice, you would need a constitutional amendment to do that. So
okay, I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
Got him.
that's a power delegated to the president as the executive officer of the country, like they execute the law. So
wait, hold on. I have a question. Where does the notion that the president can't instruct the attorney general come from? Is that also in the Constitution? Or is that just the norm?
It wasn't even done.
Okay.
So like Congress can't, like one branch of government can't, well, in this case, Congress wouldn't be able to legislate away like constitutionally delegated authorities. That would be a violation of separation, like the separation of powers shit. So you would legitimately need to have a constitutional amendment to change the scope of the presidency. And I don't like, that's just never going to happen. That's a fantasy, right?
Maybe one day, but not right now. Yeah.
The second thing is you can't expect, because we have an independent judiciary, it doesn't really matter if Merrick Garland made it across the finish line on time. I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be wrong. As far as I know, there is no like statutory limitation as to who can run for president. Like there is no law in the books that says like if you're convicted of a crime, felony or misdemeanor, serious or not,
It's just
that
impeachment, right? Like
just
impeach.
impeachment.
That's it.
And then like the 14th Amendment is supposed to be what stops them from running, right? Now, I believe that Congress could pass a law that says if you have like this conviction or if you've been convicted, you can no longer, have a seat in Congress or hold the office of the presidency. I believe that is something they could do. They just haven't done it. I also think that you could probably do that at each individual state level because states also like run their own elections. But as far as I know, that hasn't been tried.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I feel like that's something you'd have to be careful with. Like, you'd have to specify what types of crimes that you would have to be charged. Just because that, I don't know if it's a good idea to say like, oh man, you're a convicted felon because you committed a misdemeanor offense like 20 years ago. Now you can't run for you can't run for president.
Like you don't want to. Yeah, you would have to have some sort of like standard as to what is bad enough, because I also think that in Colorado when they tried before he was convicted, it failed on equal protection grounds. I could totally be misremembering.
Wait, is that when the Supreme Court said that they couldn't do it? I think.
Yeah, that they couldn't.
They couldn't take him off the ballot. I don't know. That's the other problem. All this insurrection shit, it feels like super vague. Like it was very obviously written just for the Civil War, and like they didn't think about other instances. Yeah, this is annoying. Okay, but thank you for clearing that up. Maybe one day. I feel like honestly, in order to even deal with like there are so many other bigger problems. Like what in the fuck? Actually, you know what, Loner? I'll get your input on this. What in the fuck do we do about the fact that in the United States, it's not even just that half the country is undemocratic. Actually, it's not half the country, to be fair. I think the Republican base, not necessarily people who voted for Trump, but the Republican base. I think that's like 28% of the country or something like that, like the hardcore Republican base.
I mean, it's half the people who voted. Put it that way. It's half the people who voted.
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah. Well.
No, don't make these fucking exceptions for these people who are like, oh yeah, I'm not a big fan of Trump, but I just care about eggs. No, they're fucked. They're done. They're dead.
Yeah, you can't just look at it as like what percentage of the population is Trump's base. You have to look at what percent of the Republican Party is Trump's base, because the Republican Party has institutional power, right?
Well,
so like once they get into those positions of institutional power, they are incredibly hard to get out. And as we're seeing more and more, they're kind of getting to do whatever they want. So it isn't so much what percent of the populace.
Yeah, but I think that the Republican Party, like, I think I looked this up one time. I'm pretty sure that that's like 30-something% of the general population of America, because independents are like 40%, and then the Democrats are
that
like,
doesn't matter, right? Because the only way that the way the MAGA people are getting into these positions of power are via the Republican Party. So it matters what percent of the GOP they make up, and they make up like 90% of the GOP.
I know that. And that's
the institutional position of power that a Republican has is filled with a MAGA ass, right? So, and once power is entrenched, it's a lot harder to get someone out of power than to put them into power. So once they are entrenched there, it doesn't matter if they're not representative of the larger majority, right? It just becomes like the tyranny of the minority.
Yeah, no, I know. Sorry. Maybe we're like trying to say different things, or maybe that's not. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just say like the fact that like the Republican Party, basically they don't live in the same reality as the rest of us. The majority of them don't. Like they don't believe in vaccines. They don't believe in science. I think 40% of them believe in that QAnon bullshit. And they think that the fucking election was stolen, and like, and their media is like, if we're lucky, they watch Fox News, and even then, that's only kind of lucky, because at Fox News, Donald Trump people like Stephen Miller can just go on the air and lie, and nobody fact checks them at all. Or they watch OAN and Newsmax, or they get their news from fucking Twitter. Like, I don't know, what the fuck do you do about the fact that like half the country doesn't live in reality?
That's the hard part, right? Because they do make up the the bulk of the Republican Party, they have access to do things like gerrymander or pass like pass statutes that make it harder for people to vote, or in certain cases,
well, they were doing that before.
and once they
but
do
now
that,
it's
yeah,
worse.
every time they do something like that, it gets harder to get them out. So I don't like the narrative that because they're less a percent of the population, they're not as much of a threat. I would say they're more,
Oh, no,
right?
I'm not saying that they're not a threat.
Thanks
I
for
just
being
was saying
cool.
that my understanding was that the actual base of the Republican Party was like 38%
Thank
or
you
something
for the
of
dono.
population. But regardless, that doesn't matter. Yeah, the actual question is what the hell do you do about the we live in different realities shit? And the fact that social media and the internet has basically just made this worse. I mean, what's the answer to that, Mr. Box, who is over here talking about occasionally having to sacrifice. Should we just put all these people in re-education camps? What the fuck are we supposed to do?
Well, they would have to be educated to be re-educated, and they're not educated to
Whoa!
Okay, put all these people in education camps.
Right? We call those schools.
Yes.
That's a good cop out.
I don't know what we do about them, right? But we do and that is the other thing. There is a difference between ignorance and willful ignorance. And I think to write all of these people off as just ignorant is dangerous, because they're not all just ignorant. They're not all just.
I know. I'm talking about the masses, the voters. I'm not talking about the influencers or the politicians.
Kalinda, so am I. I am also just talking about the voters, right? These people do not all get a free pass that, we were just ignorant, or we were just stupid, or we were lied to and we believed it. These are people with for the most part, functioning frontal lobes that have access to all of the same evidence and information that all of us have access to. I would say the majority of them, I don't have any data to back that up. I'm saying it anyway. The majority of them know that their beliefs are wrong, but they feel good. It makes them feel good to believe them. And so they choose to believe it anyway. They know that it isn't the undocumented worker that is the reason that they can't afford eggs, but it makes them feel better to think it's the undocumented worker, because they don't understand, they don't grasp the concept of how a system and how historical practices and how bad Supreme Court decisions and failing education can lead to things like not being able to afford your eggs. But they do get that they don't want that they want someone to blame. And so they choose to blame the immigrant, right?
The intentionalism over here. Do you also think that every German was a willful anti-Semite who went along with Hitler because it felt good to blame the
Germans were complicit? Yeah, I do think most of the Germans were complicit, right?
Well, yeah, they were complicit, but what does that mean, right? I'm not saying that they were.
They knew better and they didn't do anything about it, right? And in this case, it's not just these people. Yeah, it's not just that these people aren't doing anything about it. It's that they are actively supporting it. They are voting for it. They're going to its rallies. They are showing up and cheering it on, right? And they are doing it knowing that these pretenses are false, because these pretenses make them feel good. You would have to admit that everyone is basically legally incompetent to stand trial to write this all off as just fucking ignorance. Right? We don't give that excuse to any other group of people.
I'm not saying that when you're talking about criminality here or whatever. You're Jesus. Now you're really making me think about the stuff related to Russia and shit too. Because I had a Russian on my stream the other day who lives in Moscow, and afterwards, and sometimes during the conversation, the comments were full of people who were like, "Oh, don't think of this guy as an ally. There's no real opposition in Russia, and also he still lives there and he's paying taxes, which means that his support's going to the war effort, even if he doesn't like Putin." And all of this
if he was actively going to Putin rallies and voting for Putin and supporting Putin's policies, we would call him
he's
supporter, right? And that's what the MAGA people are doing.
Now, if you're a Russian liberal, you're just keeping your head down. That's all they're doing. That's all they can do.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. But I mean, some people would take that so far as like there was a person who posted in my comments the fact that he's still in Russia and that he hasn't tried to leave in a way makes him complicit because his tax dollars are still going to support the war.
Yeah, no,
effort,
that's
you
retarded.
know?
That's retarded. That would be that's a retarded take to have. But that's different than what we see the MAGA people in America doing. They're not just keeping their heads down, right? They're supporting this. They voted for it. He
Okay,
got more votes.
so
Every time he ran for president, he got more votes than the time before, even after January 6th, even after COVID.
By the way, okay, would it be fair to say that the people that we're talking about make up 39% of the people who answered this poll on Donald Trump's approval rating? Because that's his approval rating right now. Like the people who still agree with him. Do you think that that's a fair assessment, Maruzi? Okay.
Wait, do I repeat
That's
it?
about as many votes as the Nazis got in a fair and free election, right?
Yeah. I think it's
37.
I thought it was, it was 30. Yeah, I think 37 sounds more familiar.
They got 42 in the very unfair and unfree election, yeah.
Yes. Wait, I thought they got like 90 or 80 or something.
No, that's like in the plebiscites. No, I'm talking about the actual Reichstag election. I think they stopped having Reichstag. No, the most they ever got in any election at the Reichstag was 40 something. They never even, and that was after they were arresting and beating the shit out of people and jailing their opponents.
Yeah, okay. But so you mean in any actual fair and free election before they
got
started doing that
37%,
shit?
yeah.
Yeah, before Hitler was appointed chancellor.
That was the most they got,
okay.
yeah.
Oh. That was in 35, wasn't it?
No, there was no fair and free elections in 35. It was 32.
Oh no, I'm sorry, not 35. Jesus Christ. Yeah, 32. That was it. God damn. I was like, yeah. Year date fail. Okay, I mean, I understand what you mean, but yeah, like that doesn't really answer the question of what do we do about it unless you actually think that all these people need to get sent to camps.
When this is all over, right? I personally would like to see some sort of truth and reconciliation shit, right? But we can't do that without the truth. And the truth is that a lot of these people don't care about democracy. They don't care about fascism. They care about how they feel. And they don't even really care about why they feel the way they feel.
They care about their vibes.
Yeah, like they can't, like we can't have, you don't get reconciliation without the truth, right? And so that it is important that we hold those people's feet to the fire and say like, hey, I'm not buying that you were just stupid, right? You are also a fully grown adult. Like you have the same cognitive capacity as any other legal adult in the United States of America. Like you don't just get to say, oh, like ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Like you don't just get to say, oops, I didn't know that storming the Capitol was wrong. Like, oops, I didn't know that like rounding up immigrants without due process and tossing them in detention centers is wrong. You did know it was wrong. And you did it anyway, and you supported it anyway. And if they can't do that, like I don't want to see Rashad's point about what we did after the Civil War and the failure of reconciliation is very apt, right? Like we looked at the Confederates and we were like, forget about it, guys, just come back in, like have a seat at the table. Office. We're never going to talk about this again. All is forgiven, right? Like we didn't ever make them wrangle with the idea that you committed one of the worst atrocities humankind has ever seen, that you tried to tear apart the country in defense of that human atrocity, that you murdered tens of thousands of Americans in the name of defending that atrocity. Like we never made them do that. We never even, we let them rewrite it into the glorious cause and romanticize it and make it a beautiful thing. And then 150 years later, we're right back there, right? So like without the truth, no one is going to be held accountable.
Well, no, I think I agree with that. I guess like it just kind of comes back to like, do you think that in that scenario though was like the alternative part of the of like holding the Confederates accountable, was it like going around to like every random person who supported the Confederacy but didn't actually serve in the military and didn't actually commit any war crimes and didn't actually own any slaves? And like what do you think should have been done to those people? Or should it just have been that they just make sure that they get like the proper education rather than like actually punishing them?
like I don't think there's a universal standard that we could apply there, right? It would depend on what role they played and what they did, right? Is the normal foot soldier in the Civil War someone that like I would still want them to be like I would still want to hold their feet to the fire and say like, yeah, yeah, you did bad. That was a bad thing you did, and you should admit it was a bad thing and stop thinking of it as a romantic thing or a glorious thing. It was a bad thing. Like I think that is the at the minimum what we should have done for everyone, like regardless of level of participation, right? And then as the
Oh,
level of
yeah.
participation grew, so does like we didn't make them do that. We never made them confront in any way, shape, or form what they actually did, to the point where it was still being taught as a states' rights issue when I was in high school, right? Like the states' rights to own slaves, but the own slaves part was never addressed. Like, it was
No,
just-
I know. I understand and like all of that is fucked. Although I think part of the problem here, unfortunately, is that in that case, that was such an extreme scenario that it took a war. And in this case, you're talking about something where I don't think that that's ever gonna, this kind of shit probably isn't gonna happen because that unfortunately we are so polarized. You know, the United States is so polarized as a country, and you still have that half of those people don't live in the same reality and those people vote. And so like what the fuck are you going to do? Are you literally going to have a civil war, or is the Democratic Party going to literally do some crazy, probably illiberal shit in order to like fix all this?
I don't know what
Well,
we're gonna, but watching that conversation and hearing IRI and Hutch, like I do know one thing. It's never going back to the way it was pre-Trump. Like we are either going to continue to be Trumpian or we're going to figure out a better way to do this. But to think that we are going to default back to what it was prior to Trump is silly. Also, I don't want to default to that because we ended up here, right? So clearly something went wrong somewhere
I
along the way.
mean, I assume you were listening to what I was saying. Like, I do think things need to change. Like, I think that there needs to be some changes to the law and stuff in order to make that work or whatever. And now, or like whatever changes you can make without having to amend the Constitution, I guess. But I don't know if that's even possible based on what you were saying. But
I mean, and I don't know. The second part is it going to be a civil war? Like, I don't like this concept that, like, I feel like, especially in that conversation with Hutch and IRI, sunshine blinders don't help anyone, right? Like, we have to face the reality of where we're at. Like, it's time to wake up and smell the fascism. Like, thinking that everything is hunky-dory because Democrats are winning elections right now is disregarding the fact that power is entrenched and that MAGA people are entrenched, right? Like, great, Democrats are winning elections. I love that. But under our current system, that doesn't really matter because one, Republicans don't honor elections. And two, even when we do honor elections, the system is broken. I don't think it's crazy or hyperbolic to say that we are headed towards some sort of constitutional crisis that could end in violence. And I think denying that reality is just going to put us in a position where the bad guys get away with it. The bad guys win, right? Like, the other thing is, I hate this like concept of like, we have to have hope. We have to have hope. To an extent, you have to have hope. But optimists die and realists live. And I think the best way to fucking create voter apathy is through broken promises and false hope. So if you really want people to get out there and vote for your candidates and do the right thing, tell them the fucking truth. Be like, you know what? I also want universal health care, but the president can't do that unilaterally. And the way the system is set up, I don't know if we can do it. I will try my hardest. You should vote for me anyway, because maybe next generation it happens. But I'm not going to tell you that it's going to happen this time. You should vote anyway. It's the right thing to do. And maybe down the line it works, right? Like it doesn't always have to be positive and hopeful. You have to face up to where we are as a nation right now. And I'm not seeing like this is not just me being black pilled. Like this is honestly, I think, the best philosophy for life. Like you are happier and you're more willing to do things if you confront the situation as is, because that disappointment is crushing, right? That is how you create voter apathy, by saying like, we're going to go do all of these things and Democrats are going to win and Democrats are great and it's going to be better under Democrats. Probably not. But you know what? We should try anyway, because Maybe not this time, maybe not this term it will be better, but it might be better next term, or it might be marginally better this term, and even more marginally better next term. Like this rah-rah sis pumbaa shit, it ain't working. It's not gonna cut it. That's my
Okay.
sentiment.
I think that's I mean, yeah, I understand. I guess like there's a part of me that's still in denial about where this is all going or whatever, but just because that I don't honestly, the part that I'm the most scared about is like the complete loss of the international rules-based order and the fact that we're just, you know, like America's just going to kind of fade away and the multipolar world is coming and all this other crap. And I'm hoping that that doesn't happen, but it's kind of becoming very, it's real scary out there. I don't know if we're going to go as far as that, but Loner, you got any thoughts?
Yeah.
Re-education camps.
It's nice to actually see an internal liberal debate that actually is an internal liberal debate and none of this fucking seeding ground to tanky retard shit. That's nice. But second thing, people ask the wrong question, I think, when they consider these kind of measures. There's probably a few things Maruzi said there that I wouldn't do, but the question people ask is the wrong one. When people talk about measures that are taken that are outside of the rules or outside of the standard way of doing things to protect American democracy or whatever, like they keep asking the question, what would this look like in the other side's hands? They shouldn't ask that question because everything that can be used is already in the other side's hands. So there's literally nothing Democrats can concoct that Republicans won't do worse with the same tools. Like, so that's not the issue. The question is that if this thing is done, will the system that I'm part of emerge as a stronger democracy or a weaker one? Like, does this thing actually protect the goal, or does it just kind of like does it just weaken it in order to purge like an immediate problem now? Like, that should probably be the question. Like, is it like chemotherapy, or is it just like stabbing someone 8,000 times to pull out like cancer, you know? Right.
I think that's, yeah, I think that's probably a better way of putting it. Like, yeah, I still don't know that I'm comfortable with like punishing every person who voted for Trump in some way or whatever, although it depends on what that would look like. Like, I believe, for example, that I think that in Allied occupied Germany, when they found Dachau and they went and they saw the bodies and stuff, didn't they like bring the people who lived in that town out to the camp and like basically say, look here, this is what's been happening. Yeah, like I think that kind of shit, or like forcing people to confront like the absolute like horrible things that have occurred as a result of their vote or whatever, isn't a bad idea. I feel like maybe for me that would be the extent of it, because the average ordinary German didn't get like punished for voting for Hitler, apart from, you know, like the war and the bombings and then like, but like they weren't all tried and thrown in prison or whatever. Instead, they were educated and they were shown like, this is what happened.
What are you going to show MAGA? You're going to show them the Renee Good shooting, and then they're going to be like, oh, well, but she was moving cars on a front vehicle, deadly weapon.
I mean, I don't even know what you could.
You could show them like some like there's probably out there like look at like the footage of a fucking emergency kitchen in Sudan trying to hold itself together as USAID funding is gone, and they're just going off of like with their fucking stockpiles. Yeah, like you can show them that kind of shit probably. That bit's probably around.
Yeah, you could. Although
Those
I don't know how many of them won't just be like.
Is it CCOT? Is that the thing, or the fucking El Salvador prisons?
Yeah, that's CCOT. Yeah, in El Salvador. That's really bad.
Hold up their own kid because he's probably got measles. Fuck me. That fucking New York Times video, the New York Times documentary about the short that was on those guys, the anti-vaxxers who were in hospital dying of COVID. That was so funny. The guy yeah, I think it's important, freedom. And he fucking dies the next day.
Listen, I get the kids are innocent. I get the kids are innocent in the measles shit, but I'm kind of rooting for the measles at this point.
Whoa.
Jesus, Maruzi.
Sorry, I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. It is spite. It is pure spite. But yeah, that's just how I feel. It's how I feel.
Can't we just root for these people to get like COVID the next time it comes around? Like the adults?
Well, I did, but COVID didn't get rid of them. Got to be worse than COVID. I don't know.
May the next flu be really bad, like in a video game. No, I mean, honestly though, like what you just said though, Loner, I almost feel like in Germany, it's different. It was different because that was right in front of their eyes. Like it's not like they could be like, oh my god, they faked it. It's not real. Like whereas like they were seeing that. It wasn't on video. Although some of them did see it on video and at the Nuremberg trials later.
Yeah, but how did how did the people in Nuremberg react to being shown that footage? They were bored, right? They were just kind of like, why the fuck are we having to watch this shit?
Wait, were they? I thought that people were shocked by that, or maybe
no. Some of the these were like the Nazi people, like the Nazi officers and like Goering and all that shit. Like the people on trial. Yeah, they were. Yeah, obviously the general audience was shocked. Yeah, but not the people on trial. They were generally just kind of apathetic.
Yeah, they didn't care because of course they were because because they were the ones who did it. Or if they didn't do it, they were so, obviously Goering wasn't going to give a fuck about that shit. And I'm sure that he had seen it already anyway. There's also no way that Albert Speer hadn't seen the kind of shit that was going on in those camps because he was the fucking Minister of Armaments and a lot of those camps were making armaments. So I do not believe him when he adamantly maintains that he didn't know anything about the Holocaust. There's no way that he did not know. But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the average person. If the average person was shocked, I feel like there's a difference between actually going to a place and seeing it with your own eyes and not on video, especially in today's day and age where the leading thing is just going to be, oh, well, that was just fake, or, it's all a lie. Or actually, probably even worse, unfortunately, a lot of MAGA people, if they saw the soup kitchens or whatever, they'd probably just be like, yeah, that's really sad, but at the same time, fuck those people. There's not our responsibility, which is incredibly, the callousness is kind of insane, and yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do at that point. Hopefully these people aren't so brainwashed that they can't be brought back, and they don't just think everything that comes from the government is just a lie. Because otherwise, I don't know what you do.
I don't know, but I gotta go. Thanks for talking to me, guys.
Bye.
Bye, Maruzzi.
Wait, did anyone ask Maruzzi why she doesn't have that conversation with Hutch?
No, but I can message her about it and I can ask her because maybe she should, or maybe you should. I don't know.
I need the content. Shit.
I feel like you could probably argue that better than she could. Yeah, when I went on there, I just was trying to tell him about defensive, or not that she could. Sorry, but I just mean that because people know you and it'll drive engagement or whatever because you're the streamer.
Yeah.
I mean, she could argue it pretty well too, probably. But yeah, I just mean that it'd probably be quicker for you to be able to talk to him rather than her because that he knows who you are.
Yeah, I probably would do it tomorrow when I stop coughing. That might be a good time for it.
Jesus, you're always sick. What the fuck is wrong with your immune system?
I don't know.
Is it
disease?
Is it because you're an Arab and it's freezing and you're not in your natural climate?
Nah, it's not that cliche racist. I'm probably gonna see with a doctor this week or next. Probably see this week or next.
Do you pay for that when you go into the doctor?
No.
Oh. Do you have how does that work in the UK? Do you guys have family doctors?
No. I mean, you can kind of you've got your local GP.
Okay. You're okay. Yeah, all right. So it's kind of like what we have. In Canada, we have family doctors that are it's like they're your doctor or whatever. Wait, what are you laughing at? What did I do?
I'm playing WoW with my real life friend and he's watching the stream and he doesn't really like the debates. That comment is setting him off in my DMs.
What? Oh, the racist comment that I made? The quote unquote. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Loner's IRL friends. Toby says it's because his diet consists only of cornflakes and hummus, or megalol, or megalol, or megalol.
Well,
yeah.
I need to probably find more examples though, because I know that there are plenty of Weimar ones. Like I never thought of that before though with the Article 48 thing. Is like maybe they just didn't use it enough. maybe it would have fallen earlier if they hadn't used it. Because that to me is so obvious. Like why the fuck is anyone letting that? Like why does anyone let Hitler do anything political ever after what he did in Munich? And I learned that from The Godfather. There's that line where he's like, they should have stopped Hitler in Munich. I'm like, yeah.
Oh
true.
yeah.
They should never let him get away with that.
True.
They was just asking for big trouble.
True. That's such a good movie. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I guess there's no answer to the question about what the fuck you do about these people. These people who all vote, unless you say that they can't vote, and I feel like at that point that's maybe getting kind of crazy.
I don't think I've ever been convinced by the idea that you have to take like action against the average voter. That to me just doesn't like it. Mostly because it seems kind of impossible, and also because I think people get bored. I think voters get bored of things like MAGA. Once it passes, like I think they would just get bored.
That's probably true. And then they just kind of go back on it. Hello, Spider. I guess the thing that I find interesting, or that
what about the likes of Asmongold?
Yes. Oh God, yeah. Especially for him, it's all just content. The real issue though is what's going to prevent this kind of shit from happening again with the social media and the like. At that point I think the question then becomes, is it time to finally start talking about maybe free speech needs to be regulated in some way, or maybe we actually do need to start talking about misinformation because it's gotten so insane, and part of the reason why all of this is happening is because of websites like Twitter have just gone insane, and there are people who get their news exclusively from Facebook, and none of those websites regulate any kind of misinfo. But then like if you do that, if the companies just do that, then all of these people are just going to go somewhere else to find their shit because they're going to feel like they're being like oppressed or whatever.
The problem with that is that any of these, let's just stick to the rules and stick by the values. Every single person who talks like that will be horrified by whatever the answer is to that question because it's a new thing. That level of disinformation that we deal with now is completely new, and that means, and it's also radically damaging in a way that we're not used to either. So whatever the solution is going to be a radical solution. It's going to make people very fucking uncomfortable, and I just don't think the world is ready for that. Like you'll have to. Like, how else could you address that? You can't address it by just sticking to your guns and being correct, because again, like lies are just like they're just more effective. They spread faster. They're easier to pump fucking resources into it and all that shit. Like they have a natural advantage almost. So yeah, but whatever they have to do there, it would involve curtailing like some level of freedom that I think people are just never going to accept. So don't know.
Yeah. That's the thing that I think is sort of worrying about.
It would be quite funny seeing like as an example. I would never condone this. Okay, it's just a thought. But like Asmongold having to sit in a re-education camp and live streaming it, being shown all the bad shit and be like, wow, that's the first time I'm hearing about that.
I think Asmongold. Can change. Okay, I think he can change. Okay, I think there's a possibility. Okay, I think he can see the light. Okay, I feel like he can change.
That's so insane, chat. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah,
that's what I sported. That's what those prisons look like. Oh my god.
That would actually be really funny. I feel like they and for the sake of public education, they would let him live stream it from inside the re-education camp. But yeah,
apparently Soaphill got nuked from Twitter, so oof, that's pretty bad.
Wait, he did? Why? What the fuck did he do?
I don't know. It says Twitter. It says account suspended. So.
Oh, okay. He probably didn't do anything. It was probably just because Elon is insane. Also, someone posted in stream chat about how I don't actually know that much about denazification, but this makes sense. Germany didn't really denazify until the generation after World War II, because obviously a lot of the people who like were adults during that time, like they probably never fully moved away from that. Although even like when you have people who grew up as kids or like as kids and they were like in the fucking Hitler Youth and shit, I mean, there's a level of indoctrination that goes on there that I don't know how easy it is to throw that off either. And obviously a lot of those people, you know, like I think some number of those people are still alive today, even though they're old as fuck now. But yeah, it's although I guess it depends on how good we think that the Nazis were at indoctrinating people. But yeah. There was something, but yeah, Loner, if you were interested in that, it's in the stream chat. The guy posted something and he linked to the Ask Historians subreddit. That would be an interesting thing for me to learn more about.
What percentage of the
later.
Germans actually support Hitler? Oh, my understanding of that is that his popular support tapered off quite quickly after they took power, didn't it? Or even before. I thought generally like the kind of complicity that the Nazis achieved was generally more of like a, well, at least it's a bit more calm than the chaos of the Weimar days, right? Like at least there's some perks here and there if we have enough kids and shit like that. Like, yeah, I think they just kind of buy a kind of complacency or like a fear of the past.
I think that's right. It wasn't like obviously there was a segment of the population that were enthusiastically supportive of the Nazis or whatever, but a lot of other people, there was a kind of apathy. I think apathy is probably a good word to describe it. You know, like where people were just like they kind of just went about their lives or whatever. And then obviously the war started and things did sort of start to get worse and whatnot. But it seems like apathy was mainly what people were feeling, at least from what I remember reading. There are a whole bunch of interesting historiographical debates about this because this ties into the intentionalism versus functionalism and the. Are you reading William Schreier, by the way?
No.
Oh,
he's literally
okay.
just mentioned a lot in this fucking documentary series that I was watching.
Oh, which documentary series?
It's the Netflix Nuremberg one. It's a bit cringe, but it's got some okay bits.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen that yet.
Well, it's about World War II?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Yeah. There was a National Geographic Nuremberg documentary that I think was about an hour long, and it went over. They recorded the whole trial on audio and some of it on video, and they digitized. I think a few years ago the recordings of all that audio, and National Geographic made a documentary about like that and went through the whole trial and stuff, and they played like bits that had never been played before or that nobody had heard after they'd been digitized because this stuff wasn't like available to the public, although all the transcripts were available. But yeah, that was really interesting to watch. That's on YouTube. But okay, yeah, William Schreier's book, he does the Zunderweg thing. Do you know what the special path is, Loner? Are you familiar? Have you heard that argument? The historiographical argument?
No.
It's this idea that Germany was that the Nazi Germany was inevitable and that it was destined for Martin Luther to the Nazis or whatever. That there's something special about something inherently anti-Semitic about Daniel Goldhagen makes that argument too in Hitler's Willing Executioner. I think that's a very silly and black and white way of looking.
Yeah, of course it is.
And I think Richard Evans agrees with me because he frequently makes the argument that no, Hitler's rise to power was absolutely not inevitable.
Yeah, I think Evans correctly argues that like even up until like late 32, there were still opportunities to stop it completely. Like, yeah, had things gone a bit differently. Yeah.
Fucking KPD.
Oh, you should play Resident Evil 7,
KPD.
bro.
Is Resident Evil 7 about Nazis, Spider?
Awesome, like, bro, I hate millennials, bro. Everything I do is like World War II. Oh my god. But I do have some questions, Mr. Boner Box. Okay. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
All right,
It's time for your thoughts on.
this is from you know what? Kill this. Shut the fuck up. DTN. This is from a chatter named DTN. This is related to the whole China research. He said, first question is, what do you think about Deng Xiaoping decision to order troops to fire on the protesters in Tiananmen Square? Question mark.
I'm not that part of the book yet. That's the next chapter.
Okay.
I'm on that chapter right now. I just started it today, so.
Sounds pretty cringe.
Okay.
I'm probably going to say it was bad. I don't know. Like, generally.
Okay. You can answer too. I don't care. It could be for anyone. The second one is, do you think there was another way The situation could have been handled. Question mark. Anyone can answer this. I don't care. Or
What
even chat.
situation?
The Tiananmen
Square.
I mean, it sounds like they basically just made a choice where they were saying that economic development comes first, and yeah, and we're just basically going to fucking sacrifice democracy on that altar. Like, economic development comes first, capitalism and growth of the industrial sector and everything else comes first, and any kind of like political freedom is the trade-off. We're going to get rid of your political freedom and give you economic freedom instead. And yeah, I don't know, but I understand. I don't understand why people who call themselves Marxists would ever defend that, because it seems like even if you look at the arguments they had back then, they don't even talk about Marxism that much after Deng takes power, like, or after they're basically positioning that, like, I guess, like neo-authoritarianism in China. It just seems like they kind of gave up on that, on trying to make it about Marxism, and it was just about liberal markets with illiberal politics. So they probably could have tried to extend democracy to the masses, but fuck knows, maybe that would have caused chaos.
They just didn't want to give up their power. I think that's probably why they. So they.
Yeah, quite
they didn't do
self-serving.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third question is, what do you think about Vietnam decision to invade Cambodia during the Indochina conflict? Question mark.
Wait, hang on.
Wait, Vietnam's decision to invade Cambodia?
Yeah, it's because I think the Khmer Rouge were doing like a genocide against the Vietnamese, and then the Viet Cong invaded or was it the Viet Cong or NDA? They put up to Cambodia and over to the Cambodian the Khmer Rouge.
It was North Vietnam, I think. Honestly, yeah.
This was like
I'm gonna
what,
say
a
that
year?
was-
This is like what, a year after, 2 years after the war, or like a year later, right?
I don't
'Cause this is
know,
during- I
but
think-
I think so.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that was based because the Khmer Rouge were fucking psychotic, and that shit was insane. Even if like I don't know if they were doing it specifically because that they wanted to stop the genocide. I find it hard to believe that they were that like altruistic. I suspect that there was other stuff related. I think I used to know this, but I don't fucking remember. Loner, do you know anything about this?
Khmer Rouge? Not really.
Okay. Step up your game. Okay. Third question is from DTN. Why do you think the international community continued to support the Khmer Rouge diplomatically, including allow them to keep Cambodia's seat at the United Nations alongside U.S. support? Question mark.
I literally don't know fucking anything about that period of history.
Kalina can answer. Okay, you're cooked.
Okay.
Fourth question is, why do you think?
I said the UN is cooked, but I don't actually like. If there's another answer to that, I don't know what it is. It was probably something to do with maybe the Khmer Rouge had like a political the United States. I don't think the US supported them, but if they did support them, then it probably was due to some alliance shit, like enemy of my enemy is my friend crap. You know, that's usually how that goes.
I think Lornbot doesn't know what the fuck who are these two questions. But the next question is, what do you think about the policies implemented by Hao Gaofing? This is, I think you're not even in this. You're not even in like the Southeast Asia China chapter.
Well, that's a
anyway, so
Chinese
probably-
person, isn't it?
Hao Gaofing?
Isn't it? Or does it just sound like a Chinese name? I swear, isn't that one of the? Isn't that a CCP person? Hang on.
Let me check. Yeah, right. Okay, not racist. Okay, Lornbot's not racist. Okay.
Listen,
hang on.
question asker person. I think that you're getting way too far.
This is
ahead of
basically
where
the
Loner
guy
is.
who was the fucking CCP chairman after Mao, right? Very briefly before Deng, right? He just seems like a fucking like a guy who tried to carry on the Mao project and got fucked because he wasn't really fit for the job. He wasn't really strategic. He wasn't very intelligent, or at least not very like politically minded compared to Deng. Wasn't he called like weren't him and his allies basically called the whatever faction? That you had the people who supported Deng, and then you also had the whateverists because they were going to support whatever decisions would have been made by Mao. I don't know how I feel about the whateverists. Cringe.
Word. The next question is, what is your opinion on the decisions made by the Gang of Four?
The decisions made by the Gang of Four.
Yep.
What to? I don't know. It just all seems like I don't think they had any good intentions by the looks of it that I'm aware of. Probably cringe.
No, that's it. That's some.
I know that's about China. I'm assuming it's a bunch of Chinese politicians in the CPP. It sounds familiar, but I don't know anything about what they did or who they were.
The Gang of Four, it included Mao's wife, didn't it?
No, it said, was it? Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, they basically came to prominence in the Cultural Revolution. Mao's wife was kind of like one of the heads, and yeah, they were kind of like oversaw a lot of the fucking purges and the terror of the Cultural Revolution.
My wife.
That was when Mao's wife was on trial after Mao died, and she basically tried to exonerate herself by saying it was all just Mao telling her what to do. She said that I was Mao's dog, and whenever Mao tells me to bite, I bite.
Wow.
This is some
Pretty
bait. This
cringe.
is a peak interviewer. Okay, this is peak Q&A. This is one of the chatters. Can you do a rundown of how you do your research for chats? I'm guessing he's referencing the Obsidian notes.
Depends on what issue. If it's a book, I'll just take notes on the book and take the memorable bits down. If it's on a topic in general, I guess I'll just give myself some headings of like areas I want to look at, and then just start Googling, you know, maybe ask some people who already know things. And if it's like I want to know which historians are reliable for this and which ones aren't, then I've got people to ask for that. Otherwise, occasionally you can ask ChatGPT for recommendations. Sometimes they'll invent books, but otherwise they're okay. But usually it's like, make sure you've got some questions. Give yourself some questions to answer and practice, at least in your head, whether or not you could actually talk confidently about whatever thing you've learned. Because I've read quite a bit about the Gang of Four, but if I was actually going to talk about them properly, I would need to go back and check notes and like summarize it into a actually like teachable thing. Don't think that just because you've read something that you really know it. You can read like an entire book and then someone can ask you about any part of it and you'll just have no fucking idea. Like you actually have to sit there and properly process things and go over things in your head. And like the way I do it is like I usually imagine myself explaining it to someone, or even it's just like sometimes it's like an imaginary conversation if you want to pull out arguments and debate stuff.
I just want to throw out there, and you know what, Loner, maybe you can tell me I'm wrong for doing this, because I might be, maybe someone needs to, but I feel like in some ways ChatGPT has become my go-to because I use it as a glorified Google scraper. Like I basically ask it a question and then I tell it to link all the sources that it finds, and it's basically pretty much always linking websites because of the kind of questions that I ask it. So I've been using it to, like, I told it to find me polls and like about opinions of people in the Donbass and in Crimea, and then of Ukraine overall, so I could figure out how many people supported the joining the EU before Euromaidan and what people's opinions were about Euromaidan and shit like that. And later on, I had to ask it to only provide me links to polls and not links to news articles talking about polls. So I specifically wanted only stuff from like polling outlets in Ukraine or whatever, and maybe some outside, but like actual polling data and not like articles or whatever. So you kind of have to tweak it like that. But overall, it seems like it's really good for that. And it seems like it feels like it saves me considerable. Like I could just be like, hey, give me all the reports from the UN about X, Y, or Z, because for some reason, finding reports on the UN's website is annoying as fuck. And I think my Google food just sucks. Yeah. But I find it hard to, or like if I want articles from a specific time period without having to finagle with Google's researcher, as long as you read what ChatGPT finds, or you at least like look it over to make sure that it's not like lying to you about like what it's linking and what it says, then generally it seems like a pretty good way of doing things if you're just looking for internet resources. And you can also get it to find stuff in other languages. Like I got it to track down a Ben Gurion quote for me. And it looked on a Hebrew website because it can read other languages. I got to translate something that Maria Lvova-Belova, the children's rights quote unquote person in Russia who's responsible for all the kidnapped kids, like a speech that she gave, because I wanted to compare the rhetoric that she had in front of Western media versus how she talks about the kidnapped kids in front of like when she's speaking to Russians, you know. And ChatGPT translated that snippet of a speech for me, and yeah, stuff like that. It's generally pretty good, and yeah. Although I need to check it with actual Russian speakers, or I asked one of the Hebrew speakers to check the Ben Gurion thing, just because I don't know if I trust the AI is going to do amazing things. But yeah.
Should always do that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anyone who looks down their nose at like ChatGPT stuff is usually just people who haven't read anything, or they've got all their information from fucking Twitter. Like if they don't understand how a tool like can be used and shouldn't be used, then just write off the whole thing. They're probably retarded.
What about the wiki?
Same.
Yeah.
What do you mean same?
As in
the wiki.
The wiki is a tool. It's just not the be all end all,
Yeah.
but it's obviously a useful tool. Like you should use it if you get something out of it, if it helps you.
I found some really good shit on Wikipedia linked in the sources. Like,
Yeah.
Wikipedia pointed me to the Kremlin papers, which was like a leaked thing from the Kremlin of their plans to take Crimea and to like their influence operations in the Donbass and Crimea. Like somebody leaked this to a Russian paper that operates, I think, outside of Russia now, and they published it, and it was translated into English, and that's on my list of things to read now.
You've gone pretty
So,
far in,
yeah.
haven't you?
Yes, I have. I will publish my Google Doc after I have debated Lactoid. I'm still compiling. The only problem with ChatGPT is that like I don't want to just copy its responses. I need to actually. I've been going through and actually compiling or like pulling stuff out of the stuff that it found me, and I've been kind of ADHD about it and doing things out of order. Because anytime I have a question, I'm just like, ooh, I wonder what. So I have a bunch of information in my head, but I want to write it down so that I'm not just remembering everything. And in case he ever asks me to link something, my fear is that once I get into that discussion with him, he's just going to turn around and start being like, oh, well, I don't really trust this polling source, or this is fake, or like, my God, I hope that he doesn't sink so low as to be like, well, you know what, the Bucha massacre, that was actually fake and not real, and like it was staged.
I mean, have
'cause that's what Russian
you watched his debates?
Yeah, I have some of them. I don't know if he's talked about Bucha, but I need to watch the rest of the of his debate with Wick on Tim Pool, where unfortunately Wick kind of gets rolled over. But I've watched some and absorbed some of the stuff that's in there. Like he tried to say that the OSCE said that that they couldn't go in and monitor the referendums in Crimea and the Donbass because Kyiv told them not to. And the actual reason was they said, no, we're not going to go in there because these referendums are illegal under the Ukrainian constitution.
Yeah, it's like a principle
which
stance,
Lactoid
yeah.
clearly doesn't actually care about, except for in the case of the removal of Yanukovych.
Mhm.
Otherwise, he doesn't care about what the Ukrainian constitution says because it doesn't allow regions to just leave without a nationwide referendum. But, you know.
Oh yeah, there's that whole thing about where Yanukovych initially flew to, because I think he initially went to Kharkiv before going to Russia or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he was extracted by
Yeah.
the Russians, I believe.
That's funny.
After he flew away. I still need to look up the thing about whether or not his car was actually shot at and people tried to kill him. Although I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
There was a really good documentary to watch about this, Chat, if you have Netflix or you sail the high seas, is called Winter on Fire. It's about
Yeah.
Euromaidan. Have you watched that, Loner?
Actually, no. I've just heard it's good.
Yeah, it's pretty intense because like there were the footage they have is for reporters on the ground. From that I learned, and then I double checked it later, that there was a guy who was in charge of some of the militias. He was like a former army dude, and he was one of the people that was there on the ground in Euromaidan. And after the Maidan massacre on February 20th, when they were rallying and they were talking about what they wanted and stuff, they wouldn't accept this idea that Yanukovych would leave after they hold elections in December. And he got up on stage, took the microphone from one of the politicians, and he said, like, if Yanukovych doesn't like say that he's going to resign by tomorrow morning, then I will take all these men here and I will lead them in open revolt against the government.
Yeah.
And yeah. So, I mean, I can't remember that guy's name. I think he was probably a far right dude, but the way he sold himself was not that he was a far right dude.
Okay. Shit.
But so, yeah, Yanukovych was literally facing the threat of, fucking civil war in his country if he didn't like resign, and instead he just decided to run away. Probably because he knew he was going to jail if he stayed.
When is this debate that you're having with Lactoid?
Probably, I haven't scheduled it yet exactly, but I'm gonna aim for like maybe mid-March, I think.
Okay.
The reason why I've set it so far out is because like I am so paranoid. I feel like at this point I am over researching. Like now I know how Destiny feels when it's time for him to go up
What's
against
gonna
a
be like
big
the
conservative
main?
figure.
As
What
long
do
as
you
you
think
can
is like the
distill it
main
down, as long
topic?
as you don't like, it's only over researching if you haven't actually sat down and distilled things into like talking points. But you do have to do that.
Yeah.
You know how there are people.
Mm.
You know how there are people who will try to make an argument, but they can't, and then they'll just call you an idiot and say, "Well, just read this book. If you read this book, you'd understand." That doesn't necessarily. Some people think that that just means that they haven't read the book and they're just coping. It might not be the case. They might have actually read the book, because you can read a book and feel like you're processing it and getting all your ideas validated, or getting all this knowledge gained. But if you don't sit there and actually process it and make it and distill it into something that you can repeat back and that you can teach back and that you can break down into talking points or whatever else in different contexts, then you haven't really properly read it. But that's more likely what's happening when people say that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's more likely.
Um,
Maybe people just haven't read the book, but I like you
No,
can,
there
yeah,
are
yeah. But that's
definitely
it's definitely a
like
trap
that.
to, yeah, it's definitely like a trap to avoid. It's not even a trap really. It's just, yeah, it's something that you want to avoid.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, you're right. I mean, when I finished one of the UN reports and I've read like parts of the other ones. I don't know if I should read the entirety of them. I don't know if Lactoid has read any of these UN reports about the human rights situations or whatever. But I'm thinking that, like I did make notes about the one that was about, life under occupation in Kherson and those regions that later on got freed. And I kind of went through and I wrote down certain main points about it or whatever. So I feel like I could probably repeat some of the things that were, or no, I could. I could definitely repeat the kind of shit that they were doing there. Like a lot of that stuff's not very hard to, and in Crimea it was pretty much the same. I finished reading the Crimea report this morning, so
Good.
yeah. I think that should probably all be there. There's some other stuff that he's going to bring up that I know we will, like the Amnesty International report. By the way, you know what? Fuck it. I'm on Team Avi now. Amnesty International is a dog shit organization, and Human Rights Watch is not much better.
Yeah, they're really.
Yeah.
Is this about the human shielding, accusing Ukrainians of human shielding?
Yes, and they also did weird shit about like hating about grad rockets and saying that it's automatically a war crime if you use like imprecise weapons like in civilian areas. Like that was kind of like their statement, which seems rather silly to me, even though they admitted that that like the Russian separatists were operating out of that area as well, and they said that it was also their fault. But the fact that they focused on that, part of this is also too because that Epic like got really triggered anytime anybody talks about like how grad rockets are like the apps are like some sort of devil, it's like the dumb bomb discourse shit all over again where people don't actually understand what any of that means.
Yeah.
Also the emails, the leaked emails about how Amnesty, this was published in that, I can't remember the name of it. It was like some conservative thing, but I haven't heard
Free press,
anything
or?
against it. The idea of, yeah, the free press, yeah. Amnesty International, like fucking, they held back the release of their October 7th report. It was
Yeah.
ready like 2 years ago, and it was only released, I think, this December because they didn't, for optics purposes. Like the fact that kind of ideological capture is going on, like you just know that these orgs are all engaging in motivated reasoning.
Yeah, it's because they thought they would. They thought it would undermine the ceasefire or some shit, didn't they?
No, they thought that it was going to undermine the recognition of the Palestinian state or something at the UN.
Yeah,
but
you
they
shouldn't really
shouldn't
be
be
thinking about
caring
that.
about
Yeah.
any of that. Like that shouldn't matter. They should just release their report. It's not their job to like try to do weird political shit like that.
Wait, fuck this. Does this mean that I have to use the spirit healer? I don't think you can get back up there without flying.
Yes, you do.
Wait, how come you can't?
look at it.
Hold on. Wait a minute, just a
What?
second, Spider. I'm sorry, Loner. Jesus, I can't remember when. I thought maybe my brain is just completely, maybe I've just forgotten because it's been years since I played WoW, but I could have swore that that you could
Fuck.
fly in classic, and then and then like, do you not get to fly in Burning Crusade until you reach a certain level, or do you have to finish
you
everything?
can, so you can. The only flying you do in Classic is when you're doing travel, when you go from one zone to another. So those are those are fixed flight paths that you just sit there and they automate. You fly in TBC when you get to level 70. That's the first time you can fly manually. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's where they introduced it. Okay. I feel like when I was doing it, I probably got that wrong because, or wait, oh, so when you reach level 70, you can, that's when you can start flying. Like, and that it must have been the same. I didn't start playing
for
until
some
Cataclysm. And that's
fucking
when I played
cunt
WoW.
reason, for some reason, you can't ghost fly. So if you die in a place that you had to fly to, I don't think you can actually resurrect. You have to use the spirit healer.
Oh no.
Which means you get a bunch of your fucking gear damaged and you have to pay, and you have to have resurrection sickness, so you can't fight for 10 minutes. Fuck's sake. What's going on?
Someone said Ghost flying came out in Wrath.
Yeah.
So I think
that's
Wrath of the
so
Lich King was my favorite
retarded.
one.
Why would they do that though? It
Ghosts.
doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid.
Kind of goofy.
It's just a broken
I bet
game.
that was
That's what that is.
I bet that was the way that it was when it came out. Because isn't that the point of Classic?
Yes,
is
it
that
was.
it's supposed to be this is what it was. Yeah.
And I guess
when did you start playing? Which expansion?
I started playing the
When you
first expansion.
played the
Yeah,
game?
vanilla, 2004.
Oh, damn, you're an OG World of Warcraft. Okay. I
Hello.
I played in 2011.
Were you even born then, Spider?
Bro, I was born a year before, okay? I was like fucking 01. Okay. Wait, I wasn't even 1 yet. I was still like a gut bug up. Slug up. Still look up, Buttercup. Damn, 2004? Hello old.
Yeah, I didn't play the beta, but I did have friends who played the beta. Yeah, they actually played the back.
Wait,
when
were you 18 that time?
No, I was 13.
Holy shit!
I was a gup.
Oh, okay. I was Logo. You're a gup.
He was one of those people. Steve Bannon was trying to radicalize him on World of Warcraft.
True.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Look, I can't fight any of these fucking creatures now because I have to wait for my fucking. I have to wait for the thing, for the sickness. Okay, this person's gonna help me though. They're not gonna realize that I'm literally just dead weight. I'm just using them for loot. Look at me doing all my damage.
Sorry, go ahead, Spider. What's the question for me?
Well, it's for both of y'all, but yeah, I mean, it's what y'all want to answer. Hold on, go back to it. So this is from Deathbringer. Little bro said, does he think Destiny was concerned trolling over the Hutch/Pisco/Loaderbox stuff? RE moderation ?
No.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would find that annoying. Yeah.
No, I don't think. I feel like concern trolling is
Concern trolling is like when
I'm
you just
still, like-
don't care about the thing and you're using it for some kind of like ulterior motive, right? So it would be like if he just thinks that that thing's fine, but he's going to pretend to care about it so that he can get some other concession out of Pisco, but I don't think that's the case.
Oh, so you mean like during that conversation that people had with you on my stream when they were like, you actually secret like Destiny. Do you disavow him? Why don't you hate on him? Like that kind of shit. You probably don't think most people actually care about that. And
No, I think they do care about that. Those people think that not enough people in the world hate Destiny enough or are as obsessed enough as they are. No, I think they all believe that. Yeah, I don't think that's concern.
I don't know why. I
think some people might concern troll when they come into the community and pretend like that they care about me or my content when it's really just their Destiny thing. Yeah, that definitely is a thing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, because I feel like there are people who have like come into my stream just because that I have perms to go on Destiny's Discord, and I've gone on a stream and talked to him a couple times. And so yeah, I've had a couple of people come in there and do the "Do you disavow" song and dance, where like they basically expect me to take the exact same position on it that they do, and my position is pretty much the same as yours, which means that it's more reasonable than like probably 95% of all the people who have devoted their lives to destroying this person, like all the anti-fam people basically. So I don't know, it's just kind of But yeah, so I just refer to that as concern trolling, just so I can tell those people to go away. I don't know if that's actually the proper definition or not, but it's just really annoying. I don't think Destiny was concern trolling though. I think he does care about that. And also Pisco's chat was pretty crazy. Did any of you guys see Pisco's chat on the next Live and Learn after Pisco made changes to his community rules?
Were they cucked or no?
Yeah, so what happened is they all followed it and they were all pretty well behaved, but then you kind of got this other problem where what occurred is that people in the chat were basically doing stuff like they would write things like Hutch is our boy and we love Hutch and I'm totally not bad faith and like wow, that's totally not a stupid thing to say. You know, like it reminded me of when Destiny had the anti-misogyny arc in like DGG or on the subreddit or whatever, and all of a sudden, anytime anybody maybe might have said something that came across as sexist, instead they just wrote "We love women," and it just seemed like really fake and silly. And I think that he got to the point where he started cracking down on that too because it was obvious that people were being fake.
I mean, like,
yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. I guess that's better than how it was before.
Yeah,
But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like a lot of those people really should have just gotten banned, but I guess that's unfair to expect Pisco to do that.
True. Damn, it's hella funny, bro. You need truly based mods to rein in that. For sure.
Some people did get banned, to be fair. Like there were 2 mods in the chat and they did ban people. Like it wasn't, but yeah, that seems to be that was kind of the response.
Was this like Hutch mainly, or was it like who's like the black ball guy? Damn, what's the dude's name? Rashad? He black as shit. But were they tweaking out on him too, or what?
No, they weren't. They thought that he was basically like there were actual criticisms of Hutch in Pisco's chat that were actually like good faith, like the kind of criticisms that wouldn't normally get banned, which I think was good. But otherwise, yeah, there was just a lot of very obvious people would have normally said crazy shit, but instead it was just like Hutch is our boy and we love Hutch and I am totally gonna be good faith and all this kind of shit, you know, like. You know, like what people say when they can't actually say the things that they want to. Yeah, I just thought that was funny.
I know it's when Queeman always used to do that, but we love Lornerbox, really. I remember that, yeah.
Oh, God,
yeah. There's a whole... Oh, this fucking orc is called Haganah. That's so cute.
The Haganah. Damn, what the fuck is the Haganah again? The Haganah.
The fucking pre-IDF, the Jewish militant force, their main military.
Wait. Weren't they, this is like during the fucking
1948 war. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was before that. They were formed way before that.
Yeah, they were in the 48 war as well. They were changed into the IDF during the war.
Oh yeah, I got my Google Docs too. I forgot.
God damn.
Year.
Yeah, that's right. Spider made a cool Google Doc.
Fuck it. I'm just playing video game.
You got more questions, Spider, for Loner Box?
Yeah, what's going on?
Shit.
Oh, Haganah literally means the defense. I feel like I should have remembered that actually, because Morris wrote that.
Fuck, I still have resurrection sickness. Fuck. Oh.
Questions. I have questions for this guy. I don't really have any questions for him like that. Oh, okay. So this is like related to Red Alert Drama Swap, but people were like kind of tweaking out for some reason of like you speaking on like the whole doxing drama in online communities.
People have a problem with that.
People were thinking that like Destiny was still in the Discord for some reason.
God, where is it? Show me the tweet. That was so funny.
I'll put it.
There was someone in the chat who said that too.
It was actually like an obsessed, like a very like not someone who's outside of the space, like which is so strange. Where were they?
This is not stream suggestions. If you want,
I can never find your fucking Twitter, man. Let's see. Do I follow you?
Just type in like no, you don't.
It's
should
like
though.
Spider X 109 or something. Isn't that literally
Oh,
his Twitter?
these days I can go to Destiny's Twitter and find Spider there, can't I? That's as easy.
Yeah,
Yes.
Destiny between me. But, wait. Actually, you know what? You know what's crazy? All these people follow me, but you know who doesn't follow me? Mr.
What did
Box. But I
AOC
get
say?
it.
What the fuck?
I get it.
Wait, what?
It's not even.
Wait,
No, it is
what is
big
that?
news. It's huge. Stephen Miller. Democrats declared to the world their searing disdain for and profound disloyalty to the actual citizens of the United States. They were repeatedly entreated to stand over and over. They refused. It was a moment that chills to the bone and which will live for 1,000 years. And AOC. Why does this guy always talk like a World of Warcraft NPC?
That's so good. That's absolutely based.
Yeah, I sent the tweet in the suggestions, so you should follow it. There's one out there. Yeah. But it's up to you. Up to you. No pressure.
He's asking Spider or Loner. Spider's asking you to follow him on Twitter. Are you gonna
But
follow
no
him?
pressure.
Where's
no
the
pressure.
soy jack with the incredibly?
Oh, you gotta retweet AOC based.
Cindy,
Oh.
let me see what they say.
Consciousness Inc. just said something interesting in the chat, which I will reiterate after I come back. You guys just keep talking. Loner is going to take a few minutes to compose a tweet or find a meme or whatever.
He wants like a soy
Ah!
jack
I'm not
conspiracy
doing
meme
that
or something.
Just post the Giga Stacy picture. It's like the right answer, you know.
Let's make like a Giga Chad LC or something.
The Giga Stacy picture with AOC's face on it instead.
God, okay, let's see.
That's so good. I'll be right back. I can still hear you guys though because I have my headphones in.
He really does, though, doesn't he? Stephen Miller, like bad Lord of the Rings. Giga Stacy doesn't hit the same. I'm just
Listen.
gonna do this.
Let's just say it, okay? Stephen Miller sounds so much like I can't every time I see him I can't stop thinking of Goebbels. I just can't.
Yeah,
like,
he
when
is. Yeah,
talks,
he
it
talks like him.
yeah.
Same agenda.
He's got that
Same
propaganda
tactics.
minister vibes. Which, I mean, you know what? Makes sense because the Nazis basically inspired every fucking, like, a whole bunch of fucking villains for, like, many years to come after. By the way, Loner, I agree with you about Voldemort. He is, in fact, a shit villain. He's basically just, like, magic or wizard Hitler, and it's so boring.
Yeah, but he's like a failed. He's like
uninteresting.
imagine Wizard Hitler if he can't even Holocaust a fucking school, like one school.
Yes.
His old
also
school.
that.
The school he went to as a lad, as a young lad. Yeah.
Wait, did he go
Fuck
to the
him,
same
man.
school right now? What the fuck is this?
Yeah. He went to his entire mission is to go to his old school and fight with all the kids. And he fucking loses, okay?
Isn't
He's
that
a
like
bad villain.
Isn't that just like modern day Epstein though? Isn't this like Epstein?
No.
Like as a wizard? No. I thought it was.
Why would that dude?
What?
You're being very disruptive.
Voldemort? Well, you had you wear glasses, so
Wait,
I say.
where? Oh, we have to kill the warlocks. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck people were like tweaking out in the Twitter comments too.
What?
So they were implying that like Destiny is still in the Discord, but like you could just search up his name and it won't pop
Is
up.
he?
I don't know. I don't know what.
don't know.
He's not in the Discord.
I don't think I banned
Wait,
him.
is
I thought
he?
he would just leave.
Oh shit! I think he left though. Wait, let's see. Destiny.
But yeah, no, that was for people who don't know, for the non
It's in
Twitter
the
people.
suggestions. We'll click-
So Spider has this clip of me saying that I was going to get rid of people who were doxing, even if they're doing it in other communities. And Substance, who is a very, very online person who should know better, is say, "Oh, so you're banning Destiny, right?" And he has all this fucking screenshots of Destiny doxing in DGG. Dude, are you okay? Like, what the fuck?
Come on, bro. You don't know? Come on, bro.
Apparently, they're also in our Discord. Oh, I'm sure plenty
With
of
the
them are,
Substance
man.
guy?
All those fucking retards have
Yeah,
alts
he's in
and
the
whatever else.
Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the Discord.
Still actually can't figure out what they have against me, most of these people. Because when I talk to them directly, or it's always the qualifier, oh yeah, we love Learnerbox. We love this guy. He's a smart dude.
See,
He's
I wonder
not
if you got
dumb like
spat.
Hush. What?
I wonder if you got spat on the whole, like, if a chatter was, because the clip, it was like a day before, a chatter was asking you in the YouTube chat if it's okay to dox Hassan. And then you said, like, no, right? And people in the Twitter account or in the replies were like, well, actually, Learnerbox did bring up Ethan's lawsuit on stream and inadvertently
That's not doxing.
doxed Denim's
It's a
full
fucking
legal
lawsuit,
name.
bro. It's a fucking lawsuit. What are you supposed to? Cat's out of the bag.
Right. So, like, what's your thoughts on like people who said like, well, the whole progressive victory shit? Well, that's like public info. What's your thoughts on that counter argument?
That's bullshit. They had to go fucking digging for
Yeah,
that shit.
the
in order
progressive
for that
victory.
to-
Yeah, the progressive victory thing was also a mistake by them. It was like a clerical error that they physically couldn't undo. Also, that was like address and everything. But
By the way, Loner, I'll answer your question about why those people don't like you or whatever. I don't know if like there are certain people who don't have anything. It's because their communities are full of like insane fucking people. Because for some reason, actually no, I know why it is. Because there's a huge overlap between the Destiny anti-fans and the H3 snark people. And there's a huge overlap between them and Hassan fans / Bad Banana fans. Like these crazy tanky people. And then there's some segment of them, at least from what I've gathered, people like Ryo Kittenhouse, who was in DGG a long time ago, and then he left. And the kosher Kathy person. I don't think those people actually really believe in anything.
also, I
think
will
they just
say,
exist to
like when it comes
troll.
to maybe I'll amend my answer to the doxing Hassan thing. Obviously, I'm going to care like a good bit less if it's someone who's done that shit to me, or if they're okay with that shit being done to me. Obviously, like what do you think I am? By the same token, if I can get concern trolled by one person who isn't completely okay with people using personal messages of mine getting weaponized against me and leaked without my consent and repeated to like, if they're okay with that, then why the fuck am I listening to you concern trolling me about anything? Like they're just, this is just a point where people try to use your own standards against you and they literally will never hold themselves to the same one. So yeah, fuck it. Whatever.
Yeah. And that Kathy
All
person
pretty
is in
goofy,
Phoenix
cocked.
community and JSTLK's community and all of these other, like that person's crazy. All of these people are, I don't know. I just don't think these people necessarily have any standards for who they want in their communities, or they don't care as long as really the actual answer is, people in those communities don't like you because you don't hate Destiny enough, even though you probably do. It's just that you're not gonna because you haven't made it your entire life to destroy him, because you didn't turn into a drama streamer and spend every day covering the lawsuit and talking how much you hate him and how he's a rapist and all this other shit. That's probably why. And because you support or seemingly support Israel, I guess. And there's, like I said, there's an overlap between this community.
Why
and
do
like
these people
H3,
give a fuck?
H3
I find it so hard to believe that these people give a fuck about Israel. It just really. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think most of them do. At least I don't think that like the two people that I mentioned before do, but at the same time, I don't know. Like I said, there's overlap between the H3 snark people and the Destiny anti-fans, and between them, it seems like there's a big overlap between them and like tanky people who also watch Hassan and BE, so yeah.
But I mean, that's gonna happen. Like the reason that doesn't happen as much here, I would argue, is because even though we get DGGers in here, I don't think the doxing DGGers are ever showing up here. If they are, someone can tell me, and I'll probably ban them just on principle. Like I'll easily bend over backwards for in that way for people who would. I don't care if they don't do the same for me. There's a certain point, right? So.
By the way, I haven't looked, but I'm pretty sure that the number of people in DGG, I think that's like probably a single. That number is probably single digits. I think. I don't think it's like a whole bunch of people in there.
Yeah, but in either case, like I guess like it doesn't really come. It probably doesn't really come here because like that's just not our lightning rod. Like for some people, like for any streamer, there's usually a focal point, and if your focal point is drama, then political overlaps like that are just not going to matter as much. But like I don't think I'm, regardless of my position on Destiny, like I'm just not going to attract a tanky who hates Destiny, and I don't want to. Fuck that.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's a fair.
The only
sort of
doxing
assessment
DGG
of
I've seen is
things.
just Destiny. I've seen a few others do it, but like it's usually they take the docs that Destiny found and post it themselves.
Bro, that shit was crazy, bro.
I
it was
honestly,
cooked, bro. I can't. I see that shit
I
live too. Oh, I was like, what are you doing?
I feel like
Go
Destiny
ahead,
probably is it's probably either him or Dan who's the one who's actually doing it, and then other people are just taking it. but,
Dan?
Yeah. Yes,
So,
Dan. Didn't Dan
so
dox Gatto Fumador, which by the
well,
way,
the problem
Yeah,
is
but
mine.
that's
I
like
think apparently
that's literally doxing a doxer. Like, why the fuck would you care? Like,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. Also, I think Gatto tried to dox him first, or did dox him, and then Dan retaliated.
I mean that person literally like incites violence on Twitter, like wants people killed and celebrates like actually openly, not like they pretend I do, like actually celebrates killing civilians if they're conveniently against them or whatever. So yeah,
Yeah.
fuck that person.
No, I know. I don't have a problem with listen, I'm fine with that whole tit for tat thing with regards to people.
Also,
who,
that person
like,
left
doing
me
that
alone
kind of
after
shit.
that because I think I didn't even do anything. I think I just retweeted some N and did the little N_N thing, and then they blocked me. So I was like, okay, if you're gonna fuck off, if that's all it took, then Jesus.
Based.
Sensitive.
Also,
the Twitter followed
Hassan. I'm
What
trying
happened?
to summon Dan. If you say Hassan 3 times, apparently maybe he might appear. Hassan. Someone go get him.
Well, I was
I
going to
don't
be talking to
see-
him at some point this week anyway.
Dan Sullivan?
Oh, if you are, okay, never mind, based. Then I can, then maybe I'll jump in. Then he needs to go after Asmongold. We need his.
I told him.
Autism.
Well, I told him in like DMs. I was like, you know what, Mr. Netanyahu. I was like, little bro. I was like, you know what, you should transition to Asmongold. I think personally, since like he put so much time and effort into like Nuke and Hassan's career, I feel like he just like
Or just make it be like fucking just make it be let's go after political extremism on Twitch. Why is this shit allowed on this website? This is insane. Is this what you're comfortable having your products being advertised next to advertiser? Yeah.
Do they? I think they just preserve it for Asmongold and Hassan because he is like because they're valuable, right? Like there's just too many of them. They're viewers.
Yeah,
they're
that's
just
probably
too big to fail for poor Clancy.
I don't understand why Mike is still allowed to stay around. That guy totally should have been permanent by now. All the calls to violence and the weird shit that he has done, it's so weird. Like, that guy can't be making that much money for them to, like, think it's worth keeping him.
Yeah, he is an oddball.
Like,
But it's probably, again, because of the Hassan Association, right? He's just associated with someone who's too big to fail.
Who, Gatto?
Yeah, that's
No,
probably true.
Mike
No,
from PA.
Mike.
Oh, Mike from PA. That's so crazy that like that shit was hella funny. When he replied under my shit, and then Hassan replied under him, and then after that I kind of ratioed to Hassan Biker, but it's a totally different conversation.
Based. Good job, Spider. Because you live in because
I thought honestly when I ratioed Hassan Biker based off likes, I don't know about views, I thought like he was gonna crash out and do like the whole like it's kind of weird too, because like he been kind of like interacting with like the liberal people, you know what I'm saying? Like Pisco, like doing like pot shots at him, like the soy pill guy, the irrelevant clip that I mentioned earlier, the going at it with Hutch. Why do you think is that? Why is that, you think?
Wait, who? Say that again? Who are you talking about?
So Hassan Piker, it's kind of funny that
Oh.
Hassan Piker, it's kind of funny that he's going after he's not really going after, but like he's interacting with these like people now, like a little bit. Like, what do you think is that?
Probably because it's I don't know, like it makes sense in my head. It's just like, how do I distill it?
Yeah, distill it right now. Do it.
I'm trying.
Colin, you distill it.
I mean, obviously he is very obsessed with Destiny, and he's too. And again, like whether it's critics like me or Hutch or whatever, it's a combination of that and being very insecure about his intelligence. He can't face critics by himself. He knows he's too retarded to not deal with it by himself. So I think he just wants to ruffle feathers. I think he's just far more plugged into drama on that side of things than he will ever admit to. and he just kind of enjoys it. He just enjoys stirring the pot. I think he probably, after the Gaza thing has kind of just gotten a little bit stale to him, then he's still just able to, he's kind of just trying to weaponize that and move on to this new phase, which is like now the new character he's trying to do. We're done with the kind of freedom fighter bullshit. Now he's moving on to this concerned leftist who just wants the Democratic Party to be better, and if only they listened to their left flank, they would be more successful in the polls, right? Like that's kind of the new position he's taking now, or trying to sell. So when there's like liberal podcasts, and there's liberal podcasts who are entertaining far left audiences, that's a good little in for him, you know. But the numbers of those communities don't justify that for him. It's definitely also to do with the personal spite based shit. But yeah, like if you're out there and you fancy yourself the guy who's going to radicalize the libs and get them to be more like communist or like more like he is, then you know, Live and Learn podcast that's starting to humor the far left, that's probably a good in for him. It's probably something that's interesting to him.
Wait, you think Hassan would go on Live and Learn?
No, I don't think he would go on. No, I don't think he would go on Live and Learn. I just think he's very much enjoying watching them flirt with Marxist-Leninists. I think he's okay with that. Yeah, I think he's enjoying watching them like allow that. He's enjoying watching a Live and Learn podcast have a chat that's full of tankies. Yeah, or has enough of them that they make a presence. Yeah, I think that's exciting to him.
Yeah. I think he probably. I feel like
especially if it's like former DGGers, like all those streamers are former or DGG like adjacent, right? Or are currently adjacent. Soypill does contact with Destiny. Pisco DGG.
Yeah. I mean, some number of the Destiny anti-fans are also former DGGers too. Like, you know, it's like that thing where like
oh, I noticed the most aggressive ones are. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because it's the parasocial shit, you know, like you're so disappointed when you find out that your parasocial daddy did something really, really bad, and so you turn on him and make it your entire life's mission to destroy him or whatever. Yeah. I guess that's like actually I feel like that's probably the same way with you too, Loner. Some of the people who hate you most are people who used to watch you, but now you're not left wing enough for them anymore.
Yeah.
Owner box, who is crying and demanding I kill myself.
The banger.
You need to make that into a dono sound. That would be so big.
I think Ownerbox did. I think Ownerbox suggested that, but like he said like $20. And honestly, it should be 50, but
hey Loner, if it makes you feel any better, you are actually still way too left for me.
How am I? In what way am I too left for you?
You tolerate free speech.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, in one accord, I think you do. I think I criticize Golden a little bit, but that's just me.
Listen, for me, my policies are either everyone gets it or nobody gets it.
Oh.
You're like irrelevant, bro.
What's your thoughts on the N-word?
Who, Sev?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so what's your thoughts on the N-word? You know? The word nigga.
I won't give it to myself. If other people want to say it, go for it. I don't care.
Okay.
It's a right of choosing. I choose not to say it.
Okay. But like, in a hypothetical world, would you say the word nigga? No? As an Arab person? Like
no,
yourself?
because if it's a word, if I would say it in a hypothetical word, I would say it in this one too.
I feel like you would.
That's a very spiritual answer right there.
I feel like you would. I feel like you probably.
Why do you think I would?
I feel like you probably see like an Ethiopian Jew and be like, "Yo, this fucking nigga! Oh my god! Oh, he supports Israel! Ah, or something."
If I see a black, wait, hold on. If I see what like supporting Israel, what?
A Ethiopian Jew, like you probably crash out and call like a hard R or something.
No,
like,
I would use an anti-Semitic thing, not a black thing.
I think you would. I know you're
Bro, Ethiopian Jews are very different.
You're bullshitting right now. You're bullshitting right now.
Ethiopian Jews are very different from like, other black people.
Spider, you're so fucking American. The N-word really doesn't have the same meaning outside
Bro, just so
of
we're
the
clear.
United States.
Wait, hold on, Loner. Did I take you to that tire shop that was named the N-word?
No.
Okay, there's a tire shop that
What
is
the
named the
fuck?
N-word in Hebrew in Tire.
Yo, little box, come on.
Why?
Bruh. Come on,
Why
bruh.
is it called that?
Because that word doesn't have that much of sway, like in the country. Like people don't care about it.
Does it mean the same thing?
It's used the same way.
So
it
what?
probably doesn't have the same historical context.
But no, it must be because tires are black, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Yeah.
No,
wait,
I
thought
you
hold on.
use it for out of no reason. But it's like
Hold on.
there
Wait,
is.
wait,
Okay,
wait,
hold
wait.
on. There's a word for there's a word in Hebrew for black.
Right.
It's not the one
And
they use.
what's the word
Right,
for
yeah,
one
yeah,
that
yeah.
is
in Hebrew?
used?
What's the
The
word
one that was
Hebrew?
used for that shop is normally used as an insult.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So let me say. So what in the
Um,
Hebrew standard in the Hebrew dictionary? How do you say black in Hebrew?
Shahor.
What?
Shahor.
Shahorda. Okay.
As
How you
far
say?
as I'm
How you
aware.
say? How you say
Listen,
black in
I'm not
Arabic?
fluent in Hebrew. It could be shahor, it could be something else. But that word that tire shop is using, it's usually derogatory. Usually.
How you say black in Arabic?
Asmar. Aswad. There's 2 words for it.
There's 2 words for fucking everything, isn't there?
Well, here, aswad is like the standardized. We say asmar in where we live.
What about sure you are a racist? You're a racist.
What is there? There's Mnih and Jayid, right? Is that...
Mnih and Jayid. Yes.
Yeah.
No one uses Jayid.
Really? Thank you,
Yes,
Duolingo.
no.
That's what I thought. Yep. Fuck.
If it makes you even feel any better, 48 Arabs don't use either.
Oh. What do they use?
They use Beseda.
Okay, that's too many
Which is Hebrew.
syllables.
No,
oh,
it's
they use the
Hebrew.
Hebrew. Oh.
Yeah.
That's wow. They're so integrated. Model minorities.
Yeah,
Ushi?
listen.
The only
we got put in camps like Tutan wanted us to be.
the only
yeah, he does.
the only non-bigoted
Jesus Christ.
ethnic group in the Middle East, eh?
I think they're still pretty bigoted.
They're just a bit less. They're just a bit less than everyone
Yeah,
else.
they're a lot more like, hey, you fuck us, we fuck you. But if you don't fuck us, we won't fuck you. It's like that. That's the
Do people
energy they
use do people use Mumtaz? Did they use that in
What?
Were you-
Mumtaz?
Mumtaz? Yeah.
Mumtaz is used in school for like a good student.
Okay. You wouldn't say like fuck, I don't even know.
This food is Mumtaz.
No, or like describing
Oh
a
my
person or like their profession.
I mean, correct. It's correct to be used that way.
Like if I was like,
But-
hey, Sev, fucking oh shit, what's the
N-word?
fucking
Okay,
word?
alright.
No, I'm not gonna say the N word. What's the Oh, why did I just lose it? I completely lost it. I had it right there and then I lost the fucking word. Hang on. I will remember this. It's dude. Oh, if I was like Sev, into Usted Mumtaz, would that be?
Into Ustad Mumtaz. Yeah.
Into Usted Mumtaz.
You're a
yeah.
good teacher.
Yeah.
You're an amazing or perfect teacher. Mumtaz means perfect.
But does Usted, does that have to mean
Ustad
teacher, or can it
means-
also mean? I thought, is there a distinction between like professor and teacher the way that you guys use it?
We use doctor for professor here.
Oh, just doctor.
Yeah, doctor.
Yeah.
Like anyone that has like a doctorate, we just say doctor.
Okay. Is when they say Mohamdes, is that like
Mohandis is engineer.
Mohandis? Yeah. Is it the same engineers that they call the people who make the bombs? Like
No.
what kind of engineer is that?
Fuck?
I mean, that is the name that he had, Il Mohandis. He was the engineer.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Yeah. They call it. Okay, so they use that word. Yeah. Mohandis. Okay.
Yeah, El Mohandis.
Like in the obituaries, yeah, because it translates on Google to engineer. Just wondering if they're using the same
Yours
word.
are fucking funny. Okay. Funny people. Very funny people.
Yeah. Gharaib.
Yeah, no, one of box. You gotta be.
Sev, did you hear that?
What?
Did I say that properly?
What did you say?
Spider was like, these people are fucking weird, and I said Gharaib.
What does Gharaib mean?
Gharaib. No, Gharib.
Gharib.
Gharib
Okay.
is weird.
Gharib?
Ghuraib, it's like it's used, but it's used in. It's like a different version of that root word.
How you say?
Right.
How you
Gharib.
say? A 6'2" Lebanese man is retarded.
We don't use the imperial system for height.
Shit.
Okay. Feet or the fuck is called 6'2" inches or the fuck whatever it's called.
That is the imperial system.
Centimeters, dog.
Meters. Okay.
Wait, what's the system in America?
The
They
metric
use,
system.
Metric.
No, the metric system is the centimeters and shit. No.
Yeah, no, they use
Oh, no,
imperial
no.
in America.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
they
what
do
I'm
use
saying.
imperial.
Okay, you guys confused the
Wait,
fuck out of me. I'm
is
like,
that did they come up with their own system just because they wanted to say "fuck you" to the British?
No,
well,
the
they still.
feet
You know
and
what's
inches
funny?
is UK uses both. Yeah, but in America they use
Yeah.
imperial. That's feet and inches. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
issue
that's
is
what I mean in America. That's what I was wondering.
I've
Wait,
recently
but-
found out. I've recently found out that Americans make fun of British people for using stones as a weight of measurement, but it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
part of the same system they use. Stones are in the imperial system.
Yeah,
they
they
just
are,
don't
yeah.
use that specific one.
Yep.
Yeah. Some UK propaganda bullshit.
Everything about
Yeah,
Americans
yeah.
is retarded. It's so annoying.
Like what?
Yeah, because we use kilos rather than pounds in the UK, I think. But we also use
Yeah.
stone. We use
Boring.
stone and
You-
fucking kilos before we use pounds. It's weird. Yeah.
Well, it's probably became that because your currency is pounds.
I don't know.
Yo,
to like
fuck
not
the UK
fuck
currency.
with, to not like confuse people.
Wow.
What about you got, mate?
Yeah, so, what else? Someone told me to tell you. You probably heard about this. Like, there's like this little snack. What's it called? This little snack that's like a chocolate top with a biscuit at the bottom, and there's like cream in it inside of it. It has like a really racist name in the Middle East.
Is it the hard R? I think I see the clip. It's like
It's
a hard R,
crembo, right? The crembo is the like dessert, but it has like a really racist name in the Middle East. And also, Israelis can cop on the fuck out. Israelis called it the N-word too. They have a racist name for it, and Israelis keep saying, "No, we never did," even though Israelis introduced me to that word with it. Yes, they call it Ras al-Abid, which means the head of a slave.
Ras al Abid.
Yeah, which is
Which one is which? There is Ras head and
Ras is head, al-Abid
Abid
means
is-
the slave or servant. Abid can be servant, depending on the context of the what's it called?
Crembo?
Yeah, crembo's the like the little snack.
Is it good?
Nah,
Aw,
that's
shit.
alright. It's not mind blowing. It's like Twinkies. It's like the Middle Eastern version of Twinkies.
Shit.
But not white.
Okay, Spider, did you have any more questions for Loner or me or Sav? Or anyone?
Yeah, he wants to ask me if I can say the N word in another hypothetical world.
I know you would. I know you would. Stop bullshitting right now. Stop doing the whole kumbaya bullshit. You would say
What
that.
kumbaya shit, bro?
You're lying.
Do you not know
You're
who
lying.
I am? I want to
You're lying.
exclude. What do you mean? What? How am
You
I
would say it.
lying?
You would say it.
I want
know
an
you wouldn't say it.
apartheid state with Palestinians ruling it. Okay, how am I kumbaya?
True.
Nah, bullshit. You want to say the N-word. I know you want to. It's in your heart. I know you want to. Say it.
Maybe when I was like fucking 8, when I thought everything edgy was funny.
You're lying, bro.
I mean, you probably have that urge because like you still are 8.
Oh.
Whoa, yo.
Oh, he went dark.
Damn.
Oh, I'm not Muhammad, so my fault. But
What?
yeah.
What is
Did he was his wife like a minor or some bullshit?
Supposedly, yeah.
Ooh, pretty
But
bad.
let
Pretty
me
bad.
break something down for you. So, Spider, they didn't have something called minors back then. There's people that had puberty and people that didn't.
Shit.
Oops, my fault.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Yeah, the
Talking about the
Muhammad-
prophet.
Oh, the
Prophet,
prophet.
the
Oh, peace be
Muhammad
upon
Because I
him.
can't.
Rest in
Yeah.
peace.
Let's go.
Peace
boy
be upon
Leonard.
him.
Yo, rip the goat, rip the goat, rip the goat. Wait, did Muhammad do some like crazy shit, like walk on water or something?
What?
No, that was
Did he like walk on
Jesus.
water?
He ascended
Like
to
walk on
heaven, didn't he?
water? Oh,
He
that's
Yeah,
ascended
he
to heaven.
ascended to
That's one
heaven
of
from
the
Al
miracles.
Aqsa.
It's interesting because most of the miracles in the Quran, when it talks about other prophets, a lot of them are like attributed to the prophets, but when it comes to Muhammad, a lot of the miracles were attributed to God
Oh.
rather than him himself. Like for example, there's an interesting thing where like someone asked for proof, or like someone that was like persecuting Muslims at the time during that time asked for proof of the supposed new God, and basically it's like he'll make the moon split in half and come back, and basically that happened in the Quran, that the moon was split in half and put back. And he said it was magic, etc., etc., but it attributed that miracle to God rather than Muhammad itself. Like the God did that miracle, not Muhammad.
Did the God do it through Muhammad, or just
No,
did
but
it?
basically Muhammad asked God and God did it.
Oh, okay. Why did he need the moon
Like
split
he
in half?
prayed. What's up?
Why did he need the moon to be split in half?
Because that's what the proof that the guy demanded to believe in God.
Ah, okay.
Oh
He like split that moon and put it back, since your God is all knowing and all powerful.
So the guy wanted. So the guy was to the prophet saying, "Can you just like,
Yeah, he's
can
like, if you
get
split the
God to
moon
do
back."
it?" Yeah. This guy's just
So,
asking Muhammad to get God to do
he
tricks for him.
obviously it's not some random guy, by the way. It's a guy
Okay.
that's like had a lot of influence and a lot of power in Arabia at that time, and was actually mass murdering anyone that converted to Islam. So it's like, hey, if you
Jesus.
can, so if you can like prove to me Islam is now false, I'll spare Muslims. That's why he's like,
So he's trying to make God into a fucking court jester.
pretty much. And then obviously when the miracle happened, he's like, that's magic. Don't believe you. Kill the witch.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's crazy. Come, sing me a song, but it's split the moon in half.
What the fuck?
Listen, at least mosques don't ask for you, don't ask money to absolve you of your sins. I will never get over that. It's like, hey, give us some money and we'll absolve you of your sin.
Absolutely based.
Oh yeah.
It's not that bad.
I will never.
Crazy.
Bro, I could be
I
the
don't know
most
if that-
uneducated person in the world. I could be the biggest dumbass, and I would never see myself ever believing in that shit. I'm like, I don't think that's how it works. Why
That
would
was one of the
God
things
want
that Martin
worldly
Luther
possessions
was
to forgive me?
mad about. I think that was called the Indulgences. Yeah, Martin Luther was real
It's
mad
like-
about that shit when he
It's
did
like
the
Catholic.
Reformation.
It was a Catholicism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. That was one of the excesses of the Catholic Church that Martin
Oh my
Luther was
God.
upset about. The
I
fact
actually
that,
haven't
like, rich
spoken to
people
you in a
would
long
pay
time, Loner.
shitload, Yeah.
Loner, have you ever seen these clips of these two, like, I don't know what they call them. There's like these two kids who are like really grown up that talk to their MAGA parents,
Okay.
and occasionally their fucking clips go on my TikTok very often. And Hassan actually spoke to these parents, and they liked Hassan.
The
and
MAGA
not their own
parents.
yeah, and not like that dad has never laughed with his son on that podcast for like, I don't know, 100 episodes, and then he laughed when he was talking to Hassan.
Yeah.
Because it's like, because Hassan like was talking obviously about how he hates Democrats and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember having this really retarded hope, because I always used to think like, oh, the only people who can speak to a right-wing populist are left-wing populists, because you have to channel that hatred towards the billionaire class or whatever else. And I saw Richard Wolff, he went on to Fox News actually once, and Glenn Beck was really receptive to him. He's like, you sound like a kind of professor that I could dig. You're like a Marxist I could understand and all that. I was like, oh, that's so cool. But then I realized that these guys will just take everything they've heard from the left-wing populist and just say that well, that's actually just the Trump's enemies. Yeah, that's the billionaire class. Yeah, we agree with all
It
that.
would never
but
be
that's
Trump.
actually just the Democrats. Yeah, we still have our billionaires. We'll still keep them. Yeah, it's so stupid.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's like fucking signaling that, hey, we have a common enemy. No, not the guys that rule us. No, the guys that rule you. No, they're the common enemy. It's like, remember when they were talking? Like, by the way, what is it about George Soros that they're obsessed with? He's not even
He's
like
gay.
top 100 richest men in the world, right?
He's not
I
even
think he.
close. I don't even think he has that much money.
I know
Is he a
he
billionaire?
he made a lot of money swapping currencies around during the financial crash. I think it was something like that. It's
The
because
reason
he.
why people go on.
It's because he is like a philanthropist in a way. Like he gives a lot of money to all of these like little fucking programs and like education things or whatever else. Like yeah, he gives a lot of money to these sort of projects that are quite liberal, and obviously because right wingers, because he's Jewish, they just make a whole thing out of it.
And also the pro-democracy stuff. God damn, that was something else that I need to actually dig into this separately of this because I shouldn't
Whoa.
get the info from just the video essays. But Sarcasmatron has an excellent video on Vladimir Putin and why he invaded Ukraine. He actually made a whole video series out of it.
Okay.
But the last one is called The American Origins of Putin's Madness. And it digs into the idea about the whole color revolution thing. And apparently this idea was it came from people who were like disciples of this guy called Lyndon LaRouche, who's like a crazy conspiracy theorist. And Putin apparently believes in color revolution theory, this idea that you can like use NGOs and money to like engineer the overthrow of a government essentially.
Yeah.
And he calls that color, like he actually thinks Maidan was a color revolution and he doesn't want that to happen to him. And he tried to do one in Ukraine and it didn't work. And instead of like facing the fact that color revolutions are actually bullshit, apparently he actually believes this shit. I don't know if this is actually true or not, although, I mean, Putin is kind of stuck in his own weird universe now, it seems like, with all of his yes men surrounding him. So, I mean, and he's a former KGB
Question.
guy too, so I could probably maybe potentially believe that. But yeah, that shit is that Sarcasmatron's videos are all very well cited though, so I'll look through his citations and stuff. It seems like it's his videos are pretty good
Okay.
from what I saw.
I have a question. Is disclosed.tv on Twitter, is that accurate news source or what? Disclosed
Anything
TV.
else is probably not reliable.
Because
Don't
apparently
ever
it's
use Twitter to get
apparently
your
it's from this is from Bloomberg. This is from Bloomberg. It says four passengers on a U.S. speedboat shot and killed by Cuban Coast Guard. 6 injured, says Cuban embassy.
Shit.
Okay, they gave them the
My
okay to-
BGGs.
They're saying the Cubans killed an American speedboat, like a civilian boat or a military.
It says U.S. speedboat. If it's military, it's kind of
God, it wasn't the fucking flotilla, was it? If it's either, it's bad. Did people die?
It says shot and killed. It says 6 injured, but it doesn't say how many people are dead.
4
though.
dead
It
on a
says
U.S. registered speedboat. Oh fuck!
Shit.
They were this wasn't flotilla, people. No fucking
I don't
way.
think. Nah, it's good,
Wait.
bruh. It's so good.
Spider, did they actually link an article or is it just a tweet saying that it's
Let me
from
get the.
No,
this
it's on
let me
BBC.
get the
It's
Bloomberg
it's a thing. It's on BBC. Cuba says 4 shot dead on U.S. registered speedboat. It said the speedboat's passengers opened fire on a Coast Guard vessel that approached them. 6 additional passengers were wounded in the incident, which took place near an island on Cuba's northern coast. It's unclear who was on the vessel and what they were doing. So apparently they fired at the Cuban Coast Guard. Okay. Interesting. That's what Cubans are saying.
Ooh.
The BBC has contacted the State Department of the White House for comment. Uh-oh, guys. You know what it might be?
Oh, shit.
It might be war o'clock. Oh, shit.
I mean, is the sanctions bad? Are the sanctions on Cuba bad? You know?
I mean, probably, yeah.
Yes.
But
Yeah, there's that. The embargo is dumb. There's no reason to keep.
they're
doing
talking
that
about
shit.
protecting their territorial waters. Yeah, shit.
Oh, go to war? Question mark? Hold on. Donald
I got
Trump?
the BBC app open and I'm not seeing it, but I mean, maybe it's not organized. I don't fucking know. It's fine. But if you have it, I wasn't looking at the stream.
Oh, the also Defender too. This says according to Cuban ministry, it passed.
Why are you? Oh, never mind. It's
What,
on BBC. Fuck, an hour ago.
I don't watch
Listen.
your pedo Prince Andrew propaganda. Okay, I don't watch y'all shit. I watch American
Listen.
news. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not American. Okay, listen, guys, listen. Okay, I
What
got
up?
really annoyed at certain people in my Discord for doing this. Do not use Twitter as a news source.
But Twitter is something. Come on, bro.
Unless it's the Twitter account of like a fucking respected journalist that you know, or like a news org that you know belongs to that news org. Twitter is
Okay,
a
what about
terrible
OSIT
place
Defender?
to
What
get
about
news.
OSIT Defender? Come on, it gotta be. Come on.
Grain of salt.
God
Wait,
damn
what
it.
happened to my chat? What the fuck? Oh, here. Never mind.
Come on, bro. It can't be that bad. OSIT Defender.
Yeah.
Oh
that's
shit, my
quite-
kid's gone too. Okay, now it's back.
Why is this?
OSIT
fucking
Defender, I'd
idiot-
say grain of salt.
Yeah.
You know, but
What about Visegrad?
Yeah.
Dude, stop. Shut up.
oh my god. That's like isn't that like far right
Oh,
shit? It's not necessarily a lie. It's
They're
just, I
right
don't know.
wingers, yeah. They're quite right wing.
I want to ask y'all real quick. What's your thoughts on the whole like Mexico with the recent elemental?
Oh my god.
Popping
This
off
fucking
within
druid
Mexico?
gonna get me killed as well. Fuck off. Alright, it's fine.
That's not Conda.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Oh,
Like the
you,
whole
you mean
Mexico
the
shit.
drug war shit? Or like the killing of that drug? I don't know
Th-
what the fuck
that-
the answer to that is, okay? I don't know. It seems like that is a cat and mouse situation where like they kill one guy and then another guy comes up and those guys are making bank and a lot of that has to do with the fucking war on drugs and I don't fucking know what the answer to that
The
is.
war
I
on
don't
drugs
know
is still
what-
ongoing? Shit.
Well, I mean, the fact that a lot of like the fact that the drug cartels sell a lot of their, or that the Mexican drug cartels sell a lot of their stuff in the United States, and like you know they do so illegally and all that shit, right? And that's probably where a lot of these
Yeah.
guys have made a lot of their money from. I mean, like I don't know. Seems like that kind of shit just doesn't work, and you should probably like this isn't a hot take. You should probably just decriminalize all that shit, and then I don't know, if it's a really bad drug that fucks your life up, then you should probably like instead of going to prison for possession, you should go to rehab. And I don't know what to do with people who deal it, but that would probably help considerably. Because like the same thing happened after the US did prohibition. What ended up happening? Well, a bunch of people started selling bootlegged alcohol, and then there was a whole, and that's where like the fucking all the organized crime shit came from. That's all of those guys started operating, like Al Capone and all those famous gangsters. They all made shitloads of money selling illegal alcohol. Because you know, if you try to make vices like that illegal, people are gonna find a way to do it anyway. So I don't
God
know. It seems like
damn
that's
it.
probably the answer, but nobody's gonna do that because something. Yeah, that's
Cuba
like the
is fucking
coolest take
cooked,
in the
bro.
world. What?
Bro, Cuba's so cooked, bro. Fucking Donald Trump. Bro, I feel like I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump is gonna be like, we're gonna go to war with Cuba, not gonna lie. I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if he did that. So
What if he just turns all the fucking ships in the Middle East around? And said,
over Cuba?
Fuck Iran,
Oh
we're just
my
gonna turn them.
God.
Listen to everyone, about turn. We're going to Cuba. Fuck me.
fucking cooked, bro. It's so cooked.
I feel Epic Fail was telling me about like how one of those carriers that's in the Middle East right now was actually like the guys on the soldiers on board that ship are probably really tired because they were supposed to, like, that ship was supposed to go in for repairs and they were all supposed to get to go on leave, but instead it was like, fuck that, you guys are going to Iran. Now just imagine if Trump just decides that he wants to send them all to Cuba. I think he could send them, the one that's near Mexico, to Cuba though, I guess, because he just really likes moving around American carrier strike groups like they're fucking chess pieces or something.
So cooked, bro. So goofy. Well, I'm a dip. I'm gonna let y'all go. Y'all can yap. About some
Yeah,
bullshit. Don't care.
I'm gonna go to. I'm
You
not
can,
sure that
watch
the
Hutch
convo,
stuff, so.
the rest of the Hutch convo is that interesting after we just had a convo, but thanks a lot, Loner Box. You've given me a lot to think about.
Oh, so cute.
Hey, Shursky.
All right.
Little Box, you should follow my Twitter though. You know what I'm saying? Don't out there.
Grumble, grumble. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Bye. Bye, chat.
Bye bye. Holy shit. These fucking yappers. I never shut the fuck up. God! Disrupted my flow, everything. What do I even do? I've been streaming for 6 hours. Marco Rubio yelling Castro. Yeah. He's gonna be so mad. He's gonna be so triggered. Fucking losers, man. Actually, at least there's a segment in there. At least Stardust has something to edit there because of that initial conversation with Kalinda. Okay, we need to get rid of all this shit. Okay. How about that? That. It's probably fine. Oh, that. Okay. Oh, that. I'll forget that. Boxy. Okay. Yeah, I know Rubio's had a special interest in the Cuban question for quite a while. Do I need to finish this? Probably not. What else is happening? Oh, someone wanted me to watch this about some theory about why Hassan cares about the live and learn shit. Oh, because he's like an entryist. This makes sense.
Politics are impossible and off the table. So my question is, like, how do you understand the relationship between Marxism and Democratic Party politics?
What's your thoughts
Marxism,
on
capitalist politics more broadly?
Yeah, great question. Well, Nancy Pelosi is obviously a communist, as everybody knows. No, I think that
good one.
In order to build an underlying base of political education necessary for Americans to develop class consciousness, you still need to engage in some semblance of entry.
He talks like a fucking Jehovah's Witness. It's so cringe. I think we can sort of raise the education level and you get everyone a little bit on my level, you know, a little bit smarter. Like, fuck off, dude. Whatever. Wait. Oh, never mind. Okay, Hassan, you're very clever. Everyone else is retarded. Tell us more.
Where you have to work with the tools that are readily available at your disposal. This doesn't mean that you cast aside your political message or your ideology or your movement, but it's simply to use the pre-existing readily available platforms that are given to you. That's why I'm on
and
Twitch,
infect
I'm on
them
Amazon,
like
right?
parasites.
Like it's a wholly corrupt monopoly that abuses people around the planet and even abuses small business owners in their predatory pricing schemes that they've developed. So they're even destroying petty bourgeois people. But having said that, it's still a viable platform to communicate a message, and that is always my goal, is to develop class consciousness and to develop a mechanism of pushback that is still backed by the existing labor force, with the hopes that eventually this could bring about a movement that could resemble a vanguard party, or at least turn the Democratic Party by force into a labor party, into a workers' party.
Thank you. At least a workers' party, because Labour Party, at least in the UK, it's just the party is like almost, I think, a bit over half funded by trade unions. Yeah, about half funded by unions. Maybe it's changed, but I think it's usually hovered around half. But Vanguard Party, that was his first one. He's such a fucking shape-shifting snake cunt. Oh my god.
Owner box.
Yeah.
Who is crying and demanding I kill myself?
I mean, we'd never demand it. You know, it's more just like a polite request. I don't know.
Hello, thank you for being here and taking our questions. So as I'm sure you know, you have a fairly large audience, probably.
All right, fuck off. Vanguard Party. Actively requesting. Very sinocentric, consultative Leninist coded. Hey, I remember that callback. Well done. Very good use. Put it to good use. Right, where are we going? Oh, here. Has the debate ended? Is the debate over?
hyperbolic.
Yep. Well,
What's this? Nah, whatever.
We charge you
Okay. Let me check the donos because I missed a few. Let me start thanking you guys. I think we'll be back to more normal streams tomorrow, hopefully. I think I'm almost over whatever I've been having the last few days. Roman was here, thanks for the $5. It seems like it's a rule in all of history that 30% of any population is inherently brain broken, and you have to plan your policy around that. I hope it's not that simple, or hope that doomer. Business time, thanks to the $5. What about Brazil? They jailed Bolsonaro, and now his son has a decent chance of winning the next election. Again, you just got to go harder. Just go even harder. What did they jail him for? Out of interest, was he jailed for like the kind of crime that anyone would get jailed for, or was it a thumb on the scale type shit? Was it? Lana, thanks for the £5. Terminal Sanity, thanks for the $5. I'm always struck by how Trump absolutely cannot affect the slightest bit of gravitas or grandeur. He always comes off like a slimy salesman. Americans like that somehow. It works on them. And Josie, thanks for the $20. Really appreciate it. It's very generous. Wow. Listen, don't feel like you need to keep donating, guys. What the fuck? Wait, what am I gonna watch? Shit, I had something I wanted to watch. Oh yeah. Of course. I should have watched this at the start. How do I not even know what discourse is on Piers Morgan for the Iran war? The impending, inevitable, maybe, definitely,
John Bolton,
possibly.
okay, we've been on this rodeo before. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
Oh, John Bolton.
No, my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
General Clark, hold on. They have cost us
Clark.
trillions of dollars.
Oh, it's the 4-star general. It's everyone's favorite 4-star general. Hell yeah.
And you know that, and they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark. Be a patriot. Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel.
Can we have some respect for the general, please?
This isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt.
You're not my teacher.
As we speak, the United States is assembling a formidable arsenal of warships and aircraft in the Middle East. It's
only teachers you can't interrupt. Okay. I can't. What a fucking epic panel. Let's go. All my favorites. That Iranian diaspora lady is like a proper fucking right-wing shitter as well. So it's all going to be...
biggest military build-up in that region since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. A lot of the talking points are very familiar too. Iran wants to build long-range missiles which could strike the continental United States. Iran is governed by fanatics who butcher their own people. They hate us. They're misogynists and they don't share our values. All of these things, as far as I can see, are true, but do they justify a United States...
Don't worry, learner. I don't feel like I need to keep donating. Fuck you, then. What are you doing here? What the? Cringe.
War, which currently looks inevitable and may even
looks
have begun
inevitable.
by the time we air this debate. There are big practical questions which haven't been answered. Is the US planning a surgical strike against specific facilities or powerful men, or is there something more decisive and risky, as the military build-up implies? Is the aim to bully this regime in negotiations, or is it to change the regime altogether? Protesters are calling for the return of Reza Pahlavi as monarch, but the monarchists don't have the guns, so who is really going to govern a new Iran? And the biggest question being asked in the United States is simply, well, why are we doing this? 7 in 10 Americans don't support a war with Iran. Many sympathize with the plight of the Iranian people, but as with Ukraine, want nothing to do with a conflict happening thousands of miles away. And many others are making the case that the United States is again doing Israel's bidding. I'll be joined by a panel to debate all this shortly, but we start with the former National Security Advisor, John Bolton. John Bolton, welcome back to Uncensored. Would Donald Trump be right, do you think, to launch a full attack on Iran?
Of course, he would think that's fine.
Well, I don't think
that.
anybody's contemplating American boots on the ground. I think we're talking about some kind of air attack. I think we have for too long ignored the Iranian opposition. We haven't coordinated with them. But I also believe at this moment that the regime in Tehran is at its weakest point since it took power in 1979. And I think there is no chance for peace and stability in the Middle East, or really because of the nuclear and terrorist threats that the regime poses around the world until it goes. So my position would be that we are entitled to and should use enough force to help destabilize the regime and get the opposition into power.
But we saw recently in Venezuela the removal of Maduro, which was a very surgically precise military operation, which involved no American loss of life, and he was taken to a United States federal prison. This is very different and much more complicated. To get in anywhere near where, for argument's sake, the Ayatollah is or the senior regime leaders in Iran is not going to be anything like it was with Maduro in Venezuela, is it?
No, it won't. I don't think it should be. I think we made a mistake in Venezuela in not getting more of the gang of criminals running the country rather than just Maduro.
This guy's like a massive arch hawk, by the way, John Bolton. He was very much one of the big cheerleaders, people in power actually, for the Iraq War.
And I think, in fact, inside Iraq today, I would argue that the real rulers of the country are the commanders of the Revolutionary Guard. I think the Ayatollahs provide a religious legitimacy, a kind of ideological camouflage, but the real power is in the Revolutionary Guard. And in fact, it's the bases and headquarters of the Guard that really should be our principal targets.
There are lots of people, as you know, who will say, well, John Bolton, okay, we've been on this rodeo before rhetorically. It was in the build-up to the Iraq War in 2003, and the rhetoric then was that Saddam Hussein was a bad guy. All the things we're saying about the Iranian leadership now, that he had weapons of mass destruction, that he was representing a direct threat to the United States and to the UK and others, and therefore he had to be removed.
Yeah, you fucked it, didn't you?
And we all
you
know that turned out, well, not to be true in the question of his ability to have weapons of mass destruction. They never got found. But also that it caused total carnage in Iraq and the wider Middle East. It led to the rise of ISIS and everything that followed from there, and was pretty much a catastrophe. You were one of the leading lights at the time saying we should do that. Does that not give you pause for thought now with Iran?
No, I think you have to look at each circumstance on its individual facts. And I think you can start with Iraq, or you could go back a little bit further. In World War II, we determined that removing Adolf Hitler and the Nazis from Germany would be a good thing, and we did it. Yeah. And it turned out Germany's okay these days. So, there's a lot of history here we don't have time to discuss. I think in the case of Iran, that there's no regime worse than the one that's in power now. And that what they recently did to their own citizens, if you're not worried about nuclear weapons and terrorism, look at how they massacred tens of thousands of their own citizens.
Oh, no, tens of thousands. How does he know that?
But that would be an example, I would argue, to counter your point about they've never been weaker, that we've seen over since 79 when they took control, the Ayatollahs and Revolutionary Guard, we've seen a number of uprisings, all of which have been quashed in similar ruthless fashion. This seemed to me to be particularly bloody, even by their standards of quashing rebellions, but didn't suggest to me that they've been as weakened as people think.
Well, I think the support for the regime has disappeared across the country, and what supports it really are the elements of the Revolutionary Guard and some of the conventional military, which is why the opposition, which by and large is without weapons, needs outside help. Yeah. So that's why if we target the instruments of Iranian state power, those which threaten us, Israel, the Arab states, and which repress its own people, the Revolutionary Guard, the besieging militia, the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, then I think we can help convince people, even inside the regime itself, in the regular military, that this is not going to end well for them.
this question may have been overtaken by events when this airs, but is Donald Trump potentially playing a game of bluff here with the Iranian leadership? Has he got this huge military build-up primarily to force them to the negotiating table?
It would be such an expensive bluff. Such an overkill bluff.
To unequivocally declare they will not pursue nuclear weapons?
I don't think he knows what he wants to do. If you look at comments by his lead negotiator, Steve Witkoff, over the weekend, he said, we can't figure out why, with all these air and naval assets, they're not ready to make a deal, which sounds like the reaction of a Manhattan real estate dealer. The fact is that that may be what Trump was hoping, but I don't think he's made a decision.
Attempts at comedy impossible. I don't know what happened or changed, but it is broken.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to have a look at it. Yeah, Automod is fucked. I've noticed it's especially fucked. Fuck, it's a shame. There's no chance of me doing getting a .gg anytime soon either. There's literally no chance. Fuck's sake. I don't know. We just have to live with it, guys. Sorry. Not much I can do. I might do a Discord chat in bed if I have to, but fuck. That has its own flaws, obviously.
Strike, either to vindicate the red line that he drew for the Ayatollahs against killing any more of their own people, on the one hand, or a strike, hopefully.
But thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Very kind.
Coordinated with the opposition to destabilize the regime. For Trump, making decisions is very hard. He likes to keep his options open. And the mere fact we've put a lot of capabilities out there for Trump does not necessarily mean he will use them.
If you were a betting man, maybe you are a betting man, but if you were a betting man, would you think that the United States will attack Iran this week?
My bet is that at a minimum, Trump has to vindicate that red line. Otherwise, he loses credibility. And it's very much in Trump's character to have a pretty significant strike, but a one and done affair and say, that's it, I declare victory, and now we're going home. As he's fully capable of doing that.
John Bolton, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, now get the fuck off.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get some...
One thing that I've in common with Harry and Meghan is that we all value privacy. If you've ever Googled your name, discover bits of your address.
This Harry and Meghan shit is so fucking cringe, man. Why is he bringing them up again?
Phone number and employment details hanging around, you'll be aware that your data privacy is under siege. That's because your data is purchased and sold by data brokers without your consent. Today's sponsor has a solution. Incogni contacts those shady websites and gets your personal data removed automatically. No forms, no emails, no ransoms. They handle all the back and forth of these brokers and update you on their simple dashboard. Incogni does not stop after the first sweep.
Oh my God.
They monitor and keep on removing your data if it pops up again. If you care about privacy and you want fewer spam calls, fewer junk emails, and a reduced risk of identity theft, this is a smart move. We've teamed up to give you a 60% discount on an annual plan at incogni.com/peers. Use code PEERS when you check out. That's Incogni, incogni.com/peers, PIERS. Use code PEERS when you check out. Turning now to my panel is the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the Iranian-American attorney and activist Elika Lebon, and former Canadian lawmaker and Iran activist Goldie Gamari, and Dave Smith will be joining us shortly. So welcome to all of you.
Love you, Lorna, you did nothing wrong. Okay.
Elika Lebon,
I know.
It looks increasingly... Well, welcome back to Uncensored, first of all.
Take care.
Just in terms of where we are,
someone in her house there. What the fuck?
The scale of the build-up of the military on the United States side suggests that a military strike is almost inevitable. Is that a good thing?
Yes, it is absolutely a good thing. We have a regime who we've just witnessed committing an unprecedented massacre, one of the worst atrocities in modern times. And there really is no way for this regime to go down by just simply relying on the Iranian people. They do not have weapons. They do not have any means to take this regime out. The idea that the Iranian people should free themselves is as absurd as saying a person who is kidnapped and held hostage in somebody's basement without any weapons should free themselves. And so there really is no other means to take this regime out. And so now we're in a position where this regime has gone as far as it can possibly go. It's funded its proxies across the Middle East. It has supported massacres such as October 7th. It has shown unrelentless signs of committing its empire expansion across the Middle East. It has embedded and entrenched in its ideology its intent to do so. It has killed Israelis, Iranians, even Muslims, and there really is no better solution for humanity than to remove this regime with targeted strikes on military bases, which, by the way, is a rescue operation and really doesn't need to be framed as a war.
Oh.
Cenk Uygur, welcome back to Uncensored. Always good to have you.
Fuck.
When I hear someone like Elika talking in such a emotive way about
makes
this,
me
I
feel
completely
quite hawkish.
understand why a lot of people who have a vested personal interest in Iran and have so many people they know there, obviously, feel this strongly about it. But I'm skeptical when I hear people like John Bolton, because it reminds me exactly of the build-up to the Iraq War, which I opposed as editor of the Daily Mirror in the UK. I led the media campaign against it over here and was very sad and angry when I failed in that campaign. I wish I'd been successful. But it's the same kind of jungle drums beating. And the problem is, once you go into a place like Iraq, as it turned out, or now Iran, then it's very hard to control the sequence of events that follows. I don't see this as being as clean a situation as, say, Venezuela, where you just take out Maduro and everyone goes home. I think this could be a real hornet's nest.
Yeah. So,
come on, Cenk.
Young Turks
Israel.
is the longest running show in online history. So we were on the air during the Iraq War buildup, and we were one of only 2 national shows screaming, "No, don't do it. Don't listen to people like John Bolton. The neocons have always been wrong, preposterously wrong. They said, oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. It's so dangerous. We have to go in. They said it was connected to 9/11. It was all lies. Now here comes the same liars lying to us again on behalf of Israel and saying, oh my God, Iran is so dangerous.
On behalf of Israel. Hell yes, Cenk.
Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's the ticket. We'll use that same BS argument. And then the second argument, coming from John Bolton and the Israelis, is hilarious. We care so much about the Iranian people. Those Muslim lives mean so much to Israel and to the neocons. That's why we have to bomb them and kill them. Get out of here. Nonsense. So, look, for the folks on here who are Iranian, there are plenty of Persians who say, yeah, we hate this current government. I don't blame them for that. I have great sympathy for them in that regard. But you could say, hey, the Iranian people would like this. Trust me, bro. Maybe. The Israelis can say...
It kind of sounds like the protesters really do want it, but... I guess you can't really do a fucking proper survey on them, but it seems to be the mood of the protests. I don't know why you would just say, oh, maybe.
Say we demand another war in the Middle East on our behalf. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq, and that one cost you $2 trillion and hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives. But we demand that America listen to our orders again, and that's exactly what they're doing. Or we can listen to the American people. How is this a difficult choice? You cited a poll where 70% of Americans said we don't want this. There's another poll out that says 85%. So if we were having a panel here that was representative of the American people, it would be at least 8 people saying, no, don't go in, it has nothing to do with us, and 2 people going, yeah, we need it for Iran, and 1 person for Iran, and 1 person going, we need it for Israel. So we don't need it at all. It's going to be an epic disaster if we get in. Unfortunately, the president's a bit of a child, so the Israelis lead him around by the nose. Attack their sites. Now, no.
I love it. It's all Israel leading the charge. It's so crazy. Are you guys actually now in emo only because of how fucked the Automod is? What happened? What has it done? You know what you guys can do? I know you won't. You'll never do it because you're cowards. Actually, cowards. Ooh.
Get their uranium. No. Get their ballistic missiles. No. Make sure they don't support the proxy groups. Constantly pushing and pushing the American people into their stupid, endless wars where we waste so many lives and the entire American treasure. We did $8 trillion on the global war on Israel's enemies. Enough. Serve America. Going into this war would be absolute madness, and it would turn into disaster. On behalf of the American people, I say loudly, no.
Okay, Goldie Gamara, you fled Iran as a toddler. So no one is more personally invested in its future than somebody like you. What is your response to Cenk Uygur?
I mean, this whole Jews control the world trope is.
I said Israel. I said Israel. I said Israel. He's going to interrupt. He's going to interrupt the fuck out of her.
Becoming very old. This is. Please don't interrupt me, Cenk. I let you spout your jihadi propaganda. I don't have the time or patience to deal with your nonsense. So if you, all right, you know what, Pierce, I actually just sent you a clip of the Islamic regime, state TV, airing your interview from last time, where they are defending Cenk and they're attacking me. I just sent that clip to your producer. You know, you have to.
Is that going to go in the edit?
When you have the Islamic regime defending the arguments of someone like Cenk, it makes you wonder, is Cenk working for the regime or is he being a useful idiot for them? All I'm saying is that, you know, these anti-Semitic tropes, no one's buying them anymore. Ultimately, the Iranian people have made it very clear what they want. And as you can see, the fact that even I'm speaking is threatening Cenk so much that he feels the need to laugh and interrupt. But, you know, I do not listen to the words, or I don't even want to legitimize the words of anyone who is being defended by the Islamic regime, because you don't go on the Islamic regime state TV unless you're basically sanctioned by Khamenei. So it's very strange to me that someone who claims that they're America first is being defended by the Islamic regime.
Well, to be clear, I don't think Cenk has gone on Iranian state
TV.
They've used a clip of him, right? He hasn't
Exactly.
gone on
They used a clip of him to defend his arguments about how Israel is behind everything. So again, when your arguments line up with the most brutal dictatorship,
does that mean we agree with you?
Was the Islamic Republic disagreeing with Cenk when he said Israel was behind everything? You fucking retard. God, he is such a retarded fucking mincemeat fucking brained ox cunt. Oh my god. Whatever. This person is not much better. She just happens to be the broken clock who is correct that the Islamic Republic is bad. Yeah.
When the Islamic regime is basically relying on the arguments of someone like Cenk Uygur, especially with these anti-Semitic tropes, I think it just goes to show how strange the situation is.
Okay, let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith, welcome back to.
You're all anti-Semites if you don't go to war for Israel. Yeah, nobody's buying that crap anymore. Go fight your own wars. Besides which, you obviously work for the Israelis. So why should we listen to anyone who works for the Israelis?
Cenk, last time I checked, your name is not Cenk. Your name is not Dave Smith. You may like it to be, but it's not.
No.
So let me come to the actual Dave Smith.
No, I'm
Dave. I'm seeing a lot of this pushback actually from people on the Iranian side saying this whole debate gets quickly framed as this is what Israel wants to do in Iran, when actually there might be perfectly legitimate reasons why the United States, for its own defense and for its own geopolitical reasons, may want to dismantle this Iranian regime. Well, okay, but this is an argument I've seen. What is your response to that argument? That it's not just at Israel's bidding, it actually suits America to do this. And indeed, I've seen people like Saudi Arabia and others saying, you know, they've been reported as saying they're perfectly happy if the US wants to do this.
Well, I mean, first off, I'll defend Cenk on say I don't know. I think I'm the only Jewish guy on the panel here. There's nothing even remotely anti-Semitic about what Cenk said.
Oh, as long as Dave Smith said it's not anti-Semitic to say that Israel is making every fucking the nation that is composed of half of the fucking Jews is responsible for every bad thing that's happening in the Middle East, including protesters in Iran and Trump's fucking beef with Iran. It's all Israel. Okay, cool. Apparently no American is capable of thinking for themselves, okay? These hyper-intelligent Jews, I mean Israelis, somehow.
And obviously, Pierce, there's no... I don't...
Do you speak for the Jews?
No, I think all this... No, I don't. I think actually all this identitarianism is pretty stupid, but I think it was pretty stupid.
So why the fuck did you say it then? Oh, as the Jew in the panel. Trying to have it both ways, eh? Maybe that's just comedy. Maybe that's him doing his comedy. You know, Dave Smith, he's a comedian. Every time he says something retarded, he's actually just a comedian.
Call Cenk anti-Semitic for saying that obviously Israel. I mean, Pierce, it's just completely undeniable that Israel wants this war every other week. Netanyahu.
You guys are actually a lot more pleasant when you just do emotes. Actually, it's much nicer to look at. It's softer on the brain. I don't have to concentrate as much. And it doesn't make you look any less intelligent. Well done, guys. Good. Keep on it.
Who comes here, and when he does, that's all they talk about. And if you want to say that, I mean, look, of all the wars, in fact, you know, John Mearsheimer and Walt wrote that great book, The Israel Lobby, and they had a couple great anecdotes in there where U.S. officials were saying during the Iraq war to the Israelis, like, hey, shut up, because you're making this look like this is a war for Israel. Like, you don't want to reveal that too much. In this case, this is clearly a war for Israel.
You don't want to reveal that too much. Did you infer that extra quote, Dave Smith? Perchance.
Israel, I mean...
Like, Israel literally didn't want the Americans to do what they did in Iraq. It was Sharon who wanted them to install a fucking, like a Hashemite-style ruler because they thought that would be more stable. Basically, Israel wants every Middle Eastern country to be Jordan. They love Jordan, which is ironic because Jordan's full of Palestinians. But yeah.
That's what the geopolitical motivator is here. And listen, for both you guys, I'm an anti-government guy across the board. I'm anti all governments, including the mullahs and the Ayatollah. But if you're actually arguing that U.S. foreign policy moves based on humanitarian impulses, it's just too ridiculous. I mean, we back the Saudis in their genocide of the people of Yemen. We back Israel in their genocide of the people of Gaza. We back all types of just brutal regimes. The United Arab Emirates and their role in Sudan right now, that doesn't stop us from backing them. So the idea that this has anything to do with like the treatment of the Iranian people, that's all just ridiculous. It's not about that. And Pierce, all those people, all those same people who you correctly stood up and fought against, who wanted to lie us into Iraq, they've all in their own words admitted that Iran has always been the goal, that eventually we get regime change there too. And as far as the idea that, well, we can do a regime change without boots on the ground, it's possible, maybe they can locate where the
Why does this fucking retard pretend he knows if that's even possible? You know that some governments actually fall. Some governments fall with no military intervention at all. So why do you think like, oh, maybe it's possible that the regime will change with boots on the ground? Why are you pretending like you have any fucking input to that calculus? Like, why? Why are you acting like you have insight there? No one knows the answer to that question. No one knows if if the regime could fall even fucking within a week without any military intervention, or what would happen with a lot, or even what boots on the ground would do. It's a very uncharted area. It's a whole different country. Oh, but Iraq. Every country that's not white is Iraq.
Ayatollah is, and take him out. And maybe that does, unlike the situation in Venezuela, actually take out the regime. But there's every reason in the world to think that that would be the worst thing for the Iranian people. You look at examples like Libya or Syria, where we were able to orchestrate...
Or Kosovo. Yeah.
Regime changes without...
They didn't actually orchestrate regime change in Syria. The Syrians did that, you fucking retard. If anything, Turkey had more to do with that than America did.
Massive numbers of troops on the ground, and it's a disaster for the people. Libya is a failed state to this day, and that is what Benjamin Netanyahu is quite happy to make Iran, because they see that as advantageous to them.
Our penal code has specific laws to protect democracy. Lessons of a previous dictatorship.
Huh. Thanks for the 54.90. I really appreciate that. Thanks for that knowledge as well. Okay. So maybe we should learn from Brazil. I'll maybe look into that. So they didn't need to change anything. They didn't need to change any standards or change any, or do anything taboo. They had laws in place because of their previous dictatorship. Okay. And Ben is cool as fuck. Thanks for the $5. Chonk, no say many words, then few words do fine. GG's. Oh, no say when. Okay, I got you, yeah. I mean, he definitely is succinct, right? Israel. Is that his job description now? It's just to turn up on panels and scream Israel at people?
Them. And so, yeah, that's all a big part of this, and why any sane American would want to support this policy. It makes no sense. As Cenk said, no one wants this war. None of the other states in the region want it. Europe doesn't want it. Your own country, Pierce, has been given pushback to the U.S. over the last 48 hours about it. The American people don't want it. The only people who want this war are Israel and the Israel lobby, essentially.
And the Iranian protesters? And the Iranian diaspora? Fuck those guys. Fuck those losers.
That's not true.
Elika, I can see you frowning there, Elika. What's your response to Dave Smith?
First of all, the idea that Israel wants this war and therefore that negates everything else in the universe just proves that this anti-Zionist ideology makes Israel the sun around which they orbit. And when they orbit Israel, like the sun, nothing else exists to them anymore. It is perfectly possible for multiple people to align in a shared goal. Of course, Israel wants this war. Why would Israel not want to take out a regime that has been terrorizing them through their proxies, not just for the past 2 years, but for the past decades? Of course, it is in Israel's interest, as it should be, because why wouldn't you want a terrorist state that has an eschatological vision of eliminating you for justice to arrive on earth to be eliminated? Okay.
Wow. Eschatological. What the fuck was that word?
Okay, yes, we all understand it is Israel's goal, and good for them that it's their goal, okay? Second of all, the Iranian people also have their own sovereignty, their own national interests in mind, and those are aligned goals. Now, it isn't just the Iranian people, it isn't just the Israeli people. If you do not eliminate the Islamic regime, you end up in a forever war that ultimately implicates the US. And so if you don't want war, you take out this regime. You said you could do diplomacy with the regime.
You're gonna get rid of the wars by having a war? They're gonna say that. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so based. She's too educated. I don't think anything about this opinion is like too educated. This is just pretty basic interventionist talking points with a well-spoken, with a good vocabulary. Like what? Okay, you're very easily impressed. Shit.
All of these years, you tried to do the JCPOA, you tried to do this Obama-style diplomacy, and then what happened down the line?
To be fair, Trump scrapped the JCPOA. That's not a good example. Trump did not try the JCPOA. He scrapped it.
Their proxies just kept getting stronger. They continued to do their attacks all over the Middle East. They did October 7th. And what happened when October 7th happened was that Israel had to go to war with Hamas. And guess what? The US had to be implicated to defend its ally. So if you don't want a forever war, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, you have to eliminate the source of the forever war. You have to eliminate the people. You have to eliminate the people who make war inevitable.
When did Israel wage war in like? It's very clear between Israel and Iran which one kind of like kicked off first, right? Are you ever gonna? Is he gonna deny that? Probably, because he would say that the Shah, that was all Israel's doing. You know, covering for good old Britain and America there, my boy.
Israel has only ever responded to the acts of the regime and policies. And to go even further, it was actually very popular at the time to say no to war with Germany, to say no to war with the Nazis. But guess what? All of those deaths that ensued, those were deaths that made were made inevitable by the Nazis because they were relentless. You had the peace for our time, the Munich Agreement, where everyone was like, finally, we're going to have peace. Then they invaded Poland, and you can see these people who are ideological extremists will always inevitably...
Remember, the regime completely, the Islamic Republic completely just hoodwinked on this. They reassured Jimmy Carter. They reassured Jimmy Carter that they wouldn't actually try to export the revolution. And then obviously they came in and they said, yeah, of course we're going to export the revolution. What the fuck do you think we're talking about here with an Islamic state? That's the whole point. But they did actually try to tell Jimmy Carter that they weren't going to do that. And they also would still keep up trade relations, and they were keeping people quite assured that they weren't going to try to destroy Israel. And do you think what do you think Israel would have done back? Do you think they would have still just waged war with Iran or treated them the exact same? Obviously, that is what Cenk thinks because he's a retard. But fuck, I just don't know why that's an acceptable opinion. It makes no sense to me.
Pull the entire world into war. So if you are anti-war, fantastic. Let's eliminate this regime so there's no more wars and no more threats to the United States and the rest of the world.
Okay, let me just take a short break from the panel. I'll come back to you in a moment. I want to just move now because Dave Smith referenced the infamous list which held that Iran was always the aim in the Middle East. And we're now joined by the former NATO commander, General Wesley Clark. General Clark, great to have you back. It's a 4-star
general! Get in, Mr. 4-star.
Thank you.
There was, of course, this famous Pentagon memo, which you saw shortly after 9/11. You said it described a plan to take out 7 countries in 5 years, beginning with Iraq.
Oh my God, this fucking list. One of a billion memos that would have gone through the State Department at this time, and people have built this retarded fucking conspiracy. It doesn't even make sense. It did not. What happened in reality? Definitely nothing within 5 years, more like 30, and it's not even these 7 countries. And even the ones, some of them that did regime change had nothing to do with the United States. Fuck's sake, man, I hate him. It's so stupid. Also, he never saw it.
Ending with Iran. The other countries were Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan. You know, some will look at this and say, well, this is the fruition of the plan, and Iran is the last one standing. Lebanon, of course, a bit more complicated, but the others have all gone through regime change.
They've gone through regime change. Really? These 7 incredibly unstable nations. Did they all go through regime change as per the American plan?
What would you say to people that
The answer is no.
Well, I'd say that it's that was over 20 years ago that memo was written. And the U.S. government doesn't really have plans that extend that far.
Yep.
So it wasn't really a plan. That was a concept that came out of the neocons.
Oh, God.
And maybe it was a plan.
It was a concept of a plan. Yes, thank you so much, my wonderful 4-star general. Oh, yes. My experienced, my highly qualified, decorated 4-star darling. Thank you so much.
Plan that they thought they could eliminate all those regimes that might be hostile to the United States in the region. But it never really resolved itself into a plan, per se. It just happens. And when you are a country like the United States and you find opponents around the world, and particularly Iran calling us the great Satan and so forth, you know, Iran's been on the warpath against the United States from the very beginning.
Yeah.
They targeted the Marine barracks in Lebanon, killed 283 people with a truck-mounted bomb. It was a terrible tragedy. They went after the French embassy. We actually, in the United States, we held back the Shah in Iran. We sent a 4-star general to Iran in 1978 to tell the Iranian generals, don't interfere with the emergence of real democracy in Iran. And so they blocked the Iranian military that was loyal to the Shah from keeping the Shah in power. We actually helped Khomeini get to power. Now, we didn't intend that. We thought a man named Shapur Bakhtiar was going to take the reins, but he was quickly overthrown by the fundamentalists like Khomeini. But the point is that the United States didn't begin this fight with Iran. Iran decided, Khomeini decided, that to purify his regime, to have a moral purpose in life, and for the Iranian people, he wanted to go after enemies. And so he picked two enemies, Israel and the United States. So the fact that after 40 some odd years, we're turning now to Iran and people are talking about regime change, yeah, it's sort of a natural course of events.
General Clark, from a purely military perspective, the sheer size and scale of the American military build-up here around Iran is reminiscent of 2003 and the build-up before they went into Iraq. Is there a point where, as someone put it to me back in 2003, the American military train has left the station? In other words, it reaches the point when it has to do something.
No, I don't think that's the case. These assets are deployable and they can be redeployed quite easily. 2 aircraft carriers, they sail off. The aircraft squadrons redeploy. It can be done. It's not a use it or lose it kind of situation. Putting those forces there doesn't inevitably mean they'll be used. No. You know,
in terms of
when people talk like that,
the obvious question. Yeah, sorry.
You had a lot of ground troops that were over there in 2003. You don't have any ground troops there, so you can sail off, fly off, no problem.
And in terms of what an American attack might look like, and it may even be, you know, by the time this post America's done something, what is the most likely form of attack? It presumably won't be anything like we saw in Venezuela, with a very quick surgical strike which removed Maduro and got him out. And presumably it won't be like the strikes we saw last summer on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So what would this one look like?
Good question.
I would suspect that it would be first, of course, you've got to clear out the air defense radars and whatever residual air defense is there. So you have freedom of operations in the skies. And that includes going after aircraft that could be used to intercept you at air bases and so forth. But I don't think there's that much left. It seems to me that could be done very quickly, maybe a few sorties during one night could handle most of what's there. And then you're going after the ballistic missile systems, where they're stored, where they're produced, where the launchers are, where the underground storage is. That's a tougher problem. That might take several days, maybe weeks. And then you start on the headquarters of the IRGC.
Look at this, breaking news, guys, breaking news. Lakari has been unbanned from Twitch after a month and 2 days. Let's go. Back for his accountability nonce bashing.
And finally, you go after the nuclear. So if you're going to do a limited strike, probably you take out the any air defense radars and you start on the ballistic missiles. A night, maybe 2 days.
But if your mission is to affect regime change, how would that come about?
I don't think that's the mission at this point. I think the president is looking at a limited strike to try to get a negotiated settlement. But what the United States is asking for is something more than what we obtained in 2015 through President Obama's efforts. So we'd be looking at no nuclear enrichment or minimal.
It's also, remember, Iran is think about how Trump thinks. Iran is like a prize. It's a big prize because they are a very resource-rich nation. They're very well educated. They're big. They obviously have a lot of political sway because the impact of the regime being gone will have a political impact on everywhere in the Middle East, beyond the neighboring countries. They have oil. They're very oil rich, for one, not to mention other things. Having a regime change in Iran and pushing it towards another, like a Western-friendly government, would be such a massive, like, reward for Trump. It would be such a, there's so much to gain. There's stuff like economically, financially, strategically, geopolitically. There's so, even humanitarian wise, right? Because if he gets rid of that regime, then the humanitarian reward would be like finally seeing the truth about everything the regime has done to their own people over the last 4 decades, and also ensuring that it's not going to happen again anytime soon. Like, there is so much that Trump would have to gain there from like an ego perspective alone, if he can actually be the guy that overthrows the Iranian regime. But yeah, as far as what would motivate his calculus, that's obviously going to be something that he's thinking about how much of a reward it would be for him to be the man who does the job. So stop speaking fucking Hebrew and other languages in my chat. Fuck off. God damn it.
Nuclear activities at all. Maybe that would be a compromise. And then stop the ballistic missile program and get rid of that axis of resistance. And on these latter 2 points, Iran doesn't seem to be prepared to compromise. And so there may not be a compromise in this, but I think the president wants to go at this, hopefully, and get a diplomatic solution rather than pound away at Iran with air power.
I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton earlier, who was saying that he believes the Iranian regime has never been weaker, and therefore there's never been a better time to try and take it on. Would you agree with that?
I think the regime is weaker in terms of public support, in terms of the economic structure, but actually this regime has shown itself to be pretty well structured internally. It's as far as we know, we haven't really turned any major figures. There's no major disagreements within the regime. People in the regime have loyalty, plus they've been bought off. Sometimes their children are in Europe or even in the United States. They're relatively well off compared to the rest of the population. So they're living off the fat of the land, so to speak. And we haven't been able to turn them. If you're going to get regime change, you need to crack the wall of resistance of the IRGC.
Oh, no.
We need a general or two who says, you know, this is gone, this is crazy. Why would you have a government that 85, 90 million people hate, that kills tens of thousands of its own people? Why would you do that?
Tens of thousands.
So presumably there are responsible people somewhere in that Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps who can see past the ideology and the bribery that's going on, the corruption, and maybe look for the good of the Iranian people. And
hey, what are you
that's
doing?
We would be hoping
Fuck
for.
off.
Now, I wouldn't have access to those people being outside the chain of command right now, but hopefully we are in communications with people like that. And that's the way you would get regime change.
And finally, before we go to the panel, and you're going to stay with the panel,
in chat?
thank you for that. Wow. There are several members of the panel who believe this is all being done purely at the behest of Israel, that it's not in America's national interest to be doing this, and that Netanyahu has railroaded Trump into potentially attacking Iran. Do you think there's merit to that argument?
Well, not as much merit as you might think. The United States has continuously said that we're against the proliferation of nuclear weapons. And Iran has really, since the days of the Shah, had a nuclear program, and the Khomeini regime kept it going. There was a fake in 2007. They fooled American intelligence into issuing an estimate that said they had stopped it, but I don't think they stopped it. And so we know now they're very close to getting the materials to use a nuclear weapon. That's destabilizing the whole world, and especially the Middle East. So it's not just us, it's our friends and allies in the region that don't want it. And the Iranians themselves are working on longer and longer range missiles. So we don't need another hostile state that has sworn its purpose is to...
You look pissed. I kind of am, yeah. I don't know why the automod is doing that. It's really annoying. But, yeah, we'll see.
Destroy another state to have nuclear weapons. It's not just about Israel, it's about global stability.
Okay, let's go back to the panel. Cenk Uygur, I mean, there's your answer from a former commander of NATO forces, which is it's not just about Israel wanting this to happen. It is in America's strategic interest to prevent Iran developing nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
No.
So, I mean, I really respect General Clark. I don't know what's happened to him. That letter
must have been Israel.
Clear. They did, the neocons and Israel First did execute it. They have knocked out 6 to 7 of those countries, just like they said they would. They've gone to Iran at the end, just like they said they would. If we're talking about a country that is destabilizing the region and the world with endless wars, that country is Israel. I mean, look, this whole thing is topsy-turvy. The whole framing of the discussion is ludicrous. Israel has attacked 7 of its neighbors, not Iran. Israel forced us into the Iraq war, and they said it would be easy.
Iran has proxies in Yemen, Lebanon, in Iraq. And again, Iran doesn't have hasn't have groups in any of these countries trying to destroy Iran. Also, they attack Israel. Also, they've attacked America, actually. There have been Iranian agents who have tried to kidnap dissidents in America. Like, fuck. That's not to mention all the other ones that I don't know about in terms of like all the clandestine operations of which there would be. I mean, like, does it technically count as like Argentina and Bulgaria if you count Hezbollah's attacks? Probably. Because it's Iranian funded. It's their proxies. It's their babies. Fuck.
And it was a disaster. They said they were doing it for the Iranian people, and then
Syria. Iran's influence in Syria. That's a whole priority of the new government now, is to get rid of Iranian influence in Syria.
Wound up killing hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. We lost thousands of our own men. The fake weapons of mass destruction evidence came from where? It came from Israel. They pushed us into the war with Libya.
No, it didn't. It came from an Iraqi it came from an Iraqi defector, but okay.
Now there's modern day slavery back in Libya. Every war they have pushed us into has cost us trillions. Hold on, General Clark. Hold on. They have cost us trillions of dollars. And you know that. And they have cost us blood and treasure. And it's Israel doing it, General Clark.
Israel!
Be a patriot. Stand up for America, not for Israel. I'm not going to go to another war for Israel. We're not going to spend trillions more for Israel. We're not going to lose American soldiers for Israel. Israelis have bought
He's such a fucking loser, man. Listen to this fucking blustering, mental case fucking ox shit.
4% of Congress. The Israelis have bought Donald Trump, and this is a fact. And you guys keep obfuscating these facts.
Can we have some respect for the general, please? I think he doesn't deserve to be screamed at.
No, he's interrupting me. He should have respect for the American people.
Have some respect. Have some respect for the general. Yes. Thank you so much, Pierce. Put that fuck in his place. That insolent ox fuck.
85% of whom do not want to go. General Clark, why are you pushing us into this war when 85% of Americans don't want it? And you yourself know that the neocons have wanted this war for 20 years. Our interest? What interest? We said nuclear, and then we got rid of their nuclear facilities. Then now all of a sudden ballistic missiles. General Clark, tell me with a straight face that we have a right to demand that any country end their ballistic missile program.
A country that's attacking you and pledging that they want to attack you? What?
Why don't you stop
ballistic missiles? We'd have to get rid of the whole world for Israel if we're going to get rid of
it. Let him respond.
Of courtesy to other people. Now,
General Clark,
you want to hear what I say? Listen, first of all, there is no they there. We've been through the Bush administration. There were neocons. We've been through the Obama administration. There were no neocons there. We've been through the a Trump administration.
Dave Smith loves it. He thinks there's neocons everywhere, all over the shop. The same neocons who drew a red line at Assad using chemical weapons and then actually fucked off and chilled out. Okay.
He didn't want a war. We've been through the Biden administration. Now we're another Trump administration. When you say they, there's no they there. There's no secret plot behind
The
this.
Israeli lobby is the number one donor to every single person you mentioned. Biden, Trump, everyone.
That's just not true.
Okay. The Israeli lobby has been here the whole time, General Clark. Wakey, wakey.
Don't get a chance to talk.
Cenk, please let General Clark finish his point.
Common courtesy. Now just
I
be
agree.
quiet and listen.
I agree. Cenk, let the
Nothing,
general
I'm gonna
respond.
say it, and I'm going to say it not just to you, but to all the other panelists. So there's no they there. This is about national interests. And you can go through these states one by one. First of all, I was against the invasion of Iraq. I knew it was a mistake and it wasn't going to work out well. I was against it. But it's the men and women in uniform. Of course, you're not against your own soldiers fighting. You want them to succeed. But the mission was a bad mission, and I called it for that. Syria, there was a revolution there. President Obama said Bashar Assad shouldn't stay in charge. But unfortunately, he did until Turkey got rid of him.
Thank you so much, my wonderful 4-star salt of the earth general. Fuck. What did I say? What did I say? Turkey. Yes. They had a lot more to do with getting rid of Assad than America did at the end of the day. God damn it.
On Libya, I warned the United States not to intervene because there was no follow-on for that, and we've still got a mess in Libya. We've never been able to come to terms with Darfur, Sudan, and what's happening in the center of Africa. Now, when you turn to Iran, Iran has been a continuous problem for the United States. They killed hundreds of our soldiers with the explosively formed penetrators when we were in Iraq. They started this thing back in the late 1970s, early 80s. They assassinated a bunch of Iranian generals because they'd been to school in the United States. So what's their beef with the United States? They want trouble from the United States. That's their raison d'etre. That's what keeps the, well, you can shake your head, but I'm telling you, look at the propaganda. So is Israel concerned? Of course Israel should be concerned. As the Ayatollah has said and others, when they get nuclear weapons, they're going to use them. Now, I've been all through the Gulf leadership. Maybe you've talked to those leaders too, but I have, and they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Has he fucked?
They can't do much about it, but they hope that we will. And unfortunately,
I don't think that's true. I don't think are the Gulf states currently pinning hope on. If they are, they're not saying it publicly. There's no fucking way the Gulf states are like hoping publicly that America bombs Iran. There's no way.
The agreement that we thought we solved it with in 2015 was thrown out in 2018. And I agree that that agreement wasn't a great agreement. It didn't stop their ballistic missiles, and it didn't stop their axis of resistance. It didn't deal with Hezbollah, but it was an agreement. Now, we don't have anything.
You're gonna cast the
and
thing.
so
There you go.
we're on the precipice of another set of military strikes in the region. Is that a good thing? No, it's not a good thing. It'd be a lot better if Iran would simply become a normal state, engage in trade, work with its neighbors, stop trying to take over the region, stop threatening Israel. But Iran doesn't seem, under its present regime, to want to do that. So that's where we're headed. Thank you, Piers.
Please, can I just answer something?
Let me wait 1
4-star
second.
performance.
I will come to everybody.
First class.
But I want to get Dave Smith's
What a
response
graceful
to that.
man.
Dave Smith.
Okay, well, I mean, if the general who is on the record, not just on that Amy Goodman interview, but here on this show, Pierce, who said
He saw the document, yeah, the seven countries,
that,
yeah.
and that they were resurrected in a study paid for by the Israelis. If he's walking away from that or saying, well, yeah, that happened,
Or
but
maybe you have just taken something that he said and added so much fucking spice to it to sell that story to your brain rotted fucking Joe Rogan listening hugbox fucking hippie idiots, then yeah, as they fucking inject themselves with hydroxychloroquine and fucking sniff ivermectin, thinking they're onto some real shit. Primal Nether? I don't need that. Okay, where do I hand this quest in? Shatrath, okay. Do I get anything? Ooh, dodge. No, it's useless. Fuck that. Fuck off.
There were 4 different administrations in there, so there's no they there. Well, as Cenk was pointing out there, Benjamin Netanyahu's been here pretty much the entire time. The Israel lobby's been here pretty much the entire time. And you'd certainly have to admit, sir.
Netanyahu was like, where was he in the mid-2000s? Where was he? That was Sharon and then Olmert. Right. But I guess he was there. You know, he was kicking around. He was doing media appearances. He was talking shit.
It's an awfully big coincidence that
Awfully,
you
isn't
saw
it
that there was a
interesting?
plan to overthrow 7 countries. And that since that time, now obviously none of us are arguing, it didn't happen.
I love it how he gets to go on all these shows and argue with people who actually know what they're talking about and say, listen, I got a 4-star general here telling me, and now he's come on here and he's trying to argue with the 4-star general that he keeps on fucking leaning on. He is such a disgusting, pathetic fucking cringe lord. No wonder he avoids people in serious debates about this issue.
In the way you said it was going to. Supposed to happen in 5 years. And obviously the war in Iraq ended up being a quagmire that was unforeseen by most of the military establishment at the time. But Israel and or the United States of America have attacked all of those countries, maybe minus Sudan, which kind of collapsed without those attacks. That would seem to be a huge coincidence there, and it seems much more likely.
Well, it's a coincidence that someone identified countries that everyone knew were hostile to the United States, and those countries ended up fighting with the United States in some capacity or another. That's such a crazy... It's such a coincidence that these 7 countries that want to fight with America ended up fighting with America. That's so fucking mental. What?
Those entrenched interests that were pushing for that continued to push for that over all of these years, especially when the fact is that we can look at who's been advocating for all of these policies over the years, and it's been Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel Firsters and the Israel Lobby and all of them. I think it's kind of crazy to expect us to somehow get them out of any responsibility for this. And in terms of, Pierce, just last summer, I was on this show. We were having a bunch of arguments. Everybody back then said it was about the 60% enriched uranium, that I was crazy for claiming that this was about a regime change operation. And here we are a few months later. President Trump has boasted that he obliterated their nuclear program, that it's no issue, and yet we still need to go back to war with Iran once again. Look,
he's such a... Has he not seen that it's been reported up to PBS and New York Times that Iran is trying to rebuild their nuclear capacity? They're literally saying that they're trying to do it. Do you think it just goes away forever?
The fact of the matter is that the impetus for the global war on terrorism to begin with was our beef with radical Sunni terrorist groups.
Sunni?
There's no reason for the United States of America to be at war with the Shiites, and you can mention...
That is just such a... Oh God, he's actually just like a Redditor. He's so fucking stupid, man. It's like he's just learned these words for the first time in his life and just decided to do a panel on it. Why would you say something so fucking stupid?
By the way, I don't
even need to explain why that's stupid, do I? No, I will not. No, you can't make me do it, Dave. I'm just going to relax. I'm just going to learn to enjoy it. Okay, fuck you.
The general is correct in saying that Iran was responsible for killing that many soldiers in Iraq. I think they were Iraqi Shiites, and I think most of those roadside bombs were made in Iraq. My friend Scott Horton has demonstrated this in his great book, Enough Already. But the bottom line is just that we are $38 trillion in debt. Well, 1 second, General, and I won't interrupt you at all. Well, let me just finish my point. And then, okay. I don't think that's true, but regardless, Yeah. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Listen. We are, I said 38. Is it 39 or 40? I can't keep track anymore. We're close to $40 trillion in debt. We have major problems in our own country, including a drug overdose epidemic, a homelessness epidemic. We have we have tens of millions of people who are in our country illegally, and yet we're flirting with what is obviously, definitionally, a war of choice, a war of aggression. Iran, we're not responding to an attack from Iran, and to move all these goalposts. Oh, they support proxies in the region. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yeah, in other words, they're a government. Yes, in other words, they haven't just
It's just a regular old government where they get their kids to say "Death to America" every morning before they start school. Just a normal government. You know, no one else does that. I mean, everyone does that. That's just like the pledge, isn't it? The pledge is all about death to Brits, I guess. I guess in Scotland, their national anthem is about killing the English. It's the same shit, you know? Big deal. Big fucking deal.
Completely, as Witkoff said the other day, that Trump was curious why they haven't capitulated. In other words, they haven't completely capitulated to us and said they're going to make themselves entirely defenseless against the Israelis who attack them.
What do you mean defenseless, dude? Like, Iran doesn't have defenses. They can't stop shit. They literally can't stop shit. Their only defense is like terrorizing Israeli civilians for a few days with ballistics. That's their defense.
Throughout the years with impunity. This is ridiculous. We have no need to fight this war. We're flirting with another catastrophe for no reason.
Whoa.
Okay, let me bring in the two ladies who've been waiting very patiently. Elika, I'll come to you in one moment, but let Goldie Gamari respond first, and then Elika. Goldie first.
Well, thank you so much, Piers. First of all, I just want to thank the general for his service and thank all American military for everything they've done to defend democracy and freedom around the world. So thank you for your service, General.
Oh, my God.
So the way that we have to frame this and the way that we have to look at it, Piers, is that right now we are in a forever war with the Islamic regime. And what happened is back in 1979, it was Jimmy Carter and the Democrats that backed the Ayatollah. And that's what basically led to the Islamic coup d'etat. And so right now, Iran is unfortunately a failed state. And so what Iranians are trying to do is, we're trying to rectify the mistake. Is regime change the goal? 100%. Absolutely. We Iranians, we have been trying to fix Jimmy Carter's mistake since 1979. And this is the first time since the Islamic regime took over that we actually have a United States president who is standing with the Iranian people, recognizing full well that U.S. and Iranian interests are aligned right now. And by Iranian, I mean the Iranian people. I don't mean the Islamic regime that's occupying us. Because, as the general said, prior to 1979,
that's a 4-star general to you, miss.
And Iran and the United States were allies. So right now, the country is currently in that failed state situation. And I can say that, Iranians in occupied Iran are incredibly grateful that the United States is coming to help liberate them. This is not a war, Piers. This is not a war. This is a rescue mission.
Oh.
The United States is coming to help rescue 90 million Iranians who have been held hostage by a brutal and savage dictatorship. With respect to what Dave Smith was saying about the proxies, I'll leave that up to the general.
Okay, Elika.
Nonsense.
So when there's these constant...
Do your messages come through if you throw in the English alongside different language? Is that what happens? Shit. That's quite crazy.
Examples of where the US has failed in intervention, you have to wonder, why is it that they keep repeating the worst case scenarios? Why don't they talk about the US intervention in in Kuwait to stop Iraq's intervention, right? Which actually led to stability in Kuwait. Why don't we talk about...
please let's talk about Iraq. Let's not talk about Kuwait, yes. Fucking... everything he says, man, he must have like a problem, right? His IQ must be like really low. He's so fucking stupid. He's not even like a good gaslighter or manipulator in these conversations. He's just really stupid.
Bosnia, why don't we talk about Kosovo? Why don't we talk about the times where NATO and the US have done tremendous work to bring stability with targeted strikes?
Isn't it Liberia? I don't know much about this story. Don't people talk about Liberia as a good example of American intervention? I don't know though. I've just heard people say that. Maybe it wasn't.
Strikes, okay? The reason that they keep mentioning this is because they want to constantly frame this in the worst case scenario for the US so as to defend the terrorist regime, which makes you wonder why. Second of all, this claim that we don't want to, intervene in Iran because it's going to be a failed state and it's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I'm sorry, you don't care now that it's a failed state. You don't care now how many people are being killed. You want to talk about Iraq? You want to say hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Iraq. How many people did Saddam Hussein kill? 180,000 Kurds alone, chemical genocide against Kurds, the ethnic cleansing of Turks,
and
of
we
Kurds,
backed them.
of Shia Muslims. So you want to say that if we should have just left Saddam Hussein, and he's expanding his war in Kuwait, his war in Iran, and you want to say that what the US did was so bad, fine, it was bad, but before it was worse. And if it was left unchecked, how much worse would it be? So this isn't about what the facts are. This is about how you are looking at the facts. And this isn't, no, we don't interrupt. This is an intentional...
I was just going to ask a question. You interrupted me before plenty of times.
Ask me my question after. You can ask me my question after.
You're not my teacher, so don't scold me.
Stop. We're not looking at this through the lens of fact. We're looking at this through the lens of how can we look at this in the most negative way so we don't support attacks on the regime. Second of all, this constant thing about Israel is the one that wants this war. We have all conceded and acknowledged that Israel does for obvious reasons. You're talking about, you take Israel and you take the IRGC, you take this terrorist regime that has enshrined an eschatological vision to eliminate Israel in its charter and has repeatedly acted on that vision. Any sane country in the world, whether it was US or Israel, would obviously...
Eschatological. It's apparently relating to death, judgment, and the final destiny of the soul and of humankind. Eschatological. Interesting. I think I should use it more often in conversation. Eschatological. I mean, it works. She's using it accurately. Destiny reference. You guys are so gaped.
Want to protect itself. So you're talking about a liberal democracy that seeks safety and protection of its own people, and you're talking about a terrorist state that wants to eliminate that state. And so to even look at this in any other lens is just to be out of touch with reality. You talk about Israel doing these strikes on Hezbollah, when Hezbollah is the one that is throwing its rockets into Israel. You talk about its strikes on the Houthis. Think about this. The regime created Hezbollah as a second IRGC to station it in the closest border to Israel for the sole purpose of eliminating Israel and creating a second Islamic Republic in Lebanon. Now, you want to say that in response to that,
What about that is absurd? That they literally used to say this. Hezbollah don't do the Islamic Republic line publicly anymore. They don't really seem to be pursuing it, but they literally did. They were very open about it to begin with. Dude. Oh.
Israel should just bend over and do nothing. Of course, Israel wants this war because it is.
Come on! How much more can Israel do?
It is
endless goddamn war because of Israel. Can I respond to this utter rubbish, this garbage Israeli propaganda?
It's a mind virus, and you've lost your mind. Okay, so just be quiet.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism, blah. We've heard that garbage over and over to shield Israel from criticism. We're not going to take it anymore. You call the whole country anti-Semites. You think Israel has called all of America anti-Semites. 85% of us don't want this war. And then you come in and go, you dirty anti-Semite Americans. You owe us more war. You owe us trillions of dollars. We are beloved Israel. We want endless wars.
One question for you, Cenk. One question for you. What percentage of Germans were anti-Semites?
What the hell does that have to do with this? The real fascists are Israel.
Is that really a gotcha?
You want to ask me what percentage of Israel are fascists? Unfortunately, the percentage is over 50%.
You know what the point is, Cenk? The point is that it is a mind virus.
Can I actually answer any of this garbage that they're putting out?
Can you stop interrupting her, please? You're very rude. You're very rude.
Interrupting her. She's gone on for 10 minutes.
How long do you think you went on, sir?
Okay.
Let me, Cenk, I'll give you a brief right of reply there, and then I want to go to the general.
What a state. I don't really know what how many Germans were anti-Semites thing, but okay, I don't know what the point there was. Maybe I missed it.
So, guys, this is a total illusion. The country starting all the wars in the Middle East is Israel, not Iran. The ones that have the religious ideology of taking over the Middle East is Israel.
It's just, bro, even the crazies in Israel, even a lot like the right wingers right now are talking about expanding it. Like they don't even make religious arguments half the time. Like even most of the extremists in Israel are still secular extremists. He's so stupid. Fuck me. Meanwhile, the Islamic Republic of Iran has this like fucking basing their constitution on this document that's literally fucking like medieval shit, talking about flogging people for drinking alcohol. Talking about a religious fucking mission to destroy Israel, to reclaim like Islamic land and shit like that. But apparently it's Israel is the religiously motivated expansionist. God damn it. It's just denial, man. They literally just bury their heads in the sand and just pretend that half of this conflict just doesn't exist. Like the Middle East is just a bunch of fucking passive, retarded children running around, bumping into the walls. And Israel just deciding to lob shit at them because they find it funny. Like that's literally the world that these guys live in.
Call it Greater Israel. It's a patch on their uniform. It's a map in their Knesset.
It's not a patch on the what? He thinks that's a patch on their uniform. That's like a Twitter meme. He thinks the IDF, like soldiers in general, are running around with those Greater Israel maps where they have like what, half of Saudi Arabia conquered, while they're literally trying to pursue a peace deal with these countries. They're trying to pursue peace deals with Saudi. They've already pursued a peace deal with Egypt and Jordan, but apparently they still want to conquer their borders. Okay. Nothing better than normalizing with a country and engaging in security coordination with them. If you want to try and conquer them. Nice.
They're trying, and their cabinet members say we're going for Greater Israel. Greater Israel is most of the Middle East. The reason why knocking out their nuclear, so-called nuclear program wasn't enough for these warmongers is because they want every country in the Middle East defenseless so Israel can attack and take more land. And have they actually attacked and taken more land? Yes, they currently have 53% of Gaza. They say they're never going to give back Golan Heights. They keep talking about how Israel should exist. Israel already exists, already has nukes, and is super dangerous with those nukes. They already have Iron Dome. They already have the greatest military in the Middle East. It's the Palestinians who don't exist because the Israelis won't allow them. The Israelis are doing a fascist, a Greater Israel project, and our press won't talk about it, even though the Israelis talk about it nonstop. We've shown video after video on the Young Turks of how they're going for Greater Israel. And
can anyone show me this quote? Was it actually recorded or was it just written down in the press? What did Yair Lapid actually say? I'm very curious now what he actually said. It's also this like fast and loose definition of Greater Israel, because to some people Greater Israel just means mandatory Palestine, which would include the West Bank and Gaza, to be clear. But then other people use Greater Israel to imply that it means from the Nile to the Euphrates and half of Saudi Arabia, which is... one of those is spoken about a lot more in Israel than the other one. I don't know who the fuck, like what serious political movement in Israel is expecting that map where they go and conquer, where they break their peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan and take pieces of their country as well. Not really sure where those guys are.
The idea that Iran is taking over their neighbors, they haven't taken over any neighbors. Israel keeps taking land while our press keeps...
Iran literally does take over neighbors, but okay.
Lying to you and pretending that Israel's the victim when they are the aggressor, and they don't do it with their own money and they don't do it with their own troops. They force America to spend trillions of dollars and lose American soldiers For Israel, 85% of this country does not want it. When you hear this propaganda telling you, yeah, Israel wants it, and if Israel doesn't get what it wants, we're going to call all of you anti-Semites. All you Americans are anti-Semites unless you give Israel $330 billion, spend $8 trillion on the global war on terror, and we want another war and another war. And then they pretend Iran wants endless war. Israel is making us pay for their endless war. Don't listen to the liars. Stand up for the American people,
you've made the
not
point.
the Israeli people. I'm looking at this propaganda. Now she's talking about how the Iraq war was a great
you made
idea.
your point, Cenk.
And how we're going to be greeted as liberators. That's what they told us in Iraq. No, the Iranian people also do not want to be bombed. That is an Israeli lie.
Okay, we're running out of time. I just want, you've actually reminded me, and I want to come to Dave Smith quickly for this, then go to the general. Tucker Carlson interviewed the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, this week. And Mike Huckabee said something that managed to get condemnation from pretty much every other country in the region because he said this.
This
Not
particular
Huckabee.
area
This
that we're
guy is
talking about
fucking mental.
now, Israel, is a land that God gave through Abraham to a people that he chose. It was a people, a place, and a purpose. We can look at it that way.
Jesus
Christian Zionism. I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have
Go
said
ahead.
it 3 times that God gave this land.
Tucker loves these kind of guests as well because they literally validate everything. Like, why is this guy in the American government, man? It's fucking crazy. Thank you, Donald Trump. To be fair, Harris would have appointed this guy ambassador as well. Let's not kid ourselves.
To this people, what does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Take it all, Dave, was the US ambassador to Israel.
Oh yeah, I'm so glad you played that clip. I'm about to do a whole show on breaking down that interview. I think one of the things that's so, I mean, aside from the fact that it's just like how insane and what a religious fundamentalist you have to be to believe that God gave Iraq to Netanyahu or something like that. But what's really wild about this, as I'm sure the general can back up, that since at least the 1970s, the official U.S. position has been that we support 67 borders and that we ultimately want a Palestinian state. The U.S. is officially, not that we're going to do anything about any of that, but we're officially against the settlement expansions in the West Bank. And here you have the U.S. ambassador to Israel. I mean, it sure seems like he's the Israeli ambassador, if you ask me, but his title is he's the U.S. ambassador to Israel, just saying because of his religious beliefs that he would be absolutely fine with Israel not just taking the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights as they have since 1967, but evidently, Pierce, taking huge swaths of Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and for anybody who does not believe that God promised Iraq to
You know, there was a news story not that long ago, actually. There were a couple of settlers who did try to go into southern Lebanon, and I think they tried to plant like trees or something. And the IDF just like chased them out. Like they just picked them up and dropped them back over the border. That's all that happened. But somehow, I don't know why people talk about this like it's a serious proposal that's actually going to ever. So much would have to change. Why would America want to undermine their deals with Jordan and Egypt to give pieces of those countries over to Israel? Why does America still fund Egypt's military to a degree? Just so it can be a more entertaining fight when it happens?
Netanyahu, that is just insanity. And you do notice on this panel how a lot of people beat up on the mullahs for being religious extremists, and like, I got no beef with you on that. It certainly is true that they are. But as Cenk was pointing out, the level of extreme religious fanaticism,
it's much worse than
drives
Israel.
Policy, both U.S. policy toward Israel and Israeli policy at the top of their government there, really is something to behold. We're not as secular and as one might believe. And I just want to say, and then I'll shut up for the rest of the panel. But I do got to say, man, Pierce, as I know you've seen all the time, you know, this thing where like if we start arguing that we shouldn't have war in Iran, then the response that we get is like, oh, you must secretly love the Ayatollah or something like that. The only reason you're doing this is because you want to protect that.
The straw manning is so stupid. Like straw manning a straw man. It's more just that you're a useful idiot. That's a much more clean interpretation. Where key fragment? Oh, do I not need a key to? Do I not need a key to go to this to the Alcatraz dungeon? There are 3 dungeons here. The Alcatraz is the hard one, but I think you need a key for it. Do you get the key from here? Is this the key master? Is that the quest? Maybe. Maybe it's that.
Regime. This is like the lowest IQ, most bad faith form of political argumentation.
And it's your favorite. It's the only one you actually want to argue with. Well done. 5 minutes.
Safe journey.
You know, people did say the same thing about people like you, Pierce, and evidently people like you, General Clark, which I was unaware of, who opposed the war in Iraq. You were protecting Saddam Hussein or spreading Saddam talking points. Over the last couple years, Pierce, isn't it amazing just on your show, I love Vladimir Putin, and I love Hamas, and I also love Iran, and I guess I love the Houthis, but actually I'm just like a Jewish libertarian from Brooklyn who doesn't.
Destiny calls out deranged anti-fans for lying about Brandon Buckingham and being obsessed. Lornabox's Discord, Wix Discord. What's this?
This Green Gary guy is on the same tier as like Queeman and Justical and everything else, so it's not surprising that Queeman is covering for him. I wonder if Justical will retweet him. Wait, what is this? Total Perry victory. It's staggering that this guy went from MDE superfan to taking the bait from such an obvious troll. Anyone who told Brandon that making this video was a good decision is an awful friend. Oh, God, these guys are so fucking weird. Also, I found out that all these guys, Justical and all of his little creepy fucking rapists on Discord, all of them still go around. Like, almost every...
That's an unfounded accusation, I will say. Not that I'm aware of. Okay.
Every single day. Now, apparently, they're doing it in Lonerbox's Discord. They go around and they debate, like, my history with everybody for hours and hours and hours every single fucking day. What the fuck?
Is that what they were talking about? I thought they were talking about Israel. Oh no, they were talking about Israel, and then they changed to Destiny. Yeah, but I've only seen JStock in my debate channel talking about that stuff. I don't really know if that's like a bannable offense, I suppose.
Having like some 6-hour debate on Anne of War. Like 2 days ago. I'm like, why? Are you okay?
How does he know what they were talking about in my Discord? I guess someone told him. Why are mods allowing Hebrew in chat? Excuse me, Hall Monitor. It's because the automod's broken, so people are speaking different languages.
They do it in Wix Discord too. Yeah, there's always like, anytime there's like a VC with like 12 people and Justicals there, they're arguing about like, Mr. Girl or Lav or Anna that I like abuse these people or some shit. Yeah. I don't know. Is that Substance Guy on Twitter part of their crew because he tweets about you 20 times a day? Yes. Andy argues with Hutch and everything too. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe they're just educating the retarded masses.
Doesn't want to see more.
I don't know why. I don't know why this stuff still appears in my life as well. I don't know why. I don't know why, but fuck.
Or people get killed and my country get bankrupted. That's really the truth of this. And for all of you guys, your response is always, excuse me, no interrupting, little girl. And for all of you guys, listen, again, this is my...
If you don't want my opinion, don't invite me on.
Let me come to the General. General, before I come to you for the final word, because you deserve the final word.
You talk more than me, General.
That's a very... I mean, Dave makes a very good point. I remember being called a Saddam apologist because I thought the illegal war in Iraq was an atrocity that should never have been waged. And I've similarly been called an anti-Semite because I think that the Israeli government went way too far in Gaza. All of these things are preposterous, and they're a deliberate attempt to stifle freedom of speech and genuine opinion. I think it's a great shame. I've known Cenk and Dave for quite a long time now. I've never heard a moment of anti-Semitism from either of them. And to say that is what motivates them is a hatred of Jewish people is
Cenk literally thinks Israel is just the fucking satanic creature pulling the strings behind absolutely everything in the fucking planet. Dude, what are we talking about? At what point? It's just because it's not like tradition, like traditional anti-Semitism. But traditional anti-Semitism also once upon a time wasn't like traditional anti-Semitism. It's like there has to be a point where you think, like, where is this? There's clearly been a shift. I don't know why people can't like learn how to accommodate new definitions unless we just say that, well, if it only applies to half the Jews, then it's just then it's just it's about something else. Okay, is it like national bigotry? It's some kind of like bad thing, right? It's a kind of bigotry. It's a kind of obsession. It's a kind of irrational thinking. It's a kind of anti-empiricism. Yeah, there's whatever. I guess you can just discuss the issues. I don't really need to. I'm not that massively invested in labeling whatever the fuck goes on between whatever the fuck goes on in this incredibly rotund head.
Completely preposterous. Well, hang on, Elegant. I've got to. We run out of time. I just want to say that
about Cenk, that's very disingenuous.
Ooh. God.
No, it's not. He's not anti-Semitic.
Nah,
he has a big problem with the Israeli government. Let's not get into it.
Doing insults? Yeah. Let General Clark talk.
It's not even the government though, because he blames all this shit on people who haven't even been because he blames it's not just this government. He talks about things that have happened even in previous Israeli governments, even ones that massively opposed Netanyahu and had different policies than Netanyahu, even foreign policy. Yeah.
If somebody can look, okay, for another show, but Elika, if you want to go away and find me evidence of Cenk Uygur saying anything which indicates a hatred of Jews,
Zionist occupied government. That's not 9/11 was probably done by the Israelis. Not these aren't anti-Semitic. Okay, cool.
People, that's fine.
That's
if you want to find me evidence where he says he hates Jews,
I mean, you want to talk about an Israeli point of view?
Show me evidence.
My existence offends you. And I'm the person who's a bigot.
No,
You're the bigot.
I didn't say that.
Let General Clark
I said your existence is the evidence.
Okay,
you literally said that.
I'm going to wrap things up. I'm coming to General Clark. So please give the general some respect.
Is he trying to? I feel like he's trying to look stupid. I feel like his face is just. I can't do it. I'm literally doing fucking retard phonology again. Stop.
Money markets, Polymarket says there's a 21% chance of a US strike on Iran by March the 1st. 57% chance by March the 31st.
Oh, yeah?
73% chance.
57 by March the 31st. But a lower chance, even by, what, 5 days? Okay. Yeah, because it's going to take about a week for that next aircraft carrier to get in, isn't it? Okay. I hear it. Polymarket. Okay, not bad. Sounds like a prediction I could get behind. Do you think I should? No, I'm not going to bet. Should I? And bet Polymarket? Whenever I make a prediction and choose not to bet. No, what have I bet money on before? I bet money on Brexit. I bet money on Trump winning. Did I bet on the No, I don't think I did. I don't think I bet on Scotland losing the independence referendum. Yeah, I bet on Brexit and Trump. I bet those both accurately. I bet inaccurately on Corbyn winning the election. I don't think I've bet ever since. Did I do this? I think they're going to do it. I don't think... Trump is like in a cartoon where you're not supposed to touch the gold, but you've got the little sparkles in your eyes and you have to touch the gold. It's not even a question. Your body will touch the gold, regardless of what your brain is trying to tell you. That's kind of how I see Trump and going for Iran. If Trump thinks he can actually kill this regime and replace it with an American-friendly ally, with Iran's resources, with the education of their population, it is such a dazzling reward. And also the humanitarian implications and the fact that he's rescued this population from this brutal tyranny is exactly how it would spell out in the press and everything. And how he could spin it in his speech. Yeah, there's so much reward there for him. And I don't think I would trust Trump to restrain himself on that. That's like big Nobel Prize territory, right? As far as he would see it. So I'm supposed to, this is a 2-man. Yeah, like a Kosovo statue. Yeah, 100%. Oh, this increases damage dealt. Cool. Can I use crippling though? Probably should.
10% chance of a US strike on Iran by March the 1st, 57% chance by March the 31st, 73% chance by the end of the year.
Wait, what happens here?
Over $370 million
Isn't there something
has been spent in this market. So,
dude, this guy is called Bad Goy. This is a stream sniper. There's no way there's a bad Goy here coming after it. What the fuck? Why is he called that? Why is he called Bad Goy? What is this quest? What do I do? Hang on. Do I have to talk to this guy? Finding the Keymaster. Where do I go? Do I have to use an item? What the fuck? Finding the Keymaster. Locate Apex and obtain the crystal focus from him. Where the fuck is Apex? See, he's not hit. It's not this guy. Okay. Where is he? Where? Did they say where he is? Where is he? Okay, well, let's see. Oh wait, a crystal-bearing giant named Apex roams the plains to the west of Maniforge Duro. Okay, gotcha. Where's that? It's here. Oh, okay, I see it. Locate APAC, true.
the smart money going on an attack by the end of March. Would you agree with that, General?
What I'd say is that
Bang advice.
when you start dropping bombs on nations, and it's easy to start a war, it's not easy to finish it. So we don't know what's going to happen when it gets going. So there's going to be a lot of judgment calls between now and then. And we're just going to have to see how they go. But I will say this, that there has been a continuum of American interest to see a peaceful Middle East, and that Iran has been the troublemaker in that Middle East since the overthrow of the Shah. And secondly, that in terms of Israel itself, I was there when Israel pulled back out of southern Lebanon. Some people said, you're making a mistake. Ehud Barak said, nope, we're going to do it. Sure enough, it led to trouble. I was there when later when Israel pulled out of Gaza. And,
oh no, Dave Smith doesn't like these opinions, does he?
And they said, no, let's let Gaza be there. I remember when
can I slow this guy?
When Condoleezza Rice advocated for democracy. Let's have the Palestinians vote, and they voted in Hamas.
Uh-oh.
So there have been many, many efforts to head this off, and yet Israel finds itself in a very, very unfriendly area. The Abraham Accords, that was a good step forward. But who's against the Abraham Accords?
Fuck, immune to gouge.
Iran, of
Shit.
course. They don't want peace
them?
in the region. Now, in terms of what's happening inside Israel, I'm a believer in a two-state solution. The same solution that President Clinton tried to get implemented in 1999, 2000, and was blocked by the PLO, Yasser Arafat.
Definitely like that,
and,
Dave Smith.
Probably by Iranian money. So we've had many
Iranian
efforts
money
to solve this
Not
problem.
sure about that one.
But letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, no, that's not a way to solve the problem. So while the United States has the power and the influence, we should be doing what we can to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon.
Can't do it.
And that's the end of the story as far as I'm concerned.
Wait, he's low health.
Piers, thank you for giving me a chance.
Oh.
General Clark, it's always a great honor to have you on the program. You're one of the
the
generals I most
26%
respect,
health.
And I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you all very much to my panel. It was a lively and fiery debate at times, but it's war is a fiery, lively business, so it should be. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
Is shrinking
Here's
him
what
help us
says
all?
that is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me.
The only boss around here is
Enjoy
me.
our show.
Fuck.
You can ask only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers
Can I survive?
Censored on Spotify and
Can I
Apple
survive?
Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent.
I've got like
uncensored
16
media
seconds
has never been more critical,
on my bandage.
and we couldn't do it without you.
10 seconds. Okay, come on. Is he slowed? Is he actually like slowed so I can just do this forever? 2 seconds. Get me out of there. Okay, bandage. Okay, fight. Fight to the bitter end. No! He's still strong. Fuck, get out of there. And just flee. Just flee and throw weapons. Throw blades. Throw a blade. Throw a blade. 3% health, that's a lot, man. For a big giant like that. Big tough guy. Keep throwing. 1%. Got him. Easy. Like it was nothing. Whew. Oh. I'm so good at this game. Holy shit. Thoughts on Elika Lebon Abla? Shut up. I mean, she's better than everyone else in that panel, but it's still quite partisan. She simplifies a lot. You know, she's a bit too simplistic for me. I just don't think you can try to, like, to have the assuredness. I know she doesn't actually have this assuredness. She's just kind of doing that because, I mean, she might believe it, but she doesn't have any good reason to believe it. Like, there's nothing she knows that I don't that would make her more firm on that stance. The idea that you can just, like, end the forever war by bombing Iran and that will definitely usher in a stable regime that will be friendly to the West and will be better than the situation right now. It's just like, it's a total stab in the dark. We don't know what the protesters are how they would respond. We don't know how the opposition would respond in Iran to what's happening. We definitely can't trust Trump to have any kind of plan geared towards achieving that thing. And also the amount of political capital that you are spending and you might never get back ever as a country if you do that and it doesn't work. Like, it's just... But, you know, those kinds, punditry can only get you so far on a show like that. Okay. Use the Apex focus. Okay. I'll do it then. Are there any polls on what Iranians would want? They probably... No, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. I don't think they've been polled on whether or not they want to get bombed by the United States. The protesters, by their chanting and by the way that they're talking, sounds like they want it to happen, but... Wait. Oh. What is this? Is this content? What's going on here?
Everybody else has had a split stream at some point in their life, right?
Also, I thought this didn't bother you.
It doesn't. I'm not bothered. You're bothered.
Let's stop talking about it. We can move on.
Everybody's saying yes in my stream, so I think you're the one with the weird penis.
I think you're the one with the weird stream.
That's true.
Better.
Fight you on that
what's
one.
better, a weird penis or a weird stream?
I got a couple issues. I got a couple issues with you.
Okay.
I unironically, I know I'm mean to you. I needed
You know
to
who
get
this
your
is?
attention.
It's Westside
I
Tyler.
really don't think that maybe you're the worst person ever. I don't know if you're being intentional or not.
Here comes the purity test.
But I feel like you don't have a grounded knowledge of civics.
Ooh. This guy does.
Do you think it's the case that you do or don't? I mean, I'm not. This isn't a setup. I actually want to start this as a conversation. I've decided.
I think I am like I have a very rudimentary understanding of like what do you mean, like just like the structure of government? Like what are we talking about?
If this is about fucking keeping the Republicans at bay, please don't make me agree with the fucking brain damaged fucking. He's literally got brain damage, man. He's mental. He's a crazy fuck. He inhaled too many fucking fumes in Iraq.
How? Okay, so
Sorry.
I'll make an example. Earlier in this stream, this is why I decided to call in today, because this is a bridge too far. You said we can't democratically select prosecutors. Do you recall this? I'm not setting you up or trying to misread you.
No. Hang on. Don't mischaracterize what I said. What did I say?
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Let me. I
fuck.
clipped it.
Bumpy start.
Okay, so tell me exactly what I said, because I did not say that.
Let me see. Captures. Is it screen recordings? There we go. Tell me if you can hear this.
Mm-hmm. I can't hear shit.
Okay. Let me just.
I remember what I said. I mean, I can repeat it, but.
Okay. Well, tell me how you feel about it. All right, we can.
I said we don't democratically select prosecutions. We don't democratically decide that, like, we're gonna make a prosecutorial decision to charge someone with crimes. No. So when people say like we should prosecute this and we should prosecute that, we do. For example, elect district attorneys and attorneys general in states and these kinds of things.
Yeah. But that's the thing we do. So that's the point. We do select who we prosecute democratically by putting in the person that's going to do what we want us to do. Otherwise, there would be no point. You understand that? Like, it would, like, literally every prosecutor that I think I've ever seen run, their ad says, "I am going to prosecute this specific type of thing. I'm going to be hard on drugs. I'm going to be hard on immigrants." They all do that. You can select for a prosecutor that says, "I am going to be hard on corruption. I am specifically going to
that's a different thing.
Donald Trump like a dog." It's not a different thing. That's the same thing.
It is. What's the difference between the prosecutions that you're talking about and the prosecutions at the federal level?
Oh, shit.
In what way? I mean,
I'm asking you. You said I had a bad understanding of civics.
Oh, shit.
What?
Fuck.
I mean, then you can just say what the difference. Do you know what the difference between federal and state and local law is?
I do. I mean, but what's different about, for example, like federal prosecutions as opposed to somebody running on a platform of cracking down on corruption in New York or whatever?
They fall under federal or state law.
You can't think of any other differences?
I mean, those are two extraordinary differences. They're governed by two different parts of the Constitution.
Well, I would point to the long-standing norm that's been in place since the post-Nixon kind of reforms of the independent nature of the DOJ. And the reason for that norm, would you agree that the reason for that norm is a good reason?
Describe the reason.
The reason was to establish distance between the president and the attorney general and the DOJ, because Nixon had so corruptly tried to influence DOJ decisions, and it went beyond Watergate. Like, he was secretly ordering DOJ to investigate groups that he thought were like radical communists, or potentially would do like a internal like insurrection, right? And so after that whole scandal, and I'm sure you agree that Nixon was super corrupt, and all that is like really bad, right? After that, we adopted these norms to establish an independent nature of DOJ, and it was Donald Trump has been the first person to break.
Those are two different things, because we're talking about democratically selecting for, and you're talking about the president specifically designating targets for investigation, which the presidents all have still done since then. I mean, it's
no, that's not true. What are you talking
about? George Bush never did anything interesting after 9/11. You can't think of a single example.
He didn't direct DOJ to go after people.
September 12th. He didn't.
No.
The FBI did not reconstruct itself entirely to pursue terrorists within Muslim communities in America. That never happened.
Well,
you're gonna
no.
Stand 10 toes down on that one.
I will, because you're talking about
Patriot Act.
You're talking about
did that occur?
Bro, you're talking about broad policy goals.
I don't know how someone thinks they can behave like this and come off looking good. It's so weird, man. I got brain damage.
Goals, that is like considered okay. That's acceptable within the boundaries of the norm. But George W. Bush, in fact, George W. Bush, in fact, did not instruct his DOJ to for example, prosecute specific people. It didn't happen.
Oh, you mean like to hunt down like a guy specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he did not do that.
That still doesn't really respond to the initial question, which is you said we can't democratically select prosecutions.
We don't at the federal
because
level.
You're talking about other stuff.
Level.
We're talking about
I tried to explain it to you. Apparently, you need to brush up on your civics because you were you aware of the norm of like the independent nature of DOJ? Did you know that was a thing?
Is a norm a law, or is it something that you can just disregard because it's a feel good?
You can disregard it. Yes, you can disregard it.
Okay, so who gives a fuck? So it's not a response. That's just ignorable.
Wait, should you disregard all norms?
If do they provide any benefit to you?
Do they provide any benefit to like functional, healthy American democracy? I think is the question.
You were talking about like I'll make an example. You were talking about you have a proud Confederate ancestry. In Kentucky,
what the fuck did you just say?
You said that you're proud of your Confederate ancestor, Goofus the Gallant or whatever. He's got four cities named after him.
You said I was proud to be a Confederate descendant. When the fuck did I say that?
Well, you were proudly describing your Confederate descent. Don't worry about it. Well,
it's the second retarded clip Chimpy's gone with. Okay, well done, Tyler.
No.
We're talking about norms. We're
talking about norms. Proudly telling.
Oh, we're talking about norms. We're talking about norms. Oh no, the Democrat, the Confederate thing was actually fucking stupid. I should have known better. Oh no. Oh no, a comically evil mischaracterization of my liberal opponent. Oh no, let's talk about norms.
That my current relationship and my current like family and the way that played out, I proudly said that would infuriate my Confederate descendants.
Oh.
Why would you lie about that? That's such a
why do you guys always
lie about this?
Oh my God, that's pathetic.
You guys will make up shit. No,
who's you guys? Who is you guys?
I ever said that I was
who's
proud
you guys? No, clarify
of
that.
My Confederacy.
That.
Well,
clarify
the
that.
way you're
Stop
behaving.
With the fake outrage. Fake outrage. Fake.
The way you're describing right now is in line with either Destiny anti-fan behavior or online kind of like belligerent leftists. Are you one of those things? Are you a Destiny anti-fan or are you like a belligerent online leftist?
What do you mean? What Destiny? If you don't like Destiny, I would be mean to you.
I'm asking you.
No.
You're not
I'm my own guy.
You're not an anti-fan? Okay, are you like an
I'm
online...
the most beautiful man in Kentucky. I don't know if you knew that.
What are your general thoughts on Hassan Piker?
Hold on, no. We got to go back to this.
No, we
got to go back to this example. We're talking about the importance of norms.
I don't know why you would lie about that. I want you to acknowledge that you lied
of a
about
Confederate.
It. No, but I want you to.
I want you to
You're
changing it right now. You slimeball.
I want you to. If you want to continue this conversation
put all of the clips of what you said in a row. You're not going to get out of this,
bro. If
you're
you
not
think
so
this
much
is
bigger
going
than me
well
that you're
for
going to
you.
fucking wash it away either.
I don't.
Come on, I'm trying to be nice.
You're not
I'm
so
trying to be
much
nice.
bigger than me that you're going to.
Stop with the
if
fake
you
outrage.
want to continue this conversation with me, I want you to acknowledge that you just made that up. I never said I was proud to be a descendant of a Confederate. Do you want to continue this conversation?
You are a proud descendant of a Confederate.
Why would you say that?
Like a proud person who happens to be descended from a Confederate? What a fucking retarded sentence. Like, what's he trying to say there?
Based on what?
Based on the pride with which you displayed your descendancy of a Confederate.
The pride?
And then he went through his little stuff and all this stuff. You're all happy and talking about it. I'll put it up on screen when I make the video.
Bro.
Why are you so pissed about this?
I talked about the...
You're sufficiently defensive of this that it reminds me of like...
Because
have you ever
lying.
seen...
I think it's disgusting
have you ever seen,
to lie about people.
Always Sunny in Pennsylvania, or Always
Wait,
Sunny
hang on.
in,
Is this a
in,
bit?
in
Are you
Philadelphia?
doing a bit? Is this a bit? Do you seriously
doing a
think?
bit?
No, I'm asking you. Do you seriously think that I'm proud to descend from the Confederacy?
Are you not?
I'm asking you. Are you serious?
I'll just take your statement at face value. Are you not?
Obviously not. Obviously.
Okay.
Why would I be proud of that? Are you calling me a racist? Do you think I think that like
you are a racist?
I am a racist.
Yes.
What is this based on?
Your your segregationist hypothetical from a couple weeks ago.
Are you fucking kidding me with this?
No. It's a racist hypothetical to bring up.
Let me ask you a question.
Do you understand how?
Let me ask you a question.
Why are you dodging?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, okay? Martin Luther King.
I just asked you a question. You didn't
Not Martin Luther King.
Are you familiar with the letter from the Birmingham jail, the white moderate, that whole thing?
Yep. I am.
No, I've never heard of it. Is that from like Martin Luther King Jr. or something?
Yeah.
That's
Are you
crazy.
familiar with it?
No.
You should brush up on your civics because this is like pretty basic civic stuff. But anyways,
what does that have to do with civics?
In this letter from the Birmingham jail, in this letter from the Birmingham jail,
him. Owned, destroyed.
Martin Luther King talked about delaying a planned demonstration.
Hey, I spoke about that.
So that it would not overlap with a runoff between Bull Connor, who was this violent segregationist at the time, and a less violent segregationist, which is to say,
Albert Boutwell.
He applied the harm reduction principle and tried to influence the outcome in the direction of the less bad segregationists.
My goat.
Would you call?
Are you about to compare yourself to Martin Luther King Jr.?
Yes.
This is not about comparing myself to Martin Luther King Jr.
But you're kind of, your behavior, are you suggesting?
How can you be a proud Confederate descendant but also trying to compare yourself to Martin Luther King? Why would he do? How is? What kind of is he just like a fucking collection? Is he just like a collector hobbyist of American history tidbits?
Your behavior is in line with Martin Luther King Jr.'s?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you.
Reverend Martin Luther King Jr.?
I'm asking you, in a hypothetical situation, could you imagine trying to help elect maybe a segregationist, but it doesn't mean that you're a fucking racist?
No, because you're a racist if you help elect a segregationist.
So
but I just told you that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to help elect a less bad segregationist. Does that make him a racist?
If there's going to be two segregationists,
yes,
the less bad one could potentially be less bad.
Right.
But if you're trying to get a segregationist elected, you're a racist.
What about
if you're a white person using Martin Luther King Jr. as leverage to make yourself look less racist, you're probably a racist.
What about a segregationist
which would make you racist in my example?
What about
to it?
What about a segregationist versus a full-on fascist?
There's no difference.
There's no difference?
Describe the difference. What is a full-on fascist? What kind of fascist, by the way?
Well, what do you think fascism is? What do you think fascism is?
Fascism is a political system developed in pre-fascist Italy by some newspaper guys and
circular definition. Oh no!
Hammered into full construction by Benito Mussolini in the very early 1900s. It's actually developed from a variant of socialism and through reading Marxist literature and taking a different overall example. The primary example of what fascism would be
is the history of fascism. That's not what fascism is.
Is represented by the fasces itself, which is a bundle of sticks wrapped up around a big axe, which was actually the symbol of ancient Rome back in even at the time of the Roman kings.
What are the
It
characteristics?
represents strength through unity and strength through violence in a mixed way.
Well, what are the characteristics?
I'm describing them. If you never heard any of this before, have you?
Oh, bro.
The ultimate characteristic of
this Tyler guy is so insecure about his intelligence as well. He thinks he's like the first guy in the streaming space to learn anything like basic about any fucking historical or political or anything. He was asking me how many Geneva Conventions are there? How many? 4. Okay. Oh shit. Oh no. What year do they go? Dude.
Fascist government is a identification of an in-group and an out-group and pursuit of purity through identification of the out-group and elimination or explication of the out-group, or what do you call that? Expungement of the out-group.
Would you say that every fascist...
is a hallmark of segregation?
Would you say that every fascist is a segregationist, but not every segregationist is necessarily a fascist?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't think you understand what
segregation
either of these
is inherently fascist. It is a requirement of fascism.
It is one characteristic.
It's not a requirement of fascism. You can be a fascist and just kill them. You can be a fascist and have them as Sammy says, but a segregation is quite specific. It's a very specific policy.
Segregationist could be a segregationist.
So what if there was a segregationist?
It's inarguable. There's no hypothetical you can bring up where you defeat the fundamental.
They're two different things. I mean, you can have obviously segregation and beyond segregation is an integral part of fascism, but segregation is not the same thing as fascism, right? So like
benevolent segregation. Oh my god.
If you had
good segregation.
Not a white supremacist. This is crazy. Not proud of any Confederate lineage.
I just need to understand how the mind rot works. Like, do you seriously think that the
mind rot works in that
want segregation to come back?
You're not on my level here.
Yeah, you're not smart enough.
You keep trying to fucking duck out.
Who do I want to segregate?
Well, currently it seems like Hassan's people, I guess.
What does that mean?
Right?
Are we talking Turkish Americans? Or are we talking about leftists? Or are we talking about streamers?
I think you're trying to segregate out anyone that doesn't sort of agree with your immediate worldview and isn't nice to you.
What? Are you serious? So I want separate bathrooms?
I can defend this too very easily. You are always bringing up your little.
I want separate bathrooms and water fountains.
Are we going to let these people into our coalition? Are we going to let these people into our coalition? You define an in-group and an out-group.
That's segregation.
You say that. Stop with the fake
What is a coalition? Because I don't understand.
You don't have the charisma. You do not have the charisma for the fake incredulity. You are not Destiny. You don't have it.
But either you're doing it. I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand. You're either doing a bit.
I know
or
you don't
are
understand.
Genuinely
You should ask questions that aren't already like part of your flow chart, and then you could learn some shit. But you have your little fucking flow chart you put together and your fucking chat GPT understanding of the world.
Play it out then. So what kind of segregation and how is that like analogous to the sort of Jim Crow segregation?
Why are we talking about analogous to Jim Crow segregation?
You're the one that said I wanted segregation back. I asked you what form do I want it to take?
When did I say that?
When did you say that I want segregation to come back? Do you need to rewind the stream like fucking 5 minutes?
Do you need to rewind it? Do you want to find it?
So I don't want segregation to come back.
You argued on behalf of segregationists.
So I do want it to come back,
your hypothetical.
Right? So I do want it to come back, right?
Do you? If you're saying that interpretation that I'm giving of yours is accurate to that, then yes.
I'm trying to figure out what your interpretation is. So you say I want to segregate Hassan.
If you would stop,
what does that mean?
If you would stop trying to come up with a pithy remark to everything I say, which you're failing to do, and shut the fuck up and listen occasionally, you would learn stuff.
No,
but you can't.
Just tell me
because you keep trying to fucking big dick here.
No, you're saying I'm a proud Confederate and I want to bring Confederate segregation back.
You're a proud descendant of a Confederate. You talk about a Confederate that you're descended from very proudly.
Okay, so how do I want to segregate Hassan in a way that is analogous to Jim Crow? What does that look like? What do you think I'm asking for?
Do you want to eliminate them from your party coalition? You want to isolate them and eliminate them from politics?
That this is comparable to Jim Crow segregation? Are you
actually? Yeah, it's segregation. It's fundamental. Yeah, you're trying to eliminate people's access to the political process. You said you don't want him to be able to run for office.
Wait, what? If a political party decides that they don't want to form a coalition with this group or that group, you're calling that segregation on the level of Jim Crow?
It will lead to that eventually, yeah. Especially if you win. If you win, so you have to predispose yourself to failure. Otherwise, you're saying that if you win, they will permanently be cut out of politics.
So by
the time that you win, they won't have the ability to participate in politics anymore.
Should you allow Nazis in your political coalition?
No.
So that would be a form of segregation?
Yes.
You think that if a Nazi came up to you and said, I want to join your political group, and you said no, that this would mean that that's segregation?
Yes.
Bro,
I would segregate Nazis. I would treat Nazis illiberally.
You are not ready for this conversation. Go back.
You are not ready for this conversation. You're going off in 15 different tangents and staying unfocused as fuck.
You're not ready for this. Come back when you're ready. Jesus Christ. What the fuck,
Did he get banned or where did he go?
What are we doing? I don't have the patience for this. I can't. There's no way. I can't. I'm going to lose my mind today. Between food shops and that,
He was talking to food shops.
My cup is full.
Why is he talking to these people?
Holy shit.
He's got so many people in his waiting room.
What are we doing? Nothing matters. It's
He's
all
got
fucked up.
so many disagreeing wankers in his room. Where do I get these people
trolling.
from? What the fuck?
He was being serious. He was actually being serious. Don't you get it? They're not fucking kidding. These people are genuine morons. Jesus Christ. What the fuck happened to the schools, man? What happened, bro?
They were segregated, Hutch. You proud of that? For many years. Damn. Westside Tyler. Absolute fucking huge W. All right. All right. Who the fuck is Food Shops? Don't worry about that. You don't need to know that. Okay, come on. Okay. Get. Why? Wait, come back. Fuck. Hey. But. Okay. Where is the chat? That West Side Tyler guy's so fucking funny, man. I should get my debate back with him. Absolutely insane. Right. Hi, chat. Okay. Pop out. Go there. Good. Okay. I just watched your stream and James O'Brien. I have no idea about all this drama shit. Yeah, well, you're lucky. All right. Goodbye, chat. I can only see donos. Oh, napkin, Dean, basic, diatribe, cook, nurse, alkaline, primary, baby, key, Harden, Brown, principal, mother, foster, Declan. Well, it can be basic, key, principal, mother. Would it be mother? Primaries. Primaries makes more sense. Elementary. Okay. Cook. Dean, nurse. This is like a university thing. The cook, the dean, the nurse, and but Declan. Dean and Declan. What are they? Oh, there's gonna be names. Foster. Fuck. Is this like Oscar winners? James Dean. Did James Dean win an Oscar? Jodie Foster. Someone Cook. Declan. Mr. Declan. I don't know who the fuck that. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Brown. Ms. Brown. Mother. Diatribe. Tribe. Line. Alkaline's like there's acid and alkaline pH level. Alkaline's pH level's above 7, right? 7 to 14. Is that right? Isn't bleach like pH level 14? I can't remember. I forget. Alkaline metals, they're unstable. They're very unstable. Foster. Oh, wait, you can foster, you can cook. Kind of, not really. Oh, but there's also parenting. Foster, mother, nurse, baby. No, because one of those is not. God damn it. Diatribe or Harden. I'm not really getting what's Harden. Harden, cook, and foster could be a thing. Maybe. You can also mother. That this would all be to do with like raising, or that's very loose though. Is it even close? No, that's what I thought. Okay. Brown. Oh, wait. Like in cooking, you can harden, something can harden that can brown, but it can't, cook. Fuck. Ooh. Why diatribe? Is this like, this seems like it's probably half of a word. Because alkaline, I have no idea what that could go with. Alkaline. Loose electrons. That's for metals. I don't know about the rest of it. There's acid and alkaline. Oh. Kin, line, tribe, clan. Ending in family words. Good. Right. Harden, Foster. Harden and Foster, they seem like they should go together. Is this names and wait? Names would be Cook, Dean, Brown, and Foster. What would Nurse, Baby, Harden, and Mother? Maybe? Oh, fuck me, man. Cook, Dean, Brown, Foster. These are names. It could be Cook, Brown, and Foster, and Harden. Fuck me. Wait, did I swap a correct one for a correct one? Or, oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, come on, come on. We can't be going back again. We're not going back. We're not going back. Okay, we're focusing. We're not going back. Okay. Nurse. Okay. I think it's like a parenting thing. Would that make sense with the ones I've already picked? I can't remember which ones I've already picked. But you can nurse someone, you can foster someone, you can mother them. But what else do you do? Do you baby them? I kind of, but you'd say baby's normally like a condescending thing. We're separate from the Cook, Dean, Brown, Foster. This was 3 out of 4. This was 3 out of 4. This was 3 out of 4, and so was wait. This was 3 out of 4. So was Cook, Dean. So was this. Which means it could also be, if this is 3 out of 4 and this is 3 out of 4, remember, I could be swapping 2 correct ones. Remember that. So if it's Cook, Dean, Brown, and Foster, it could also be, if it were Mother, Foster, Nurse, and Baby, I'm only changing 1 to this, and this would have been 3 out of 4 like that. And this would have been 3 out of 4. This? Is that right? So it should be Foster, Mother, Baby, and Nurse, but I don't understand Cook, Dean, Harden, and Brown. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Foster, Baby, Mother, and Nurse. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. I think the foster, mother, baby, and nurse is all familial stuff. It's all to do with raising and rearing. It's all, I don't know, fuck. Okay, James's. Oh, well done. James Brown, James Dean. Okay, I don't know these two though. And this would be, it's like raising, like child rearing. Care for. Oh, okay. Whew. Fuck me. Did chat get that? You were getting James's, but you didn't get the baby thing, did you? Don't know. We'll see if we can fix the fucking auto mod tomorrow, but youch. It's a bit of a state right now. Okay, I don't think I'm coughing that much anymore. So I think we will be good. Okay. Right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Brightish, early-ish, who knows. All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.